Welcome back to RGR, folks.
feed up.
I hope you're excited. We're going to get this thing started. We're running a little bit behind at a couple of technical things, but going to bring in Dan right now. You guys should see him. Old Thunder Dan, Danilo DeJulio. How are you, pal?
DeJulio? I'm good. It's RJ. DeJulio. I'm good, man. I'm great. I'm excited. It's Draftsman has arrived. One. I know. Oh, you killed me with that cup. I missed that cup.
Oh,
that was the cup I got for my birthday. 10 years ago, 9 years ago, right. And like 6-7 years in, it got my lovely wife broke it.
Yeah, hey, don't they all?
Yeah,
my wife breaks a wine glass every week. Love you, babe. I know you're watching.
Now I have this one.
Hey, there you go. So for us, folks, we want to welcome you all in. We're going to have fun tonight. It's going to be a little bit more relaxed. Brian Gooch, you already started things off. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. You guys want to help us out. That's great. We're going to have folks kind of drift in and out. Dan Harms will join us at some point. Matt Derrick will join us at some point. We're going to have this kind of off to the side for you guys so that you can hear from Danilo and I and still see what's going on. So we're about all on track. That's the way it's going to work, knock on wood, without difficulties. So I want you to know where we're at in terms of time in case I'm watching off of a satellite. There'll be times where I'm just staring at it as they make selections. I'm also going to share my desktop with you. I do have my draft board up, and I will have a couple of other things to show you at times as well. So I'm going to do that right now. And, Dan, I want to get your input on what we should be looking for top to bottom. So here it is. We're going to expand that. Oh, maybe I'm not. Get my picture of K2 up there. So for those of you who haven't seen this yet, you can grab this over at chiefsdigest.com. There's a post up there, and it's a downloadable PDF. You can print it out and mark it off if you want. You can just throw it up on a screen if you like to. But, Dan, what's your impressions? What stands out to you? Do you think that as we get ready for this thing to start, that we're going to see Joe Burrow first?
Man, I mean – Just listening to so many people say that, it just makes your brain get beaten into submission of like, yeah, he's going to be number one. He's going to be number one. That said, personally, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. If there's no one to trade back with, you take him or you take Herbert, whichever guy you got rated higher, because they need a quarterback for the future. They have a great situation. It's no disrespect to Andy. You bring a guy in there, it's like our situation with Patrick. You got a mustard veteran that takes care of his team and knows the offense and is going to lead as well as he can and is going to lead by example. And every inkling I've gotten is Andy Dalton is an upstanding guy. So I think he would do what Alex did with Patrick and just help him out whatever way he can. That said, if you like them both equally, or maybe if you like Herbert better and you think everybody's on to Burrow, trade back if you can. Get a few more picks. The Bengals need more than one guy. So yeah. I've heard rumors that Miami was trying to trade up with multiple picks. I don't know if that's true. What have you heard?
Yeah, I've just heard that too. A lot going on. Dan Harms just made it in. How are you, Dan?
Good. How you guys doing?
Man, we're popping around.
Yeah.
This Miami thing, that's what we were just starting to discuss. I don't know what they're going to do, but I feel like they need to do something. I think it's a little bit of smoke blowing up for going up for a tackle. That seems a little bit strange to me. But how do you guys feel about it?
Good, Dan.
Honestly, I feel like Miami could really do a lot of different things. Tackle does make quite a bit of sense for them in, that top. You want to make sure you get that guy. And if we're talking about the guy that could fall, Miami has 3 first-round picks. And Tua, with his medicals could not check out properly. He could fall down to their 18th pick if we're, talking some realistic, crazy possibilities. So maybe they actually are looking to trade up for that tackle and solidify that before they look to get that quarterback of the future. So it's going to be interesting to see what goes on, especially with them having 3 different first-round picks.
Yeah, there's a bunch in there. And folks, every now and then I'm going to highlight some of the comments that you make. I can't keep up with them all. Mr. Gooch, thank you again for supporting the channel as you always do. I really do appreciate that. And we're going to continue giving you our takes, not only on what this does, but how it affects what the Chiefs can do later. That's really what it all boils down to for all of us right now as commissioners getting ready to kick this thing off. I think a tackle's a little overblown if you're going to go all the way up to, 3? The Redskins said, 20 minutes ago, they're not getting out of 2. So I got to think that that's young, but what do you guys think?
Go ahead, Dan.
For the Redskins?
I'm not calling you guys out. Just jump. Let's go.
It's got to be young. It's got to be young. If it's the Redskins, I mean, they got that receiver thing locked up last year with Terry McLaurin. That kid was amazing. There's going to be plenty of receivers to get another one later on. Young is apparently, in everyone's opinion, head and shoulders above the rest of the edge rushers. I think that there's no way they're going to go without that guy if that's where they're set at. That said, I mean, again, it's another team that I could totally see that. But also if they traded back a couple of spots and managed to get Isaiah Simmons and some extra picks, that would not be a bad thing for the Washington Redskins.
Yeah, I know. Washington is, like I said, it came in, they're going to draft it too. And there's a lot about Chase Young, and there's a lot about Jeffrey Okudah. He's a plug-and-play number 1 cornerback. He's a lockdown man-type corner, and I could see that being, some kind of area that they want to attack. And I think it's going to be one of the two. I'm leaning more towards Chase Young. He's just the most he's probably the best player in this draft, and it definitely wouldn't shock me to see them just go ahead and take the best player available, and that would be Chase Young.
Yeah, makes sense. From the chat, Aaron Morrow, you have a great point. I have to start calling one Thunder and one Harms, and I'm just going to point around. This is going to get confusing, but just wait till Matt gets
Or Danilo. You can say Danilo. I don't think he's going to answer to Danilo. Right?
See, when I get going off.
Well, I just want to say real quick, in regards to the quarterback offensive tackle situation, I mean, it really depends on where they have the quarterbacks rated and who they feel like they could be. I've been for a while now saying that I watch this draft and I'm looking at the players and the positions that they're ranked in, and it reminds me of when we got Patrick. Everybody was talking about Deshaun, and rightfully so. Deshaun was playing great, but I watched their tape. I looked at the teams that they were surrounded by, and this draft to me, Justin Herbert is the Mahomes in this draft, and Joe Burrow is the Deshaun Watson. You're not going to lose with either guy. I think either guy can develop into a solid NFL quarterback to a great one. But it's like, how high do you rank each one? What do you think their ceiling is? And do you think the drop-off from those two to the next couple quarterbacks is farther than the drop-off from the first or second offensive tackle to the next tackle? Because if I can get Patrick Mahomes and rookie Joe Staley, or I'm going to end up with, I don't know, Tyrod Taylor and Eric Fisher, I don't know. I'm not going that way. I love Eric, but, it's just how far is the drop-off at each position? And if you're going to go with Eric Fisher instead of a Joe Staley, but you get Patrick Mahomes, where the other way around, the quarterback might not pan out, I'm locking up QB. I mean, you ask anybody in Chiefs Kingdom right now, you want to have a reasonable salary offer and have Patrick locked up long term, but it's kind of throw the bank at him a little bit right now. It's like, I don't think he's going to do that to us. I don't think he's going to overtax us, but that kid, you don't want him going anywhere. There's no. Somebody tried to spoof a trade to get Patrick Mahomes. I'm like, there's no number of picks. Brett Veach is like, you kidding me? There's no. Your next draft for the next 2 seasons, you can't have Patrick Mahomes. I'm sorry. That's just my fan opinion, as you can tell.
I think it's really everyone's opinion. No one's going to say he's going anywhere. I wouldn't trade the next, 5 first number 1 overall picks for Patrick Mahomes. It just wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Do you guys think at the end of the day, I know I dropped him down my board. I should probably share that again, folks. Sorry about that. Add that back in there. I dropped Tua down because, quite honestly, I'm not comfortable with it. If I'm in a GM's position, there's too many injuries. It's not just the hip; it's the string of them for me. The Herbert thing, I can't tell if that's smoke or not. I could see the Dolphins being happy with a guy that isn't going to be an alpha, that's going to move the ball and learn, and let their defense kind of take the lead there. But at the end of the day, whether Flores likes it or not, the quarterback's got to be the leader, right? So do you think that's what's going on here? Is Miami's looking at Herbert?
I think that they're looking at all the quarterbacks, to be really honest with you. Obviously, Joe Burrow is not going to be there for them, but you have, multiple options because of all of the picks that they have. So they could definitely be looking at Tua, at Herbert, at Love. I think those are the three guys that they're probably looking at. You never know. If maybe they want to go more cerebral, accurate passer like Tom Brady, they could probably even look at Jalen Hurts, who's probably going to be more of a running style quarterback in the NFL that's going to make accurate short passes and then go for that yard after catch thing. So they really kind of have multiple options here that I think they could work with.
That's a fair point. Want to shout out Brian Gooch as well as Jake Alec. Thank you for your super chats, guys. I appreciate the support. I'm wondering if I've been calling this the Love Hurts pick, right, for a while because I think that's just kind of funny, right? But if Mike Mayock doesn't think I'm funny, do you think there's an outside chance that Gruden's looking at Mahomes and going, Love can do most of what he can do, and I can teach him the rest? Is Gruden going up there to get the fourth quarterback on the board?
You go, Dan, because Ryan already knows where I stand on Jordan Love right now. As far as the
let him do it.
Projection with a capital P.
just let him, because that's not Patrick Mahomes. That's not.
No. And let me, and as Bernie Sanders would say, let me be clear. I am not saying that Justin Herbert is Patrick Mahomes. I am saying we are hearing the same things about Justin Herbert that we heard about Patrick Mahomes, which is why teams wouldn't make him the number one choice. And if they had it to do all over again, they would trip all over each other, running to the podium, virus or no virus, to say, give me Mahomes at number one. That's all I'm saying.
That was pretty good. It's like you're an actor.
Well,
almost.
First time ever. Never impersonated Bernie ever in my life.
Right, so. There you go. Okay. Hey, I want to give a shout out to my dad since he's texting me nonstop right now. So, Pop, get on the live stream, will you? Yeah. Gary Holland, you got a couple of questions I thought I saw here. I want to make sure that we get back to. I missed it. I'm going to have to scroll. Gary, throw those up there again. But Steve Concepcion, I want to get to your question. How does Andy need to improve as a head coach? And I think there's a couple of things that are kind of historical, but they didn't really raise their heads last season. If you guys were going to try to come up with something to maybe, hey, let's leave a little room for improvement, Danilo, where would you go?
With Andy, listen to the people that follow the team all season long, nonstop, and just give them a little ear. Don't, obviously, you're going to do what you're going to do because you're the coach. But when me and Ryan Tracy and I'm assuming Dan Harms and anybody, Seth Kaiser, who was dialed into the team is going, Mike Pennell and Reggie Ragland are going to change the Chiefs' run defense. Don't fight it for so long. Just like it was right there. It was like I drove to Tennessee to watch that game, and on the way down, an alert came up and said that Pennell was inactive, and I was like, "Why are you doing this? Have you seen Derrick Henry? Why are we doing this? He's not Reggie White or John Randall or whoever, but he's just a dude in the middle that does. It's like, no, he's Gandalf in the middle. You shall not pass." And I couldn't believe that they weren't. But then once they got them all nestled in there, him and Reggie, just our run defense. It was ad nauseum. I kept repeating week after week on the podcast I used to do last year with Chiefs Wire, shout out. Everybody talking about how bad our run defense was and dragging forward the numbers from the first 9 weeks of the season. But if you looked at the numbers from the first Denver game on, it was a different defense. It was not even close to the same. We were averaging under 100 yards allowed. So I think it's maybe don't be as pig-headed to I know he sees things a certain way, but I mean, if things aren't really working out, and maybe it was Spags. Maybe Spags was pulling the reins and going, maybe not. Just let's wait and see how this works out. But they came around. So, I mean, it's kind of like, do I want the big red shiny apple or do I want just the kind of big red shiny apple? I'm not going to complain too much about Andy Reid right now. People are starting to pick hairs now. It's getting a little ridiculous.
Some things are better than others, right? I wanted to go to this shot that they took it off as soon as I did, of course. That Zach over the Bengals head coach is sitting in a basement just like I am. And it's just really standing out to me that Rodgers in his basement. His is nicer than mine. I'll give him that. But
sure,
we're all doing the same thing this year. Hey, Jeff Porter made it in. Welcome, Jeff. And I want to say that this is such a unique year. I appreciate you two guys being here with me, and Matt will get on here eventually as well. Aaron Morrow, our mod for this channel, you are a champ, and I appreciate everything you do. And Jeff Porter just got here, you guys. And if you're somebody that bought the Athletic Matrix or you bought the draft guide, by the way, there was a late update I did Tuesday night. I got a couple more things done on the corners. Make sure you grab that before tomorrow. But I just want to give Jeff a shout out. Jeff is basically a research. There you go. He's a research assistant basically on steroids. Jeff is a professional, and I really appreciate the way that you tackled some of this working with me this year, Jeff. I hope that we can do it again next season. But guys, this is pretty dang unique, and I hope that we're all going to enjoy this for what it's worth. It might not happen again, you know.
You never know, man. This is actually really cool that how they got this all going. Everyone's online, and there's multiple people going through with their YouTube streams, and we're all watching the draft at the same time. It's just very unique, and it's really cool how they did this.
Yeah.
I think everybody needs to take a lesson from this. This is nothing new, drafting online, to anybody who's played fantasy football.
Yep.
But I've tried to petition this in the leagues I've been in the past. If we can't get together because we're in different areas, because I love a draft where you get together and you make a board and you put names. It's fun. But if you can't do that, this is a great idea. Get everybody on the screen together so you're like, you can see each other's reactions. You can watch what's going on and then have the draft going on in the side window. I think it'd be a lot more fun that way. And I think it could change the way a lot of things are working entertainment-wise going forward and school-wise. I mean, I like this. Just want to throw it in real quick. My daughter being home, she's home for the rest of grade 1 now. So we're going to have homeschooled her for half a year, but it's kind of a hybrid homeschool where like the teachers give us some projects to work on and give us some guidance on what they need done that day or that week. And then we get to do it. And it's awesome. It's a nice collaboration thing. And it'd be cool to see if going forward they go, well, you have the option. You can homeschool, or you can bring your kid to class and have class schooling, or you can sign up and register with the school and do a hybrid version where the teachers give you projects and you come in once a week or once a month or something to the class, and it's like a big group thing. Or a lot of things I think could be a lot different. This is just one of the more fun things and simple things for us to just enjoy and ponder, I think.
Yeah. Aaron, you have a good question, and I've been trying to poo-poo it and avoid it to this point.
Right.
But they're going to make a pick here. We're halfway through the clock for Cincy right now. So let's just ask here as we wind down to their first pick. I don't think that they're on the phone with the Chiefs, but I think somebody probably is. Do you guys feel like Chris Jones is a draft night trade, or do you feel that he's on this roster?
You know, I've always leaned towards him being on this roster. I think that after we got through that first, week and a half where everyone was speculating that he might be traded, that now he's going to stay here. That's where I lean towards, and I wouldn't be completely shocked if they traded him. You and I, Ryan, have talked about some of the things that we're not entirely sure about Chris Jones. And don't get me wrong, this team is 100% a better team and a better defense when he's on the field and on this team. But I'm not 100% sold that he is committed to getting better as a player. But we haven't really seen that all that much. His pass rush has gotten, is what it is. He's a phenomenal pass rusher. There's some areas that I feel like he could definitely improve, and I haven't necessarily seen that on the field. And again, it's not meant to be derogatory or hurtful towards Chris Jones. He's a phenomenal player. It's just I would love to see him use some of that. He likes to pump the crowd up and stuff like that, and use that more, improving some run games, not always just shoot straight up field on some of those run fits and try to take on a little bit more doubles and kind of hunker in there a little bit. So it's just, some little tiny issues that I would love to see him improve on. And I wouldn't be shocked if they traded him. I do think they would require a haul, though.
Yeah, you have to. You got to get the value no matter what.
Mr.
What do you
Cotta.
Go.
Ooh, Mr. Cotta. Arnold Horshack here. I mean, if we're sitting here watching the picks go down the line and they somehow get to the Panthers, okay, this is one thing I've felt for a while now. If they get to the Panthers, whose average defensive interior lineman is over 30 years old. They got some younger average guys. Most of their guys are over 30. If they get there and Isaiah Simmons is still on the board, I think that their owner, who made his fortune as a hedge fund manager and a Wall Street guy, He likes blue chip stocks. He likes guaranteed winners. I think he would be a guy that would come down to get Chris Jones and go, here's a ninth. How about this? We'll give you the ninth and we'll trade picks with you in the second and third. So we still get picks in Carolina, but you guys jump way up the board. You give us Chris Jones. I'm on that in a second. And to those out there who will say, well, you're not getting a top 10 pick for Chris Jones because the mathematics on the chart and all that. So you're going to tell me you're going to draft Derrick Brown, who's done nothing in the NFL, out of Auburn in the top 5 or 6 picks, but you wouldn't take Chris Jones, who's in his mid-20s and is a force. It doesn't make sense to me. I think GMs and people that are in power look at the reality of what this guy is. And on top of that, last thing I'll say with it is, with this muted preseason, maybe Sean Payton declared no preseason, nothing till the summer. I want to talk about that after, but yeah, you got guys going from 0 to you're in the NFL. You want Chris Jones doing that, or you want a rookie doing that?
Yeah,
I mean, and that's a conversation you always have to have, right? You always have to have that conversation though, because there's a lot of teams that go through that. Is it worth? Yes, he's a high end pick. But it's still always a question mark. You do see some of those top 15 picks fail every now and then. Yeah. There is a little bit of risk all the time, right, Dan?
Yeah, that's one of the problems, especially with this going into this season. You want veterans on this team, and that's why this running back campaign for the Chiefs has been so effective. They're bringing in a bunch of guys that were on the team last year for these 1-year contracts, and they know that experience in the system and in the NFL is going to be king this coming year. And whether they're going to have full practices at some point in the summer, if they are going to do anything remotely close to a preseason, they're going to have to be up to speed quickly. And the only way to do that is to have veterans and guys like Chris Jones and Rashad Breeland, Sammy Watkins, who they all brought back. So yeah, experience in this season is definitely paramount.
Yeah, I'm with you. It makes it difficult. Oh, and I left the banner up. Sorry, you guys. If you didn't notice, new streaming software trying to get the most out of this. We're up to like 350 people in here. I'm glad to see it.
That's impressive.
And it's thanks to you guys.
Cool.
So to follow on, like, it's the trade value versus the trade risk, right? So for me, again, here we go. As the pick comes in, if it's Joe Burrow, right, that's pretty straightforward. The next pick, we're thinking young at this point. But if it's not, what exactly, if you're a GM around the league, what are you doing to get up there? I mean, how much value do you have to get up to a top 3 pick that you feel comfortable with if you're one of these GMs? Dan?
Man, it's especially this year. I mean, I feel like there's going to be a bunch of trades in the draft, and you have your guys, your blue chip guys that you want, and you're going to have to give up quite a bit. Like, there's been talk about Miami trying to get by with not giving up their 5th round pick to move up, which is going to be extremely difficult, especially for a team like the Lions who really need to win this year. And without that 5th pick, I don't think that's going to happen. So we're talking about, if you don't include that, both of your other 1st rounds, probably a 1st next year. And really, it's a lot about mortgaging that future for some of these guys. And I just don't necessarily think that this is one of those drafts that you would want to mortgage a future on a player. And granted, like I said, I think we're going to see a lot of trades and moving down and trying to get back into the mid of the 1st round, late around the 20s for some of these teams. So if Miami does end up trying to get up to that 3rd spot, they're going to have to give quite a bit past that 5th round pick if that's what they're trying to do.
No.
Yeah.
Danilo,
I don't see them giving up that 5th rounder to move up, and they need more than a couple players. And the pick is in. And further to your real quickly, the considerations with Tua. I don't know if he's a Flores guy. He's kind of brittle. What's the choice for the Bengals?
I think we all know, right?
It is official. Joe Burrow is the number 1 pick of this draft.
Congratulations, Joe.
Yeah, right. Everybody,
keep your head on a swivel.
Duck, Joe, duck. And that brings us to, this is an AFC quarterback now. So looking at what he did in college, knowing that this is a team that still has a couple of weapons, How do you feel that this adjusts not only for the Cincinnati Bengals, but for that particular division? Does it make it more competitive, or is he going to have trouble having the cast and characters that he had at LSU, not having that caliber of crew in Cincinnati? What do you think Joe Burrow can do this year, Danilo?
I think with the picks that they have, if they're smart with them and don't waste them, like Dan said, they don't mortgage their future and they keep on, get a number of quality. There's a lot of depth in this draft. It gets really interesting in the 4th and 5th rounds where there's a lot of solid players still, particularly interior offensive linemen that could be really nice and be a real good wall. I'm just watching a little bit of the highlights there. But I look at Joe Burrow, and he reminded me, I haven't seen probably as much tape as you guys on him, but the tape that I watched was after a Coward show, Colin Coward, and he was talking about, he reminded him of Tony Romo, and I think it was because of the number 9 and the way he moved a little bit. But Romo always ran like he was looking for a place to slide and fall down. When I watch Joe Burrow, he reminds me of my now second favorite, because Patrick Mahomes is my favorite quarterback now. But before Patrick Mahomes, my entire life watching NFL football, Steve Young was my favorite quarterback. And he looks like a right-handed Steve Young. And that's a winning quarterback. Now, it took Steve a second. He wasn't ready to smoke fools year one. And well, not that we knew, because he was with LA Express, then he was with Tampa Bay. So, but I think he's got all the potential in the world. I think the tough thing is it's 1 year of production. 1 year of is this who he is? Or is this who he is because he sucker punched everybody? And if they had another year to adjust to him, like Deshaun Watson, 2 years in a row, he smoked Alabama, whether they won or not. So you knew what Deshaun was going to be to a certain degree. With Joe, it's that's a high bar. He set a high bar, 60 touchdowns. I mean, but he can make every throw. He's really mobile. Seems to be really accurate. He's not afraid to stand in there. He's a big, solid guy. He's not huge, but he's big and solid. I think he's got a lot of potential. Dan, what do you think?
Oh, man, I am a big Joe Burrow fan. I know that it was just 1 year. This is just 1 year, but I watched his tape in 2018, and then we talk about they brought in Joe Brady, and they changed the offensive system to more of that spread style that we're seeing in college, and that's leaking its way into the NFL. And the Bengals, I know that they've had some obviously issues with offense and Andy Dalton hitting his ceiling a while ago, but they have weapons. If AJ Green can stay healthy, they have speed, and AJ Green, who is at his peak a top 10 receiver, close to in the NFL, maybe 11, 12-ish, around that area. They're going to have John Ross, who is flamed out as one of those picks. He's got a lot of speed. I haven't been able to see much of him being able to track the ball very well in the NFL. But then they've got Tyler Boyd, who's a really good slot receiver. So if you can get some of those receivers just to stay healthy, I think that Joe Burrow's got a really good chance. Yeah.
This is if I look off to the side, I'm watching the ESPN feed on the side here.
Yeah, I've got it up on my TV.
It's all over the place. I'm like, oh my god.
No, Burrow's he's a very accurate quarterback. So, and then if they can upgrade that offensive line and keep him clean, they still have Joe Mixon, who's a very good running back. That they can put up some points in this league, and I think Burrow can get up there pretty quickly in terms of production.
What do you think of my comp, Dan? With my former favorite quarterback.
Oh, I think it's really good. He's right-handed. Steve Young. He's mobile. He's athletic. He's going to make plays inside, outside the pocket, and be accurate. And that's, like you said, a winning quarterback. I think that's what he can be.
Yeah, when he rolls out, he's looking to throw.
Yep.
He's always, and when it's over, he takes off, but he's looking to throw, and I really dig that. He's he knows he can run a bit, but he's not trying to, and that's a huge thing to try to curb young quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts, of trying to get them to not just take off and use their legs all the time, because it's a lot of getting hit in the pros, and everybody's faster and stronger than the guys you used to get hit by. So it gets tricky that way. The mathematics. The E equals MC squared, and all those things start to take a toll on your body that's not used to that. And I don't know. I think he's really good. I think it's good. Great pick.
Yeah. Hey, you got to take what you can take, right? And we're gonna argue about Hurts later, because I think Hurts has been run down a little bit.
Yeah.
My biggest vision, if you take his first season in Alabama and you put that in a vacuum, if he becomes if that's his start point, develop from there and be from that guy to what he could be all world. He could be amazing. He's like, it's kind of like he's got to pull a Randall Cunningham as a Viking, but like right away, right out of the box. Because Randall's like, when Randall went to the Vikings and stopped trying to run all the time, all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, this guy's deadly. But he was almost 40. I'm like, wait, it's like, why do you do
there's
that?
Nothing wrong with 40.
No, there's not. I know this. Trust me, I get my birthday. I have another 40-something birthday on the 29th. So I'm well aware. I've been 40 for a minute. But yeah, I think we'll talk about Jalen later. But yeah,
I just want to comment real quick while it's on the screen. Does Joe look like he should be in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back again?
Yes, 100%.
He's just like, he just threw me off with that reference. There was something else, man.
It looks like he lost like 10, 15 pounds.
I know, right?
Don't wear shirts like that, man. That does not help you. It's like you look like you're in the NBA draft, not in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Folks, I'll throw those names up every now and then so you know who we are if you're not familiar with us. I saw a couple of comments in there, so we won't leave them up all night, but there we go.
He looks like a Duke point guard.
White, maybe he is. You never know.
Seen Stranger Things, right?
Right.
He
won't get drafted, though. Not in the NBA. He won't get drafted because he's a white kid that hits threes out of Duke. Those guys, they'll set the records and they just won't get on an NBA team. I'm like, points matter. It doesn't matter where they come from. He can be a splash little brother.
I hit a three back in 1994 once.
Oh, they're not doing that, are they? Come on. Okay, see, I have a problem with this now. He's on the phone and they're showing. This is the one thing I was told. I was so excited about is don't show them on the phone because they're at home now. Like you don't have to show the green room because there's no green room. I don't want them to have this showing them on the phone thing.
Yeah,
like come on. It's. I like being surprised. I want to open my present. I don't want you to open my present and show me and then hand it to me. I want you to show me open it.
It's true.
It looks like he's a Redskin. Right?
Yeah, I love Ron Rivera's house, I gotta say, with the giant Redskin logo painting. That's great.
Good for him.
Folks, if you're trying to watch live and you don't want us to give it away, I took that screen over there while they're showing some green room type stuff. I don't want to give it away for anybody who's trying to enjoy the broadcast as well. We appreciate you hanging out with us while we're doing this. And here's the announcement of Chase Young, as expected. So there we go.
Did you see the player personnel guy from the Redskins? He's got like one of those fold-away TV dinner tray tables for your living room with his computer on.
Good for him. You know what? He spared no expense.
He's not even trying to flash it up at all. He's like, all that money's got to go to Chase. I can't afford.
Yup.
Putting a system in my basement right now. That's
well,
awesome.
2 picks down, 2 picks chalk. Nothing surprising here at this point. I have a question for you two, though. I've watched Young's film. I have to admit, he was not somebody I watched a lot of because I had pretty much banked on him going up here and not being a factor for Kansas City at all. But he's a singular player, a guy, again, that is often compared to the Bosa brothers. I still feel that Nick is probably the better Bosa brother. But a lot of folks have differing opinions on what Chase Young can be in terms of an impact on the NFL. Luckily, not playing in the Chiefs conference, but what do you see, Danilo, of what he's done to this point and what kind of thing he can bring to the NFL?
I feel like, first of all, the last thing you said, best thing about this pick, he's not in the AFC West. He's not a Bronco. Oh, my gosh. Every year they're getting somebody to chase our quarterbacks around. I've not been one of those people that get sold on, 4 most important positions, left tackle, quarterback, corner, and DN that rushes the passer. If you can get any one of those guys, you will never convince me. And maybe it's because I played semi-pro for 10 years. You'll never convince me that a defensive end as important or as impactful as a quarterback. We've had how many defensive ends have we seen come in that are like Ryan Kerrigan? It's great. What's his name? Oh my gosh, it's escaping me now. Jeez, number 90 for the Seahawks.
Clowney.
Clowney.
Clowney, yeah, Clowney. Guys like that come in. They're not winning the rings, man. They're not at next level, changing the whole team. They're impactful. They're important. Tamba Hali was great. Tamba Hali has 0 rings. You can't. I mean, I just think it's a position that people It's valuable, but I think they overvalue it. We brought over Emmanuel Ogbah and Alex Okafor, and they were awesome because they were rotational contributors that could get to the quarterback. That's one position where I'm not a big fan of the running back by committee. You don't need LaDainian Tomlinson, but you need like a Damian Williams. You need somebody who can be explosive and can make a special play out of your running backs. I think if you can have 4 guys who can get 5 sacks each, you got a 20-sack end every year. You don't need one guy that can do it. We had Justin Houston that could do it, was push the record, and then gets injured after he signs a gigantic contract. Give me 4 guys that can get 5 a year each, and we're getting them all for $2-3 million a year, $4 million a year at the most. I just don't see the same value as like those quarterbacks, or we don't really have shutdown corners anymore because in the college systems with like it's 4 wides and the tight end's like a wide receiver and the running back can run routes, and I mean it's like you shut down 1/6 of the field, one little strip, and the rest of the field's got horse races going on. So I just don't see that same value. I would, if I was MO, to try to trade out. Because I've watched a lot of tape on a lot of guys, and there's guys from North Dakota that I think are great. There's guys from Tulsa that I think could be impactful. I wouldn't roll the dice and put that much money in the bank on one guy. Although, you know what? You get a dog like Frank Clark. That made a difference.
And I want to ask Matt that because luckily, thank you, Matt. It's nice to see you. Folks, Matt Derrick from Chiefs Digest is here, powering the draft board. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. 2 picks down, 2 picks chalk. What's your impression so far? Anything that we can take away from this in any way, shape, or form for Kansas City?
Other than it's 7:37 and 2 picks that we already knew were going to be made or in. So
right.
Get ready for a late night. 11:30. We'll figure out what the Chiefs are going to take. It won't be that bad. But
all good.
In for a long night, and who knows if we're going to even get to see a pick or not.
Yeah, that's my question. Are we going to go to midnight and not get a pick?
I'm here for the long haul.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, man, if it's like the Love Hurts situation, like you said, and we stay up all night to end up finding out we're going to get 2 or 3 more picks in the top 100, I'll still crack that hazy pale IPA I showed you earlier, right, to celebrate, because I like having those extra picks in the top 100. There's a lot of meat on that bone. And
here goes our 3rd pick. Jeff Okudah goes to the Lions.
More shocking information.
Right,
Again,
right. At least they made it quicker.
Why can't they just – I know you're allowed to sign the first – if you're the first pick overall, you're allowed to draft and sign your guy before the draft. Why can't you just mail that into the NFL and then, okay, now number 2, you're on the clock whenever you want to – you could get like 5 picks off the board before draft night even happens.
There's no one
because these guys know they're locked in.
Well, the Bengals knew they were picking Burrow. They still waited until there was like 3 minutes left on the clock to say, oh, we're going to pick Joe Burrow.
No, it's the Bengals. They were still thinking it over.
Well, you got to remember, this is the NFL, so nobody wants to give away anything. Everything is all top secret.
You're right.
So this is more important than national security right here.
Still waiting to see if somebody's going to trade me 17 picks. Yeah, exactly.
So I like where you're going with that, Matt, though. I think it will start to pick up here as the board falls a little bit. Do you think what we're in for, all joking aside, I know that there's been a couple of rumors today about the Chiefs being a little bit more active in trying to search for some trade partners or at least feel them out. I know a couple of days ago you were pretty certain that Jones is staying, and I think I agreed with you. Does anything change for you today?
Not really, because Chris Jones is the guy that if you're going to trade him, that's not something that just can happen on a whim, and it can't happen in the middle of the draft. That's going to be something that has been in the works for a while, because the only way you're going to trade Chris Jones is if somebody's going to give him a contract, and they're going to pay him. So that means that, Michael Katz and his brother, the agents have got to have been involved. They need to have been talking with a team for a while and have had some background talks, because this isn't something that's going to come together in 5 minutes on draft night. And we've gotten no whiffs whatsoever that any of that background conversation and discussions have been ongoing, which is what makes it, to me, it very unlikely that Chris Jones goes. I mean, hey, could Leonard Fournette, leave Jacksonville because he's got a contract? I mean, that's what you're going to pay. You know what you're going to get, and that's a done deal. With the Chiefs, nobody's going to pay what the Chiefs want for Chris Jones, knowing that they only have the franchise tag and maybe another franchise tag on him. They got to have a contract done. And without that being discussed and without it being in place, that can't happen. That's not going to happen in a 10 minutes when you're on the clock.
Question. What if we were talking about everybody keeping everything close to the vest and nobody, it's world, it's state secrets. What if last night our wonderful Brett got to reach Veach, made a last minute 11th hour sign and trade deal and signed Chris Jones and extended his contract, knowing because he can carry that bubble before the draft and it doesn't matter on the cap because he's going to be gone the next morning. He's got like a window before it's actually official and it's got to fit underneath. So he could have signed him last night knowing that they were going to offload that contract today. What about how would that change things, if at all?
I mean, the only real catch with that is that it's technically the trade has to happen before the contract because any signing bonus, anything like that, would accelerate for the Chiefs. So, I mean, it's basically got to be a hand-to-hand deal. So it would be very difficult to get that done. But to your point, I mean, could there be secret negotiations? Could there be, and could that be happening at a level that's just not leaking out? I mean, it certainly could happen. I mean, I can't rule that out. And, there's always can be shadow negotiations going on in the league when it comes to contracts and when it comes to agents maybe reaching out. And if Chris Jones' agents had permission to talk to other teams about making a deal, then yeah, I mean, some of the conversations could absolutely be happening. I think the only thing that makes it, really question whether it's going to happen is that it's usually hard to keep those things quiet. Now, it would probably be easier right now in the current environment when you don't have 25 people in the draft room and everybody knows what's going on. It's probably a little bit easier now. But, I even go back to last year with the Frank Clark deal. I mean, that was a deal that had to get done before the draft. That was not something that could happen on Thursday night. I mean, you really need to have that in the works. So that's the only thing that makes me think that it's not going to happen, but I'm not going to slam the door completely. I mean, it's within the realm of possibility still.
Veach's wife is feverishly texting in the corner. Brett just said this. That's about it. That's the only way that's getting out. Or if he's got kids that can text, I don't know.
Folks, I want to do a shameless plug right here. I'm going to turn these guys off.
That is shameless.
Since Matt's going to go in here and give us his opinion, go get this. You can get it anywhere. It's all around town. I don't even care if you use my promo code anymore. Matt, this is incredible, and I appreciate you jumping on. And folks, please check this. This is awesome. It sits back here on my shelf. You guys haven't seen it in the streams because it's not bright enough.
You got to tell them the promo code because they get 25% off. So,
I forgot. It's locked.
That's a deal.
It's locked 25 is what it is. You guys go get that. Oh man!
Go to triumphbooks.com/ChiefsWin. Lock 25, right?
Yes, lock 25, and the link should be in the show notes, you guys. You should see it in the description, so that should be pretty straightforward. One big question that I want to kind of shift gears before we get this next pick in and maybe something starts to change. A lot of people questioning the linebacker group. Aaron, I lost where you asked that question. I think it was Metal Rocker that asked that, a longtime contributor to the chat. But I think there's 4 top ones, in my opinion, 3 that are really set themselves above, and I include Isaiah Simmons in that. To start with, Matt, do you feel that Isaiah Simmons should be allocated as a linebacker, or do you see him at another position?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I mean, I think he is what you'd really consider a linebacker. Maybe you can put him as a slash safety. He is that type of player. He is an interesting. I mean, he's a tweener. I mean, he truly is. He's a guy that's got a couple of different positions that he could play. Sometimes the tweener guys are the guys that you sometimes find difficulty finding a place for. So I think that's the real question with Simmons is if he can play enough coverage and drop back enough to be able to be considered a safety. That's going to be, I think, hard for him to adjust to at the next level. But as far as being a run around chase linebacker and make tackles, I think he can do that. I don't think there's any problem there. But yeah, I would classify him as a linebacker. I think that's where he would fit in most schemes, more so than the hybrid type of a Tyrann Mathieu. I mean, I don't think he's quite that. I mean, I think he's something different entirely.
And there's a couple of guys.
I think he's the reverse of the Honey Badger. I think he's where Honey Badger is like safety, can do corner, and a little bit of linebacker. I think he's linebacker, can do safety, and a little bit of DB. And I think what's really nice about him is you can change your formation without losing a skill set. You can change your formation on the field to whatever the offense brings out without having to sub somebody in. So we need a box safety all of a sudden. We were in base formation. Now we need a box safety. Okay, well, Isaiah, just move inside. Okay, we want to blitz a DB off the edge. Why not blitz a DB that's long and tall and runs a 4.42 or 4.39 or whatever it was he ran? I think that's what intrigues me the most, his versatility. And I would just to see him with Spags. Oh my God, Spags would have. They'd be like, "Where is he now? Where is he now?" You know, I just think it'd be a lot of fun to watch. But we'll see. I think he could go right here. What do you guys think about this next pick? What's going to be?
I think it's either Simmons or Wirfs, but we'll see.
That's kind of my inkling as well. I was hoping somebody would trade in for it, but I don't know. They seem real dug in on Daniel Jones. So I got to think, as strange as a lot of folks feel Dave Gettleman is, I think in his head, he's going down a path that includes Daniel Jones at the front of it. And I think that tackle might be the big thing that he has to do. I've got that, man, that really is small when we go 5 ways on this feed, but it's up there, you guys. Joe Judge, his house is bigger than mine.
Mine too, but, you know.
It better be. It should be.
He just got there.
So
right.
Tom Brady just got to Tampa Bay. He's renting out,
parks.
Joe Judge is in Marina Del Rey in California. Are you kidding me? He's got the windows all blacked out to hide the sunshine and palm trees. He's on vacation.
All right. We're not going to leave Mel up there, though. Mel can do his thing. We'll do ours.
Look at Gettleman. I'm looking at Gettleman on ESPN. Gettleman looks like he's in like a library at the White House. He's got all the crown molding on the walls behind him and like, just move the bookshelves out while I'm doing this. I need to focus. I'm like, all right.
Well, the thing that I find really interesting about him is he's the wild card, I feel. Like, it makes sense for me if they go tackle here. You could see them do a couple of other things as the commissioner is about to actually announce it. I think if he stays chalk, it helps everybody else. But, man, he's been a wild card in the past.
Yeah.
Does he go? He does. And here's the hiccup. It is not one of the big two. It's Andrew Thomas out of Georgia, a guy that can probably play on both sides, has great feet.
That's good.
I'm pretty impressed. I didn't expect him to be tackle one. Blows up my board, folks. If you remember my board, if I could share it again, I would, but I can't. So we'll come back to that later. But, okay, what does that do? I think that selects another player to drop down, pushes everything back down to the Chiefs one more spot. I actually like this happening here. Dan, what's your take on it from what you saw the tackles?
I think this is great. I don't know if Thomas was my offensive tackle one. He's definitely 1 or 2 for me. I think he was one of the most ready to come in and start right away. And you have to figure that with Daniel Jones being that, he's got to be the guy going forward, and they have to protect him. And some of his fumbling issues and trying to get out of the pocket and escape pressure was not good for them. So I think Thomas is going to be able to come in and play, like you said, left or right, whichever they need at that moment in time. And they're going to have that pick now, a tackle for the foreseeable, 10 plus years to help protect Daniel Jones in the future, that organization.
Yeah. I think it's going to be impressive. And like I said, I think he's going down his path. He's going to do what he can to support that style of play. That's perfectly fine. I had Thomas third. I think Tristan Wirfs is more athletic. I feel like Wills is a little more nasty.
Yeah.
But the athleticism of Thomas is clearly there. And like you said, he can play multiple positions for you. I think he could be a guy that ends up moving at some point in his career, but I think he's definitely going to be somebody that can help them do what they want to do. And just for my cousins and everybody down in Athens, there's your first dog, folks.
I'm just watching them smoke and seal off fools on the ESPN broadcast.
He's good.
And I'm like, this goes back to my other thing about the drop off from a different position player when we talk to quarterbacks and ends. Guys like Andrew Thomas, being down here in the South, in the mid-South now, I'm like in Kentucky. Guys like that, that's why I put a premium on a guy like Isaiah Simmons, because Gettleman could have grabbed Isaiah Simmons, which he could be the next evolution of LT. He could be the next Lawrence Taylor type, does crazy things that you don't expect out of a linebacker. and still came back and got an offensive tackle that was a top 3 or 4 at the top of round 2. Now that adds an interesting thing for me because I'm like sitting here looking at a defensive-minded head coach of Miami, and Isaiah Simmons is sitting right there. Does he really believe in Tua? Is Justin Herbert his guy, or does he go, give me that crazy man that's going to be flying all over the place in the middle of the defense, creating havoc?
And that's really the question. I want to point out something, folks, for all of you who did grab the board. This green icon does indicate Andrew Thomas. It was captain, leader on that board. And for some teams, that makes a big difference. The Chiefs are one of them. They do look at that.
Yeah.
They do take that into account. I think that that's important. I think that probably helped them make that selection here. Matt, I know you're intently, and I don't want to take you away from what you're doing because I know you're intently paying attention to what's going on, but this next pick is kind of the first hurdle in what could do everything from here forward. How do you see this playing out? Do you think that this is going to be Tua?
I think it is. I mean, the Dolphins need a quarterback. I mean, that's what they're lacking. I mean, that's the next piece they need to build around, and that's the one. It certainly seems like all the momentum's been going that way. We'll see, but from everybody I've talked to in Miami, they seem to think that Tua is going to be the guy. Nobody's completely convinced, but just circling back to the Giants pick real quick with Thomas. I mean, the most Gettleman thing about this is I think you alluded to. I think they could have moved back 3 or 4 picks at least,
Probably,
and still gotten the guy they wanted. So if they didn't try to move and see if there was somebody who wanted to jump up in front of them, especially if somebody wanted to jump in front of Miami, get Tua.
We'll never know.
I think we know.
We'll never know now.
I think we know.
That's the thing we
I
won't
think
find
we know
out.
too. Yeah, like I said,
Sorry, go ahead, Dan. I cut Dan off.
That's the most Gettleman thing I can say is that they got the guy they wanted when they could have picked up some more picks and still gotten the guy they wanted.
Yeah, and I think the guy on the screen right now, Chris Greer, has got to be leaving us by a relief that, especially the Chargers, if they really wanted one of those quarterbacks, didn't try to jump up a couple spots. They have enough to move. My question for let's start with Danilo because I know he's got an opinion. I think Tua doesn't go till later. I think the injury risk is too much. So, is this Tua or is it Herbert in your opinion?
Wow. Well, I mean, I was going to say the one thing that Miami has is they are akin to the situation we had in Kansas City when we grabbed Patrick Mahomes, in that I think Ryan Fitzpatrick would be a great tutor and he would be very giving and very willing to help Tua. They would give him a full year of recovery time and let all those nicks and injuries get better and let him build up a little more musculature to maybe protect him from those hits. And maybe he's their guy. Maybe he's been their guy all along. I was on the West Coast for the last 20 years. I kind of like Justin Herbert. I just watched the kid, the velocity on the ball, the mobility. I mean, like he's 6'6", and he's probably a couple steps faster than Patrick. So the guy can do some things that a lot of guys can't do. Now, is he the great leader that Patrick is? I watched Patrick's tape. I love his tape. I didn't know he was that fiery as when we saw him in the playoffs this year. I'm watching that Texans game, and we're doing the comeback. I'm rewatching her. I'm like, that's why we're winning this game, because we just scored to come within a touchdown to them. And Patrick's like, here it goes. He's fired up. He's pumping the arms. And Deshaun Watson's on the sideline eating like sunflower seeds. Like, what's going on, dudes? What's up? We're quiet. Like, I can't. That doesn't work for me, man. Like Tom Brady used to be up 20 points and still be going, let's go, to everybody that would listen to him. That matters to football players. And I don't know. Like, I watched that the bowl game for the Ducks, and Herbert was showing that. He was showing that he cared. He was showing that he wanted to be a leader. But who knows? I mean, Flores is defensive minded. I know Chris Greer's got a great moment right now, though. He's got to be loved. He's sitting there looking at everything in front of him, going, I got so many choices.
Yeah, they do, and they did. The pick is in. It is Tua going to Miami. I hope that works out for them. I like what you had to say about Fitzpatrick. How do you see that balancing out, Mr. Harms, with young Tua and the Fitz machine?
I think I think Fitz can help him be a little bit more, I won't say, risk taker, because I think that Tua has a lot of accuracy. He makes a lot of good plays, but Ryan Fitzpatrick is one of those guys that he's just like, let's go out there. He kind of reminds me of Jameis Winston. They both want to just throw the ball down the field, and it might not work out, but it might work out. I feel like that's something that Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's made a lot of plays in the NFL and played for a bunch of teams, and we all call him Ryan Fitzmagic when he had the Buccaneers, in really start off the season. I think it was 2 years ago, but they were really, really good. And Ryan Fitzpatrick is out here throwing a bunch of touchdowns per game. So I think we can see him kind of maybe help Tua mold some risk-taking chances and pair that with his his accuracy and his tendencies to play a little bit safer at times. I think we could definitely see him. I think he's going to definitely take a year off. That would probably be the best, especially considering Fitzpatrick already knows the system, and with off-season workouts possibly not happening, and experience in the system is always going to be a very important thing. And putting a young guy who's got injury issues into a season that he's probably not going to be properly prepared for is not a great idea. So I definitely think that Fitzpatrick can help him in that regard and prepare him for what's going to be like in the NFL.
Yeah, I agree with you, Matt. When you look at this down the road, clearly they're not a contender. But I like what Flores is doing. I like how they're moving forward. Can you see in a few years that this fit is good enough that this Miami team might be somebody that the Chiefs have to contend with?
I can definitely see it. I mean, I think Tua, if he stays healthy, it can be a generational quarterback. I mean, I think he can be in that group. I mean, it's going to depend on the coaching. It's going to depend on how he develops. And you talked about, what this offseason is going to be like. That's going to be really tough for this entire rookie class, because they're not going to have that offseason program to go into it. They're going to end up at a training camp at some point. We still don't know when that's going to be exactly. Yeah. And that is the work that the rookies get during basically those 13 practices between OTAs and rookie minicamp. It's so invaluable, because without that, they would absolutely show up lost at training camp. And for a quarterback in particular, I think that's going to be very challenging. Miami is this place where they're not going to have to throw him in there immediately. That's the great thing. I mean, they can let him sit. He can learn, as you've talked about, behind Fitzpatrick. I think that's a really good situation for him to not get rushed. And yeah, Ryan, I think the Dolphins are still, a couple of years away from being a competitive team. But with all of the picks that they've got this year and next year, 2022, 2023, this is going to be a good team if they draft well.
Yeah, and I like that they can build a defensive backbone. Clearly, they have a playmaker here if they're able to keep him healthy. I still have questions about that. I do feel this was a risk. I'm not going to hang them for it. I really am not looking to curse anybody. But if it doesn't work out, this is a pick that may have set them back. I mean, yes, they have 2 other first-round picks. So I think of all years, this makes taking a risk, even if you feel that it is at number 5, probably something that you can overcome if you have to. Do you think that played into it, Matt?
It could have, but a lot of people are talking about this, inside the league and not really seeing from a medical standpoint that it's a risk. I mean, they feel like with the injuries that he's had, that they're not really indicative of a fragile, injury-prone quarterback. They're a little bit of a fluky nature. But there's indications everybody feels pretty good about what the medicals are. I mean, if there's consideration of a risk with a player, they really feel like it's just a risk about whether the player can develop and grow into somebody. And with Tua, I think there's a lot more confidence that he's got the basic skills, the athleticism, work ethic, all of those things to be able to continue to develop and to become that franchise quarterback that maybe some of the other guys don't have. Herbert, I think's got it. I mean, he's got so many things you can't coach, which is, size and a big arm. Get those tools and coaches can do something with that. But I don't see a lot of people inside the league thinking that Tua's a risk. I mean, I think that they feel like the medicals are okay and that he's the guy that can develop into a franchise quarterback.
Let me say something real quick.
Get in there.
Ryan knows I'm not always great at getting to the point. If somebody asked me in one statement, what would be your concern with Tua? You were in college football with the best offensive line in college football, and you couldn't stay healthy. It's not going to get better at the next level, protection-wise. how does that project into somehow you're not going to be you're going to be more durable? That's what scares me. That's the only thing that scares me.
Well, I wonder if that doesn't, again, play into these other 2 first-round picks that they have. Clearly, tackle talent in the top of this draft is something that they can bolster and protect him with. I do think that there's probably a weapon involved at 26 particularly. If maybe they have to take a receiver type first, okay. But either way, I think at this point it becomes about how you run your offense, get the ball out quick, a la Tom Brady, et cetera. And that's honestly, we were talking before Matt came on about how much of an impact a rusher like Young can have these days. It's about the offense and how quickly they get the ball out. And maybe that's something that can protect Tua. Dan, I know you've seen them run some quicker offense in some places. Do you think that's something that Tua can do effectively?
Yeah, I think so. Alabama, when we're looking at Alabama's film, they had 3 first-round draft picks at wide receiver. These guys got open really quick, and their best receiver, Waddle, who's coming out next year, maybe even Smith, who probably possibly projects better than some of Judy as well as Ruggs. So they have a lot of extremely talented wide receivers who get open pretty quickly. I think it's going to be important for them to establish that quick, the quick style offense in the beginning to help him get into rhythm and then start seeing the field a little bit better, because these guys are running wide open at Alabama. He's often hitting guys, 50 yards down the field, and they're just streaking wide open down the field. So I do think that it's going to be important to help him get that quick striking, slant offense and that kind of thing, get the ball out quick and get that more of a mindset, not always have to look back and look for that deep shot down the field and then take it from the short pass game and then develop it down back in and put the deep balls back down into his offense. And that would help him a little bit better.
I hope this isn't Herbert.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
For him, I hope it is.
Oregon. Welcome to the AFC West. So this is a big question. I think.
Sorry, Las Vegas.
I think this was the quarterback that the Chargers were looking at the entire time.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how they're going to go about it with weapons like Keenan Allen. They got Eckler back to try and secure that back there, give him something to lean on. Matt, I want to go to you first. Is Eckler something that they can actually accomplish that with and protect a guy like Herbert, or is he there to be an outlet?
I think a little bit of both, but I think it's in this league right now. I mean, I think you've seen it's all about getting a guy targets, and that's what they did. I mean, they made sure that if they were going to go get a quarterback, that they've got targets for them to succeed. And I mean, that's the Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Brett Veach philosophy, which is if you're going to have a young quarterback starting for you, make sure you surround him with all the weapons that he needs to be a success. And so, I think it's a good situation for him. Absolutely. I do wonder. I mean, there were some smoke screens about the Chargers might be interested in Tua. I think Herbert is definitely a better match for what they want to do and what they have there. So, it's going to be just a matter of whether or not he develops. But hey, AFC West, everybody's got a quarterback now except the Raiders. Raiders got to go get their young quarterback now.
They got a couple of half quarterbacks at this point. I don't know that they're done, but all right, Danilo, talk to me about Herbert. Give me all your background.
I mean, the Chargers looking at Patrick Mahomes twice a year. Think of his first game. Think of the Chargers. Okay, that skill set that Patrick has shown, that skill set coming on late in the season that Drew Lock showed out of Denver. Anthony Lynn was down there going, I'm getting me one of those. If he's there, there's no question. I'm going to get Justin Herbert, and I'm going to be able to compete with these guys in these 50 to 48 shootouts. I'm excited about how offensive crazy the AFC West is going to get. Miami better get a running back in the first round that can pass pro and be a weapon, because they need that extra. They're going to need that extra time for Tua once he comes along. But this team, I mean, Mike Williams and Keenan Allen are sitting home going, oh, I can just run as fast as I can? You mean I can just go as fast as I can and the ball's going to be in front of me every time? That's a very scary premise as a Chief fan. I'm like, they got somebody that can deliver the ball as deep. I don't know about the accuracy yet, but as deep as Patrick can, pretty much. And give or take a few yards. I mean, at his pro day, they asked him. They said one of the coaches was talking to him. He goes, "I'm going to head down the field there a little bit. Where do you think I should line up? I want to see where the balls are coming in." He goes, "I think I can line up around the 50." He goes, "You might want to go a little further than that." The balls are landing 65, 67 yards downfield. So, I mean, that's a great get for the Chargers. My buddy Greg Shelby out in San Diego is going to be very excited about that, even though they're not in that town anymore. That's still his team. Yeah. So that's a great move for them because they're opening up the new stadium. This kid's going to sell tickets. They couldn't fill the stands the last couple of years. This kid's going to sell tickets at the big stadium, whenever that is, whenever we're allowed to go back there.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think offense is the key. Matt, is that play into the factor that you got to put a new face on this new franchise as they hit a new field?
I think it certainly helps. I doubt it was the overriding factor there, but I think it's not a coincidence in timing that they're going in a different direction as a franchise without Phillip Rivers at the same time that they're making the move. And this is the guy that does put a new face on the franchise. So I think it helps, but I think it's probably just a more coincidental timing than anything because, Rivers was at a point where they were ready to move on and do something different. And I don't think it really mattered that they're at this state of flux with the franchise anyway. And I don't know if anybody's going to help them all of a sudden find fans in Southern California. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen there in LA eventually. I don't see it's lasting, but, I've been wrong before. So I don't know if this is the move that all of a sudden makes them darlings, but it's not a bad step for the franchise. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, maybe makes them darlings again, right? I'm ready to hear about how they're going to win the division as always. My big thing is they have to make a concerted effort, in my opinion, from this point forward to build that protection for him. Because I don't think they have enough right now. I think they took some chances at the guards in particular. I think they have to revamp that offensive line. And my big question, and we'll start with you, Dan Harms, looking at what Herbert's physical talent is, do you try and get more athletic to use some of his physical traits, get him outside the box and let him do some Mahomes-like things?
I think that they'll probably test the waters with that. They have Tyrod Taylor. They've spoke a lot about how they think that Tyrod is the guy that they wanted to at least have this bridge year with. And, Tyrod's not going to put up a bunch of numbers, but I'm going to say he's more in terms of what Alex Smith was to Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't turn the ball over a lot. So I think that they're going to bring in Herbert and try to do what, the Chiefs did with Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes in that relationship and take a guy who's more apt to, use that big arm and try to throw it downfield and try to see if they can get some of those turnover-worthy plays down and understand to maybe you don't always have to chuck it down the field or fit it into this tight of a window all the time. And I think that that's something that is necessary for Herbert to get going in the NFL and learning how to take some open checkdowns once in a while, maybe run for 5-yard first down where we saw Alex Smith do all the time, and just take that open free play to the side and limit those mistakes. And that's really what Justin Herbert needs to do. If he can mold that with his big arm, he's got all the talent in the world. I think that they can actually be a very successful offense going forward.
Matt, I want to ask you, when you look at the rest of the quarterback class here, if I could slide this over, there really, I think, are only a couple of options still remaining at this point. I'm not worried about Eason. I'm not worried about Fromm. With the Raiders, like you said, the only team in the division that could possibly upgrade at this point, do you think that that's really going to be the play for them, Mike Mayock and Gruden in particular? And do you have anybody that you feel is a better fit?
I mean, not really. I mean, I think you're right. I mean, to me, looking at this quarterback class, if they're gonna take a chance, I think it's gonna have to be a later round pick, and maybe it is an Eason or Fromm. Tell you what, there's a lot of people love Jalen Hurts, and I mean that's the guy that everybody's probably either loves or hates. That's the guy. I think if you're a Chiefs fan, you probably don't want to end up in Oakland because I think he's got a lot of upside, and there's a big X factor there. But yeah, I mean, at this point, if the Raiders went out and picked up Jordan Love, I think that'd be fine if you're a Chiefs fan, because I'm not sure that's a great setup for them. But they seem to right now, the Raiders seem to be thinking that, whereas I think the Chargers and the Broncos believe that the way that you're going to beat the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes is find a way to outscore them. I think the Raiders are the only ones thinking, okay, well, we got to build defense. That's how we're going to build it first. I do think they're going to probably look at receiver in this. And I wouldn't be surprised if they went receiver in the first round, especially right now with all the receivers still out there. And there's probably going to be somebody really good available for them. But I don't think at this point the Raiders, draft value-wise, I don't think taking a quarterback's the right move. But the Raiders are going to Raider.
Well, one guy that's not going to be available for them to probably overdraft if they were doing that is Derrick Brown.
Wow.
He is now going to Carolina. I know there was a lot of concern about him going this high. I'm a little surprised by that.
Yeah.
When I watched his film, I thought he was dominant when he needed to be. I felt he was inconsistent at times. I will say this. I think I'm happy he's not in the AFC West or in the AFC, to tell you the truth. But, Matt, when you look at possibly dodging a bullet there, does that make you feel like, again, the AFC in general looks to be looking at offense, and maybe the NFC is still looking to build defense in combating Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a kind of a fair look at it. And, hey, Derrick Brown's the kind of guy that when you say he can dominate at times and is inconsistent, first thing I think of is that's exactly the same thing that Chris Jones, people said about him coming out of college. So him being over in Carolina is, I think, a fine thing for the Chiefs. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I do. I mean, I think you are going to see more of the AFC teams going towards offense because I think that you're right. I mean, I think that with what you have in the AFC right now developing and the teams that where they are as far as what it looks like the teams to beat, whether it's the Chiefs, whether it's I want to say the Texans, but I think Bill O'Brien's always going to hold them back. But there's a lot of quarterbacks right now, a lot of young quarterbacks. And I think everybody's perception is that the future is that it's, and the way the league is that you're right. It's the philosophy, I think, is going to be that you got to outscore people. You can't just, you're not going to be able to stop Patrick Mahomes. You're not going to be able to stop Deshaun Watson. You're not going to be able to slow these guys down. You got to figure out a way to sort of slow them down, but you got to outscore them too. If you can't score 30 points, I don't think you're going to win a championship in the AFC.
Yeah. I mean, Danilo, this has got to be a pick. I know you liked him, I think, from our conversation last week, but are you surprised that this is where he ends up in Carolina here?
No, I mean, I heard a lot of people talking about that, and I thought that's why I said earlier, that's what was my opinion from day one, was why are you going to take a chance on a guy that's basically essentially being compared a lot? I mean, he's a slightly different build and style of player than Chris, but similar concerns coming out, and one's a proven product and one is not. One's a Super Bowl champion that's going to put butts in seats, and one maybe he will, maybe he won't. But this mentality you talked about at the NFC of people like, well, let's build a defense to stop Patrick Mahomes. If people didn't learn after the Super Bowl last year, the problem is Patrick Mahomes leading an offense is like wrestling a zombie with no weapons. You're holding it off and you're holding it off and you're holding it off until you get tired, and it doesn't. And it keeps coming and it keeps coming and it keeps coming. You're not going to get a better defense than San Fran had last year. And it was amazing until there was 10 minutes to go. And then it got eaten alive by the zombie. So people that are thinking they're going to beat us without being able to keep up with us, keep thinking that. That's cool. 4 rings in a row sounds great. Just keep that up. I mean, our AFC compatriots look like they're trying to make it hard on us because I think Locke and Herbert in our division is great. And if Jalen Hurts is sitting there in round 3, if I'm the Raiders, I'm all over that. Just to be another wild card of like, he can do some different things too. I'm not surprised that they went interior D-line. Like I said, their guys are all 30 plus. So
yeah.
Cardinals? What the Cardinals do?
I haven't seen it yet. Looks like the commissioner's about to make this announcement.
Isaiah Simmons.
Ooh.
And boom, you had your chance.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I want to say welcome to the Carolina fans that are in the chat. I do see you guys. I'm sorry for what just happened to you. You're going to be okay, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my, that's how bad is Carolina
NFC
right now?
Thank you very much, NFC.
Yeah, I mean, this is a turn of events. I thought this was going to be a target that we could see somebody in the AFC be trying to play up specifically to aim themselves towards defending the middle against Patrick and Kelsey. And for those of you that aren't Chiefs fans that are in the chat, we're well over 500 now. Welcome. I hope you guys are all having a good night.
Nice.
You guys, we do cover the Chiefs predominantly here, but we'll talk about your teams as well. I think this is a really interesting pick. I want to see how he's deployed. That's my biggest question about Isaiah Simmons. I think he's going to be a decent fit down there. I think they're doing something good in Arizona at this point. Matt, does this make it any more possible that I can finally be right for once and Patrick Peterson actually gets out of Arizona?
Patrick Peterson will never get out of Arizona.
He's dying there.
Yeah, there's just no chance. No, they're never going to let him go.
No.
At this point, he might as well just, wait, because they might actually become a winner eventually. So
I know, right? Hold on.
Getting some help on defense. They got a quarterback. They might actually start becoming a team.
Why do I feel like though he's going to be the Justin Houston, Tom Bahaley, Ron Parker of that team? Give a great effort for years and years, and then miss the championship by that much. Not be on the team by 1 year.
It's a shame. I'm utterly intrigued by this pick. Harms, tell me what this does for the Cardinals, other than give them a great athlete. But I'm surprised, quite frankly, they didn't go look to expand on the offense. I know Carolina's upset; their fans are upset. But is this the best pick in your opinion, for these Cardinals?
I'm gonna say no, and it's not because Isaiah Simmons isn't a phenomenal player, athlete. You're gonna win with him on defense. He can play everywhere. He's gonna do a lot of things for a defense. But we're talking about the Carolina. Carolina. You missed out on Isaiah Simmons. No, we're talking about the Cardinals, and they need to shore up that offensive line. And Kyler Murray is a special quarterback, in my opinion. And I think that they could very well be contenders in the next year or two with Kyler Murray as their quarterback. So I think they should have taken an offensive tackle instead of Isaiah Simmons. But, I mean, he's one of the top, 2-3 players in this draft, and Simmons is an absolute stud. He's going to play in the box. He's going to play outside the box. He's going to drop back in coverage. He's going to blitz. He's going to do it all for that defense. So he's going to be around, the NFC West for a long time, and he's going to make some quarterbacks very mad.
They get a tackle at the top of the second round, though. That's the best. That's the best move of the night so far, or tomorrow. That could be great for them.
Yeah,
man. Yeah, they better get a tackle.
They got to.
For Kyler.
I agree. I think this is really interesting. It looks like the pick is in for Jacksonville, who I thought was going to be one of the prime teams to move out of their pick. Clearly, this whole topsy-turvy offseason has not turned into a slew of trades, at least at the top of the draft. Matt, does that surprise you in any way?
Not really, because, the only thing that may surprise me a little bit is that there just wasn't apparently any interest in teams moving up to get anybody. And I think part of that is stemming to what, Brett Veach even talked about, and some other people have talked about too, which is that nobody has a real good feel for what other teams were maybe, honing in on and looking for. I mean, usually when you've got teams that are jumping up, it's because they know that, hey, team at number 7 wants player X. This right now, this draft is unfolding a little bit unpredictably as far as the order of the guys go. So I think that fits in exactly with the narrative, which is that, teams don't have a real good feel for what other teams want. So they don't feel the pressure to need to jump up in front of somebody. But I also think that with all the logistics, it's going to be difficult to see some moves made. Maybe we see some coming up later on, but I think that with all of the restrictions that are on and just the hoops you're going to have to jump through to make a deal and the allotted time, I think it's going to be really tough to get deals done.
If there is going to be one, where do you think it's going to come, Danilo?
I think be what now?
If there's going to be a trade, who's your next prime candidate? The Jaguars kind of kibosh my plan.
If the Raiders really feel the way that my Raider friend contacts do think that they feel about CeeDee Lamb, I think they might trade up to grab him because they're worried about the Jets and a couple other spots where it's like the The Jets primarily they're worried about. But I like you got Matt said, and I mean, looking at the picks that have gone so far, the top 8 guys that are off the board, aside from Thomas instead of Wirfs, it's still a tackle. That's pretty much, I think, what everybody thought. Maybe the positions aren't exactly the same, but it's pretty close. I mean, I would have put Isaiah Simmons with the Panthers, and I would have put a tackle with the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. But because he was there, they took him. You know what I mean? So, but that means Derrick Brown is at 8 instead of 10. I mean, maybe that's where it changed. I think the top 10 players off the board are going to be the top 10 that most every pundit in the world thought were going to be gone. I don't think it's going to be too far afield from that. So I think that, I don't know, maybe the Raiders trade up because they've got 2 picks in this round. Is it 2 picks? Yeah, 2 picks in this round, right?
Mm-hmm. 12 and 19.
Yeah. So they might trade up, but I don't know. I think they might trade back too if they get CeeDee at 12. I think they'll trade back from 19 to try to get a second and a third.
So when we talk about wide receivers, Dan, who was your wide receiver one? Because we haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, Jerry Jeudy was my wide receiver one. You're splitting hairs between him and CeeDee Lamb for me. I like the way that Jeudy separates in his, he's got such good route running ability. His feet, he's able to separate in a moment's notice. He plays well in the blind spot of the defender. He uses that stem to create a separation anywhere in his route, and I prefer to see instant separation. And then you have the yak ability with Jerry Jeudy. He's not CeeDee Lamb when it comes to yak. That guy can move anywhere, and he finds wiggle room that I've never been able to see outside of Tyreek Hill when it comes to yard after catch. But yeah, Jerry Jeudy, just for me, just the way he runs routes already at an elite level coming into the pro game for me.
Now, he could certainly be a pick. Matt, how do you feel about – we got to see the emergence of Gardner Minshew last year. Do you feel that they have to go and try to build that offense down there amongst all the turmoil that they're going through right now?
I mean, with everything that they've got and the way they've unloaded guys, I mean, they've got holes everywhere.
Yeah.
So that's why, I mean, I look at Jacksonville. I have no idea where they're going to go because they need everything.
Lamb could go right here.
I mean,
he could go right here. They just let go of Marquise Lee, and they're always happy to ruin one rookie wide receiver's career for a couple of years.
How would you do that?
Sorry.
To be fair,
see guys go there and don't get to be what they could be. What's that, Dan?
To be fair, Justin Blackmon ruined his own.
Yes, this is true. That's true.
Here comes
they didn't
the
need any help
to the Jaguars. And it is the corner CJ Henderson out of Florida.
Yep.
Now, that is about par. I thought he might go another pick beyond. I honestly thought that the Browns might be looking at him to shore up their defense.
Yeah.
This helps Jacksonville, I think. The fallout from the Jalen Ramsey debacle, Matt, does that help a rookie come into that defense, that area, and try to reset that secondary when you got to try and work on multiple things?
Yeah, I mean, I for him, I think it's at least a reasonably good spot to be because, he's got a chance to come in there and be a little bit of the alpha even in that group too, which I think that they needed a reboot there to restart in that secondary. But once again, I mean, it goes back to everything else. I mean, I think it's going to be tough for any rookie this year to come in and be a leader and take over and establish themselves. Although I do think at a position like corner, it's easier than some other spots. So this seems like this seems like the right pick. I mean, considering what Jacksonville has done and what they've done to overhaul and what they've moved out, they needed this. So I can't argue with the pick and can't really argue with the player either. I mean, I think a lot of people thought he was the second best corner on the board. So.
I did as well. I think that's something. I don't think it's any concern for the Chiefs long term because, like you said, this organization where it's at is in a difficult spot. Do you feel that they are somebody that can still move around? I know they're looking to move Fournette. They're looking to move Ngakoue. Any interest in the AFC West, Matt? Do you see from these teams?
It's hard to say. And I think that the most difficult thing is that. Well, Ngakoue in particular has just absolutely torpedoed his trade value. So I have no idea what the Jaguars are going to do and get him in return because I don't think there's any way they can get value for him. And I'm not even sure there's any way he can stay with the team. I mean, it's just absolutely just the scorched earth relationship there. And Fournette's a little bit the same way. I mean, I don't know if anybody would pay top dollar for Leonard Fournette right now, but
Nope.
Maybe you get to the end of the first round, maybe you get to the end of the second round, and if they're just looking for picks, they can make a move. But I think that, especially with what's happened with Ngakoue between the two sides, I don't know how they're going to be able to move him for any type of value.
Yeah, I agree with the torpedo comment.
Who are the Browns going to take?
That's tackle.
Well, I was just going to put you on the spot to call it.
Yeah, they're going Tristan Wirfs.
I mean, if they take CeeDee Lamb, you know that OBJ's on the move for sure. They need to protect Baker. They need to protect. If that Joey Bosa planting the flag thing wasn't putting them on notice with how stiff-like the edges of their offensive line are, he didn't have a chance. I'm not a huge Baker Mayfield fan. He's a talented guy, but he didn't have a second. He didn't have time to do anything. And I mean, people say what they want about our guys at tackle. Eric Fisher gets a lot of grief, but when he's out of the game, you see the difference. Mm-hmm. And that's what they kind of looked like with their starters in there. So I think Dan's right. I think they got to go tackle here.
Well, here is the selection from the commissioner. Folks, I'll pipe that in there for you too.
ESPN just showed a kid next to a Landry jersey, so I don't know.
They take Wills. The Alabama tackle goes first.
Wow.
I am surprised by that. He definitely was not the next. He's the first miss I think I've had so far. I hate pointing that out, but no, I
didn't point out a draft pick. What?
No. Okay. So, Dan Harms, I know you've done work on all these tackles. Tell me about him. Tell me if this has any impact, like we were talking about for Baker, and what that means for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think that tackle had to have been the pick for the Browns. They really think that Baker Mayfield's going to be the guy going forward, and he's obviously extremely talented. And I think that we saw a little bit of his maturity during the combine, or excuse me, not the combine, but his interview with ESPN, and during all that stuff during the Super Bowl. I think we saw a little bit of a different side of Baker that we haven't seen before. So that's encouraging to see going forward that he might take it a little more seriously. And Jedrick Wills is just Alabama has always been known as a powerhouse for defense and offensive line and running backs lately. So like they're pumping out constant starters on the offensive line, and tackle is no different. This guy he's gonna come in, he's gonna solidify that tackle position for them. And I think that it's a great pick for them. I would have thought they would have taken Wirfs myself, but this definitely isn't a loss for them by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think, honestly, the guy that reaps the most benefit is Nick Chubb. I think they can plow right behind him.
Yep.
This is going to make their offense better. And I do feel like if they get their act together, that this is a team now with stout linemen, with targets like you were talking about, Danilo. This is a team in the Browns that the Chiefs have to have a little more eye on. They have to do a little more homework on, in my opinion, because I think they're going to come out of the gate better than they have in the last couple of years. Matt, does that jive with what you think?
Yeah, I mean it does. And my guy Dane Brugler, he thought that Willis was the best offensive tackle in his draft. So I think that's a really good move. I mean, I've got no argument there. So I'm stunned that the Browns make a good move. But
competence.
Because I was watching ESPN's feed when he first got drafted, and it's like they showed a clip of him just putting a pancake with extra syrup on a Clemson edge rusher. It was gross, dude. And like that's a hole Nick Chubb has never seen in the pros.
Yeah, he's a mover. He's just a mover.
Yeah,
he likes wrecking people. I think this is CeeDee Lamb. What do you guys think on the Jets? What do you think's happening?
I think it could be. It doesn't look like they've announced that it's in yet. I'll be interested if they go down to the wire.
Tackle?
I see. That's the ottive thing.
I mean, trade back.
What can you do to help Sam Darnold? That's what it comes down to. And
Lamb.
I have concerns about it. I get that you want CeeDee Lamb for them. I understand.
I get it.
Well, let me just say the reason I say that is because what Dan was alluding to about the yak. Usually when a guy comes into the pros, your hope at best he's going to be like start as a third wide receiver. If your second wide receiver puts up total yardage equivalent to his yak in a season, that's a great season by your second or third wide receiver. Now you're not just counting the yak, obviously. So that's just I just think there's so much upside with that kid. He's like a DeAndre type, and I think that they couldn't mess with that. Sorry.
From my point of view, I think that's all legitimate. For me, I think it goes back to helping Sam Darnold process better and to feel more secure in his pocket so he can do what he does. I don't see them challenging anytime soon, Matt, but do you think that this is a good step for them?
I mean, I think they do have a lot of needs. Right? Well, I think they got a lot of needs. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, I look at it and I'm like, from an what are you doing the best to help your young quarterback standpoint? And yeah, you're right. I mean, protecting a young quarterback is definitely a key, but you can scheme around that a lot easier than not having anybody to throw the ball to. And Darnold hasn't had anybody to throw the ball to. I mean, Jamison Crowder was their top receiver last year.
Quincy Enunwa, I think you're forgetting.
Easy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All you
Number one.
Didn't really do much for him last year. So
No.
That I mean, you got to this league. You got to get him some target to throw the ball to. You could have with that receiving core they've got with the skill players that they've got. He could have all day to block for him all day, and if he doesn't have anybody to throw to, it doesn't do him any good. Yeah. And it's not a 1 year build. But if you've got the opportunity to get best wide receiver in the draft, I don't know how you pass on that.
The card up already is I think that they weren't expecting Wirfs to still be there.
True.
And now they're like, oh, wait a minute. That's different. It's kind of.
We all know the Jets love a good defensive lineman. Javon Kinlaw's on the board.
You say that.
That's nothing against Javon Kinlaw either. That's just.
I'm not trying to tip the Jets' hand or anything. I'm just saying.
Where they should go.
Man, I don't know. I like Kinlaw right now. I don't want to see that happen to him.
And the pick is in, and here's the coach.
Right? Tell me what we're doing.
The Jets head coach.
Well, it's funny that you said that because the pick is in. We should have it here in a second, folks. Like I said, I don't see them contending anytime soon. I think the most interesting thing about this pick right now for me is, are they going to take away somebody from the Raiders who pick next? And I'm still concerned about that. I think I'm still more of a Chucky fan than most. I do feel he's going to get this together if he gets a guy to run his offense the way that he can. But I hope that they don't get too dynamic on the Raiders offense, to tell you the truth. That Darth Vader dome looks kind of intimidating, although I do know that there's a Chiefs fan that buried a Chiefs flag at the 50-yard line, so that's a plus. It pays off, I think, to have folks spread around. And as they're showing on the screen, Kinlaw's still up there. Wirfs still available. I'm wondering if they're going to go, are they going to buck the trend and are they going to take a wide receiver that we don't feel is at the top? Because I feel like the Raiders are probably looking to maybe channel Al and go speed with Ruggs. I'm going to be real interested to see what happens right here if and when we ever get the pick. I'm rolling, Matt. Who wants to predict it? Danilo?
Some of my Raider fan friends were saying that, they think that Chucky wants his own little Tyreek Hill, and he sees that in Ruggs. But, I mean, if Mayock prevails, I think it's going to be CeeDee Lamb.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's CeeDee Lamb.
As long as it's not Judy, I'll be okay with that.
I'm just going to keep saying Tristan Wirfs until it happens. So just
not a bad idea.
No, it's not.
It will happen eventually. And folks, hit us in the chat. What do you think this pick is going to be for the Jets since they're taking their sweet time? You're ruining my broadcast here, people.
Question for anybody who wants to take it. If a receiver doesn't go right here, do the Raiders take the tackle, knowing that the top three are all still there and they're 6 picks away from getting another pick?
Good point.
Yeah.
I think they're directly in harm's way. If I'm the Raiders, I'm looking to see what I can get on my defense.
Boom. There goes Ruggs. Oh, they're just showing him, or is he picked? ESPN.
I don't know.
ESPN just showed him and put the name
There's
on
no
the bottom.
phone in his ear, so you're probably okay saying that it's not him.
And here we go. Man. Live, the commissioner says.
Jerry Judy.
Becton.
Oh, Mekhi Becton, really?
A mountain of a man that now will not be available to the Raiders. I think that's fun. I think Frank's happy about that one. That's impressive. I question, in general, Becton's longevity. He's athletic. He's nasty. I get that. Danilo seems very upset. Go ahead.
No, I think it's a little bit of a reach. Just a little bit. Just a little reach with the depth of guys you know are going to be impactful. I mean, I'm here in Louisville, and I just the kid's talented. How long is it going to take before he sharpens the tools?
In some cases you can get away with that, but I don't think Louisville's something that when you look at the school that you have to discount it. If you're talking Utah State, I think the level of competition falls off. But I think Becton, they fell in line with what we were talking about, protecting Darnold, giving him a platform to become better. Dan Harms, I had him fourth on my list. Where did you have him?
Yeah, he was fourth on mine too. I think that right now we're talking about betting on the most upside. If we're being honest with ourselves, Mekhi Becton wasn't the best in pass protection when it comes to true, what PFF calls true one-on-ones at the collegiate level. And they're showing right now some highlights of him playing basketball. So it's a shame he couldn't play tight end for the Chiefs.
I was waiting for that.
No, he's got some incredible upside, and he's like you said, a mountain of a man who's going to get some push. And I think that if he does reach that potential of that, getting the one-on-ones and with these edge guys in the NFL, then he's going to be an absolute rock solid left tackle. And I think that's what they're going for. Is they're betting on that upside with Mekhi Becton, and they're saying, look, we think that he's got the best upside out of all these tackles, especially the ones that are left, and we're going to take him.
I'm interested to see if what we end up hearing is that Tristan Wirfs has ended up being viewed more as a guard. I've heard that several times.
Really?
People who have contacts in the scouting community. Not anyone that I know. I don't know that many people. Matt, I don't know if you got a chance to go through his film, but clearly that's a reason. You got to look tackle first if you're building your offensive line because it's such a premium position. But does this surprise you in any way? And what does it set up for the AFC West teams that are still coming up?
Well, I mean, I think it leaves a lot of the top skill guys are out there, and that's a problem because, I mean, I think the Broncos are going to be looking at receiver. Yep. Raiders are looking at receiver. They're going to be able to get you're going to see two really good skill position guys, I think, coming in the AFC West. So that's not exactly ideal if you're the Chiefs. No. But, and I think it's actually, I think this is also playing out well for the Chiefs in the sense that I think that offensive line was a possibility for them. The fact that you've got this run on tackles, and I don't think it's done yet. I mean, I think there's going to be a couple more tackles go before the Chiefs are there. Mm-hmm. That's just going to increase the chances that, somebody that the Chiefs really want, whether it's a top corner, whether it's a top linebacker, maybe it's an interior guy. I don't know about that, but, and good grief, if a speed wide receiver drops to 32, the fact that teams are going elsewhere right now at all the positions that the Chiefs have needs is a good thing.
Yeah. The octane offense, if some speed receiver falls to 32, and if it's Ruggs, I will kind of lose it, but that's just
I think Ruggs is about to go to the Raiders, but
yeah, I kind of feel that way as well.
It shows the Darth Vader's lair on my screen here.
The ghost of Al is still there.
It looks so awesome. Oh.
I mean, he's about got the fist ready Gruden has there on the screen, and I think that's a bad sign for the rest of the AFC West. He's
happy. Oh, yeah, he's happy.
Yeah.
Old Chucky, I don't know what they'll do. I think they probably feel that they can target one of the quarterbacks, one of the two guys that we talked about probably later. They might be able to trade back up. The Chiefs aren't going to trade with a division rival, but if you have to spend a premium, the wide receiver for them is probably at the top of the list. They could go corner if they really feel that they have somebody there. I don't feel like they feel that they need to build their offensive line. I can't remember if they lost anybody this offseason or not along the O-line. Matt, chime in if I'm spacing it.
They lost one guy for sure. I can't remember the name, but I know I was talking about Buddy Casey. They lost one guy. Another guy's getting a little older. I mean, if Wirfs is still there at 19, That could be. I know.
Like
I'm
I
not
said,
playing
I'm
anymore. I don't have to run routes anymore.
Henry Ruggs. Good
Yep,
call.
There it is.
It had to be.
Dude,
So-
Madden's going to be a lot of fun.
I expected this pick at 19, to tell you the truth, but
Did you?
it doesn't surprise me at all. And I think the reason that I want to point that out is because I think it puts direct pressure on what the Chiefs need to do in terms of long speed in the secondary to be able to combat some of this. I don't think they're done adding weapons either. So, Matt, does this make the priority? Does this narrow the field from what they've worked all offseason to allow themselves to take the best guy that fits them? Does this narrow it down?
I don't think you can think that way. I mean, I think it's really easy to start wanting to play some 3D chess and everything about what teams in front of you are doing, especially your division counterparts. But you can't think like that. I mean, you gotta just stick with your plan. And the fact of the matter is that corner's still part of the plan, because that's a huge need for 2021. Forget about 2020. I mean, that's for the future. So I don't think it changes that much. I think that if anything, like I said, I think it was just part of the plan, because you've got all these teams in the AFC West that are trying to become pass happy, deep downfield throwing teams. And you're just going to need to have all the guys that you can possibly do to cover that anyway. So I don't think it changes. I mean, I think it just reinforces more than anything.
One of my favorite drafts I did, one of my favorite mocks I did yesterday. Was it yesterday? The day before yesterday, I think. And I did a bunch of trade. I had a bunch of trade offers and such, and I ended up with trading into the top of round 2. I still got Trevon Diggs. I picked up Terrell Burgess from the nickel / safety from Utah, and then later on I came back around and got Reggie Robinson. So I had length and speed in the corner positions, and I had Burgess, who could play safety until one's healthy, and then slide him into the nickel, and he's a faster, younger Kendall Fuller. And I was just really excited by that concept. I ended up having like 11 picks, obviously, so that's why I spent 3 on DBs. But I think this is a great pick for the Raiders. I think the advantage is still to us, though, because our corners have had a couple years now of practicing against a guy that can move like that. So while Ruggs is smoothing out the wrinkles of his game at the pro level, he's not going to be as shocking to us as he's going to be to other teams. He's not even going to be as shocking to Denver and are they Los Angeles now? Have we decided they're going to stop moving the Chargers, because they've been facing Tyreek for a minute too. So I think it's a great pick for them. It just kind of helps them the way Herbert helps the Chargers get a little more on par with us. Ruggs helps the Raiders get a little closer to us. But I love that everybody's in pursuit of us, and I love that we talked about the quarterback grooming thing. And it's funny that a team that wouldn't draft a first-round quarterback since Todd Blackledge is now the blueprint of how to do it. And funnily enough, that blueprint's old as time, because that used to be the way they did do it. Keep a veteran in there that's solid and a good teacher, and get a young, talented guy and sit him. People used to do that all the time. It's just become a lost art. And then Andy showed everybody, still works. Still works. Don't force them in there. Let them learn.
It comes in handy. I want to point this out. And folks, if you didn't get the draft guide, I wanted to point this out, because Henry Ruggs is the top athlete in this draft by every measure that I put together. His explosion is 1/2 tear away from who was number 2. And when you look at production, it's not there. When you're playing in the offense that he played in, it's not the same rate. But the thing that stands out to me is that he's first in the number of receptions he needed to get in order to score. And he's first in how many touchdowns to drops that he had. This is a guy that has hands, that has the ability to move, and it's somebody the Chiefs are going to have to watch out for. Who's scared?
Oh, I'm not scared.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Talk to me after the draft.
I mean, there's the reason why. I mean, you're going to compare him to Tyreek Hill. I mean, the speed's there, a little bit of the size, the fact that, he seems to have that ability to track the ball and to go up and get and play bigger than he is, like Tyreek does. But, he's going to have that other factor, which is that Tyreek Hill turned himself into a receiver. He was an athlete when he got to Kansas City, and he worked like crazy to become a receiver. And that's what Ruggs is going to have to do. I mean, if he's not going to be Tyreek Hill, unless he goes out and he sharpens up his route running, squares off all of that, becomes a true receiver and not just an athlete. So that's the scary part. I mean, the only part that's scary about it is if he goes out and he's willing to put in the work to become an absolutely elite receiver. I mean, if he's just going to be an athlete, there's a lot of those guys around. I mean, the only reason that Tyreek Hill's the guy that he is because he put in a ton of work to become a receiver.
That's one reason. The second reason, Tyreek Hill is receiving passes from Patrick Mahomes.
That helps too.
There's no Patrick Mahomes on the Raider roster right now. There's not.
And the other thing that I want to say is that not only do they have Patrick throwing and Tyreek running the routes that he runs, and I agree, he's come a long way. It's difficult to see anybody else in that particular offense taking any kind of attention. You don't have the Kelsey, you don't have Sammy Watkins, you don't have anybody of that ilk. I know Waller's come along, but it's nowhere close in my estimation. So it still feels like they have a long way to go. I still feel like this gives us a hint that they might be offensive centric this round in particular. They have another pick coming up. Matt, do you think that this is what we're going to see continuing forward? Just keep trying to score, and try to keep up with Patrick, even though I don't think that's really the best way to go about it. But where's your take?
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the way that everything's going right now. I mean, it's trying to keep up with Patrick, and you're just going to continue to see that. Right now I'm trying to keep up with the trades. What's going on here?
Yeah,
Buccaneers just traded up to the 49ers spot. They're going to get a weapon they're going to get what? It's going to be Lamb or Judy for Tom Brady to throw to. Or maybe a tackle, maybe worse.
Goodness.
Going all in.
Gracious.
Yeah.
They got 3 years.
Evans, Godwin, sorry.
What's the thing? I mean, you got Tom Brady. You're playing for 1 or 2 seasons.
Right.
Go ahead and get the guy you need right now.
They don't have a choice.
I'm not surprised by this. I'm baffled. I want to see what it becomes because how do you guys feel about Gronk and the return after a year out and the whole wrestling thing? I'll start with Dan since he seems to have an opinion. Can he do this? Is it trying to be 2.0?
Look, Rob Gronkowski, if we've all seen him around, he looks very thin. He's lost at least 20 to 25 pounds voluntarily. I get he's probably a little bit healthier than he has been in most of his career, but those concussions were a big problem. Part of the reason that he retired. I get the playing for Bill Belichick is a wearing thing. It doesn't necessarily get better with time. It probably gets even more difficult because sometimes you want to have fun. And Gronk has always been the kind of guy to want to have fun. So I think that there's definitely some things that he's going to be able to do. I think he's going to come back and be able to be that blocking tight end that we saw near the end of his stay in New England because of the technical aspect. He doesn't necessarily have to be as big to still technically block well. I'm not sure that he's going to be the weapon that everyone is assuming he's going to be just because he's back with Tom Brady on a team that has Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and other adding Rob Gronkowski. So we'll see. I think that he's going to be a mediocre tight end, receiving tight end, but he'll definitely help in that blocking game to help their run game, I think.
Hey, you never know. Danilo, anything that surprises you about how this is going down?
It makes me hope that the TikTok video that I saw of Tony Gonzalez catching passes in the backyard and saying he's coming back. I'm like, dude, come back. Come back, and you'll only go out there for passes. Why not? Get that ring, dude. Put on 20 more pounds. People go, oh, he's 40. I don't care. He can last for 8 games, dude. 8 games. Just get in there and make some plays. Because he's going to be a headache. They're going to worry about him. People would worry about Antonio Gates could come back with 60 extra pounds of barbecue on him. You still got to cover the guy in the end zone in the 5-yard line and in. You still got to worry about the guy.
Yeah, but at least it's retirement homes and tarpon fishing. It's not South Beach.
Yes, this is true. I think that they said Gronk put on some weight again, so I don't know. I haven't seen him, but I'm just like, this will be the best pairing they've had at tight end for Tom since Hernandez. Mm-hmm. So they haven't had anything like that for a long time. So that would take a lot of pressure off if they don't get rid of OJ Howard. OJ Howard could benefit greatly for having the decoy on the other side.
Looks like the pick is coming here. I still don't have details about the trade itself. I'm interested to see what they gave up.
I don't know if you guys saw, but they just showed all the Tampa Bay Buccaneers fans that never existed before this year throughout the screens.
They're all in parkas.
Those 2003 fans.
Let's see. It looks like San Francisco get its 14 and 117.
And there goes Wirfs to the Bucs.
There it is.
There it is.
Tristan Wirfs.
Protect him. That's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
BA wants to keep
definitely
his quarterback upright for the first time. I hope BA knows you can't play offense the way he did with young Ben Roethlisberger and name every quarterback he's ever coached, where it's like, just stand on there and take the hits. You do that with Tom. It's going to be dribble intentional groundings all day long, and half of them are going to get
singular now. It's hit.
Yes.
Matt, you said you had the details, right? Was that 117 they swapped?
Yeah. They got the first and 117, and I think they also sent back a 7th, I think, to Tampa Bay. So, what?
Yeah, it's not a ton of value. I think that's decent.
Pick up is it a 4th rounder for
117?
Well, that'll be a third or
That's pretty cheap
for moving up 2 spots.
But I mean, that point of the first round, that's pretty cheap. Sometimes moving up 1 spot. I mean, the fact that it's Wirfs, how many teams could have used a tackle like him? There could have been, if there was war rooms happening and assistants calling assistants and people going, hey, well, we're moving on this guy. You better. That's the kind of thing that usually inflates these picks. So it's interesting because I think that's the kind of they're showing. Are you on the weightlifting on yours or no? They're showing him hand cleaning 450 like it's oh my god,
no big deal. Yeah,
and he's faster than Joey Bosa. I'm like, this kid shouldn't have lasted this long.
Can't everybody Iowa do this though? I mean,
this is like Iowa's thing. Even their safeties can do that.
Yeah,
it's box jumping out of the pool that's impressive at that.
Geno Stone's going to do that later on, right?
He already did it.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
Well, he was my top tackle. I do feel that it's a good pick no matter where he goes. I think they'll adjust a little bit. And my question is going to be, I leave him out of tackle. I leave him on the right side. And again, try to develop some kind of run game to try to help Tom Brady out a little bit. I'm not huge on Jones down there. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to go. One question about how you were talking about BA before Danilo, and I think that's important. Danilo, I'm going to get that right. BA adjusting his offense. It's clear to me with what they're doing. It's about Tom, much like we've seen before. The Gronk thing certainly is. What does that tell you that they didn't go for a weapon and they're really going to try to get him to stand in there more? Is that what the tackle signifies, Matt?
I think tackle signifies that they're fine with the weapons that they got. I mean, they got a ton of weapons. I mean, you could have just absolutely tripled down on it if you got him into the receiver, but the protection's big. I mean, they have the receivers, they've got the guys that he needs. Gronkowski doesn't even need to go out there and be Gronkowski. I mean, he can go out there and catch, 50 balls for 500 yards and be effective, and he's going to be able to help that offense. But protecting Tom was more important. And now that you've got a giant mountain out there that can protect him, and he's got 5 or 6 guys that he can throw to. So I think it's probably a great move for them.
Most of the mocks that I did, the first and second round picks for the Bucs, when there was no trading, I would do the Draft Network ones and I wouldn't trade. It was always running back and tackle. And they flipped back and forth. Sometimes if there was a run on tackles early, they'd grab a tackle. If there wasn't, they'd grab a running back first and come back and get a tackle in the second round. So I'd be interested if, the fans and whoever organizes those mock-ups are close to right. And if they don't come around, because there's some really good depth. Like right now, like the way this panned out, it was usually Thomas they got at this point when I would mock them if they took a tackle in the first round. And then they come back and get Akers in the second round, which, I mean, Florida guy has the skills they need, better than any running backs they got on the roster right now. Another weapon for Tom, pretty decent in pass pro. Like that's, that could be, I think Cam Akers could be a guy they go after.
Yeah, I like him as well. I still feel it's probably really early for a running back. I think like the league feels a little bitten, especially with the news of Fournette this week. I'm not sure that we're going to see one before the end of the first. Hopefully we don't see one at all in the first, but that's my own personal ideal.
We shouldn't see one on the next pick, but it'd be funny if it was. They want 16 running backs in San Francisco.
I was going to say, just had one more mouths to feed as it is.
I love that they were supposed to run all over us, and they did not.
Hey, John, I'll give you a hamburger for use check. We got to take one of those guys off your hands. Okay, so as it's boiled down to this point, we've seen picks go in the AFC West. Nothing that shocked us. Anything that stands out to you guys that you really liked of these picks? Matt?
I mean, I think I especially because I like Tua and I think he's going to work. I mean, for the Dolphins, I think that if you're just talking about overall, I wasn't sure if you're just talking about AFC or anybody specific like that, but I like Tua and the Dolphins. I like Herbert and the Chargers. Ruggs and the Raiders. I mean, it's a good fit. I mean, I still think that, I think one of you guys said earlier, I mean, I think they could have gotten him later. The fact that, the Broncos are going to be able to sit there at 15 and be able to get either CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy is ridiculous. Mm-hmm. But you know what? I mean, the AFC West is going to be having a really good draft coming out of this, it looks like.
I happen to agree with you. I think my favorite one at this point is Herbert to the Chargers. And it's not because I think Herbert's going to be great. I do like him. I had him a little bit higher than Tua, mostly because of the injury risk, in my opinion. But my big thing is it seems like the Chargers have been in on him from day one. They're really excited about him. And I think that kind of plays into how much you can rally a team around, and one whose defense has them locked down pretty much at this point. If they can ever stay healthy, they're going to give these Chiefs a run, I feel. Am I off base in any way, Matt?
No, I mean, I don't know if the Chargers are built for 2020, but this is starting to look like 2021 and beyond, that it could be a competitive team. I mean, and I think they've got a lot of the other pieces. And you're right. I think a big part of it has just simply been luck and injuries. They've had some good. I mean, when they've been healthy, they've been winning. Sometimes close games are just a matter of just the bad breaks here and there, and they've had a lot of those in the last few seasons. I mean, it's going to be a turnover. I mean, it's not going to be just sliding Justin Herbert in there for Phillip Rivers and you're just going to keep on plugging along. There's going to be some growing pains. It's going to be an adjustment. I don't think he's Patrick Mahomes, and I don't think he's got the coaching that Kansas City had to turn Mahomes into who he is. So it's not going to be seamless, but I like where they're going, and I think they've created an environment for Herbert that's going to give him a chance for success.
And that's really what it's all about. Dan Harms, what's your favorite pick of this so far?
Well, I love the fact that the first three picks were exactly what we thought they were going to be. That they didn't overthink it. They didn't the Lions didn't try to get cute and take Derrick Brown at number 3. They took Jeff Okudah, who's going to be a lockdown corner, in my opinion, in the NFL. And they just, the Bengals and the Redskins and the Lions identified the best players in the draft, and they took them without getting too cute about it. And that's just that for me is really just shows that maybe they're not trying to overthink this thing a little bit. They got to start winning these games, and those picks I think are really going to work out for them in the long run.
Daniil, anything stand out to you as something that you like, whether it's AFC West or not?
I really like the Herbert pick to the Chargers. For my friends who are Charger fans, they're going to be really happy.
They're not
a lot of West Coast people get. You never know. They might have followed me here. They do like me, believe it or not. Some people find me likable. I think they're going to be ecstatic because they watched him play college too. Because a lot of the West Coast fans get to see him, and that's why I think he's going to immediately put butts in seats. I like the Ruggs pick to the Raiders for my Raider friends. I don't like it for us because the kid's, crazy good. But if I had to pick Ruggs or CeeDee Lamb, I'd rather see Ruggs over there than CeeDee coming in and playing right away.
That's fair.
Niners picking.
Yeah, the Niners have chosen Kinlaw, and they are direct replacing Buckner, getting younger at the same position, and a guy that I feel is a really nice fit out there. I think that lets them be dynamic. I will not be surprised if they can continue to replace the guys that they've had to let go, that the Chiefs don't see them again down the line. Matt, does this make them another Super Bowl contender?
It certainly helps. I mean, hey, they're going to have to get past Tampa Bay, but
right.
Yeah, I mean, this makes total sense with Buckner and the just perfect replacement. You get cheaper, you get younger. And hey, that defensive line remains a strength of this team. They're going to be able to get after the quarterback. There's no doubt about that.
Tell me, Dan.
How
much you like it?
Annual. I would. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Oh man, Javon Kinlaw is I mean, I watched quite a bit of tape of his, and I get the Derrick Brown stuff, but he reminds me almost a spitting image of Chris Jones. He's a gap shooter. He gets downhill, and he wrecks games in the backfield, and I see a lot of his ability in Kinlaw's film, and I think that they kind of are similar in the aspects where they need to get better in some of the run game disciplines, that kind of thing. But I actually thought Kinlaw was going to go a little bit later to Atlanta. I've seen a lot of mocks about that, and I mean, I'm looking at Javon Kinlaw right now. The dude is he's trim, and he's just a specimen. He's going to come into the NFL. He's going to be an impact player, like a la Chris Jones. And I really like the pick for San Francisco, as much as I hate to say it, because all they do is reload on the defensive line, and they're just going to get after the quarterback and just continue to rotate guys in there. So good for them for trading back, getting some more draft capital, and still getting a guy to replace who they traded away.
Thunder, talk to me. Is this a good thing? Does it help the Chiefs in driving someone else down the board?
I love it for us. I love it for us because it's going to make other teams that weren't so sure about not waiting for a wide receiver. There's still two of the top three sitting there. And I thought that they were going to go there for sure. I thought they were going to place Emmanuel with one of those wide receivers. Mm-hmm. I feel like they didn't learn from the Super Bowl that it made a difference not being able to be an air attack at the end of the game comparable to ours, because Deebo Samuel's a nice player, and they had an older wide receiver. He was nice, decent, but not this. You can't, when it becomes a shootout at the end of the game, Juszczyk and Kittle they're not going to get it done compared to Tyreek and Watkins. They're really nice to have, and they should be able to help you grind through the game. But with the last 5 minutes, when you got to have guys running go routes, I mean, you got to have single wins. You got to have Sammy Watkins going outside back to the inside, and just as soon as he's facing upfield and Sherman is facing the wrong way, Mahomes knows it's over, and he's ready. He's corking back to throw it to Sammy and get a huge play down the sideline. They need that kind of weapon late in the game. They have so many defensive line guys.
Yeah. Matt, give me your impression before this pick comes in. I know it's close. John Lynch, I thought was kind of a dark horse when he got hired for this position, but his melding with Kyle Shanahan, I think, has been kind of storybook. And this goes just another step farther. Is he as good as I feel that he is in the top maybe 5 or 10 GMs in this league?
Well, I will give him this. He apparently just stole a 4th-round pick from the Buccaneers, because what on earth was Tampa Bay doing moving up one spot to get Wirfs when clearly the 49ers were not going to take him?
Right? Yeah.
Because the 49ers clearly got their guy. I mean, that was who they wanted. So
yep.
I guess the Buccaneers just owe John Lynch for posterity's sake. I mean, I guess for the history, but I have no idea. But hey, that plays right into the narrative about John Lynch is quality GM. Because I didn't think that what the 49ers were doing. I was wrong. A lot of other people thought they were going to be really good in 2019. I did not have as much faith in Garoppolo, but that's just a really solid roster. I mean, across the board, they've got speed and athleticism in all the right places. They get after the quarterback. It's a solid group without a whole lot of holes. There's a reason why that they were in the Super Bowl. I still think I'm still not convinced that they have a championship quarterback, but that is a really solid roster, and you got to give it up for Lynch. He's the one that's put it together, and Shanahan and him seem to have a really good relationship, and Shanahan's put together a scheme that really fits the talent that they have. I mean, he's really adapted what he does to what he's got.
I'm impressed with what he's done so far, and I want to say I put the feet up there because John Elway looks really happy. So I'm thinking this is Judy. We're going to see what happens as they announce this selection, folks.
He loves a quarterback.
And there goes Judy.
Yeah.
The Chiefs, for a team that is Bashaud Breeland and Travarius Ward on the outside, this is going to be interesting. I like what they have in Cortland Sutton in Denver. I think this is a no-brainer to help them. I don't even know if they have to put him outside because I think Jerry Jeudy has run so much out of the slot and is such a weapon in there. That's honestly the thing that concerns me for the Chiefs in defending him is having that interior defender in the nickel. Matt, they don't have a whole lot there. Does this do anything to you to, like you said, the Chiefs are going to follow their plan, whatever it is. But for me, I think there has to be a couple of later on picks that you might have to fire multiple people at that nickel corner spot.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly need more than what they have. They need some numbers, but the Chiefs they really believe in Rashad Fenton. I mean, I when I sat down with Brett Veach at training camp, this was when Fenton was just at this point looking at maybe being an end of the roster guy, and he told me this guy's going to be starting nickel in this league. I mean, he's going to be that, and we believe that he can be a great inside guy. So. And I think that even what they saw in stretches with him last year when he was forced into duty with the injuries gave him something that they believe in. But you're right. I mean, you're still got numbers, and I still think that the bigger concern is really, what's the secondary look like in 2021? Because I think that they've got the horses to get them through this season, but you've got to start drafting for the future, and you're going to need some numbers, and you're going to need some depth going forward. And you got to start with it now. I mean, that's why if the Chiefs stay at 32, I'm increasingly believing that it's got to be corner. I thought that would probably be the way that it goes. It still depends on who falls there. I mean, you can't stretch, you can't overreach at that spot for a guy who doesn't deserve to go there. But yeah, I mean, it's increasingly the defensive back has got to be a priority with whatever you're doing right now. If you're in the AFC West and you're the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit all around. I'm sorry about the graphic there. I spent all this time on graphics, folks, and I'm not using them very well. I'm going to work on that. But I'm not surprised that this is the way that it went. I honestly thought that Ruggs might actually make it here. So I was still concerned about that too. But the way that the Chiefs, like you said, have had a plan, I don't think this really changes it other than maybe trying to, if there's a move down, look at maybe shifting towards the nickel. I know, Dan, you like Amik Robertson quite a bit, probably even more than I do, and I like him quite a bit. Does this make him more attractive to you, or more of a, hey, if we had him at the top of the fourth, do we consider it 96?
It's funny because I think going along with what Matt said about the Chiefs liking Rashad Fenton, if we're going to have him be in the slot, I think he can be one of those guys and get physical with a guy like Jerry Jeudy who doesn't take to the physicality in his stem very well. And, he runs great routes. If he can get into that first break point and into his stem, that's where he's going to be dangerous. And I know that putting him in the slot can kind of take away from the outside physicality that we're talking about with, Travarius Ward and Rashad Breeland. But I think you can use Rashad Fenton, and he's got pretty good long speed too. It's not like he's a slouch out there that's going to get burned all the time. I think that if he can learn to keep some of these guys like Jerry Jeudy in front of him with that physicality, then that's going to bode well for them going forward, especially because we're still going to see Matthew pop into the slot every once in a while. He's going to do all what he does and play everywhere in the secondary. And I still would love to see Amik Robertson in that third safety role-ish kind of thing. So it would be an attractive guy to have in the safety room slot corner room that you can be able to mold and then make him maybe into that slot corner safety guy, because he's coming in as an outside corner, which I don't think he's going to be able to keep up in the NFL. But you bring in these physical guys like Robertson and keep Rashad Fenton in the slot and doing what they do best. And I think that we can use that against some of these speedy guys like Ruggs and Jerry Jeudy.
I'm honestly hopeful. I agree with you that Robertson can move inside. And Fenton, I think, actually might be better suited outside to have the boundary as a little bit of a help. But the thing that I'm excited about is this might actually make the impetus go back towards more of a press man coverage scheme. We saw, I think it was 53% last year, Matt. Do you feel like second year of Spags defense could look somewhat different in trying to combat these AFC West teams that he knows a little better now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it will look different because Spagnuolo just has a history of adapting his scheme to fit his personnel, and you go back to Week 1 versus the Super Bowl, and it was a different defense. I mean, it was a different scheme, it was a little bit different play calling, and that was just him adapting to what he had, and it took a little time before he figured that out. And once he did, it became a really good formula. Even though you've got a lot of starters coming back, it's still going to be a different team. So I do think that it's probably going to be, Spagnuolo wanting to try and get the defense a little bit more to his base and what he wants to do. But he's still going to adapt to what he has. And if that means that he's going to be dealt a little bit different hand, especially with what they've got, maybe being able to use guys in this slot, whether it's Rashad Fenton or somebody else coming in, different players in Kendall Fuller, and you're going to have to adjust a little bit. And if they end up with a new linebacker, that might adjust what you do a little bit as well. So, I mean, I do think it's going to change. I think it's going to evolve because I think that, Spagnuolo has a vision about where he wants it to go, this defense to go. And I'm not sure that that's exactly what we saw in 2019 was what he wanted. It worked, but I don't know if it was just necessarily his scheme, his plan. I think it was just he did what he had to do. So I do think it's going to change. It is going to evolve. I don't think it's going to be a dramatic shift because they do have so many guys coming back. But it'll certainly be interesting to see how this draft plays out as far as what defensive guys they bring in and how they do fit in with what the Chiefs are going to do going forward.
Dan, none of this offensive smorgasbord makes you think that anything else has to change and go more offensive heavy, do we? I mean, we're looking at maybe one interior offensive lineman. The tackles that we had in the first round are all gone now. You just got to stand pat, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good. I think this board looks pretty good for what I would have expected it to be. There's the corners are starting to fall down, and I really do think that's got to be the sweet spot for the Chiefs. If Christian Fulton doesn't go here to the Falcons, which I'm pretty sure he is, we're looking at, it could start to tumble and get one of the guys like Jeff Gladney or even Christian Fulton landing at 32, which I think would be ideal for the Chiefs. So, I definitely think that they're probably going to end up staying pat if the trend is continuing with this offensive shift as it goes down the draft. That would be pretty good for the Chiefs.
Now, one guy that I've seen as the pick is coming in, folks, we'll have it here in a minute for Atlanta. I've seen a couple of rumors about Atlanta looking to pair somebody with Jones and get another coverage linebacker. Could this be Queen? If that does happen, I think that takes him off the board for the Chiefs, obviously. But if not, again, keep switching those corners down.
Yep.
And it is not. It is AJ Terrell of Clemson.
Wow.
I'm a little surprised by that.
Man.
Definitely not what I had. Looks like we have Danilo back. Okay, little hiccup there. And folks, we're going to keep this streak going the entire first round. The guys will kind of come in and out as we need to. But this is a pick in AJ Terrell that I feel like he was pretty exposed, not just in the national game, but I think his footwork's a little questionable. They lost Trufant or allowed him to leave, so I think this is probably a direct replacement for him. Matt, Atlanta, we have some information just from the days when Scott Pioli was here. He's still an influence down there, though not tied to Dimitrov as much. I feel like this is an organization that might be pressing a little bit for fear of change coming. I think this is really high on Terrell. Do you feel that this was maybe pushed by that kind of thought process?
Well, it's interesting because Terrell is just a player that seems like there's a lot of differing opinions on. I've seen him in a lot of mock drafts go really high. I've also seen him be a mid-second round guy to a lot of people. That's what's kind of curious to me. I mean, clearly Atlanta seems to feel like that they see something in him. A lot of other people don't. So that's their prerogative, of course. I'm a little surprised. I mean, once again, this fits into the whole narrative, though. Gosh, if this is the guy you want, why don't you try and look for maybe an opportunity to move down and pick up some currency? Because I think that, once again, this is the guy that they could have done that with.
Yeah, I completely agree. Danilo, did you do film on Terrell, or are you happy with this pick? Do you think that fits what they're trying to do out there?
I watched him a bit. I like them. I think we've talked about it. I love Trevon Diggs, and I couldn't believe he had slid in a lot of people's eyes. And I had him definitely above AJ Terrell. He looks like a AJ Terrell looks like a nervous Trevon Diggs to me when he's up against the better receivers. They kind of bully him a little bit. They kind of push him around. You're not doing that to Diggs. Diggs is kind of going, you want to play physical, I'll play physical. You want to play, athletic, I'll run with you. I feel like he's I like cornerbacks that have a little dog in them, like, Teron Matthews, a DB. He's not necessarily a corner, but I like the guys that are a little more aggressive. Not so aggressive as Marcus Peters, but like find that line of like, I know when to be an athlete and I know when to just rough you up and take you out of your game. I was thinking they were going to go with Chase on to replace the end that they lost, the rush end they lost. But I don't know. If he, like Matt said, if he's your guy, go get him. But you probably could have traded back and got him, I think.
Yeah. And folks, Matt will be back later. Like I said, we're going to start shifting guys in and out. We have Dan Harms for a little bit longer, right, Dan? I know you have Gladney over Terrell. I know a couple of others, but how much of a reach is this for you?
I've ever since I started watching Terrell, I've done extensive film on him, and I think that he's a second-round guy. I don't necessarily think that he was in bad positions in the national championship game. I think he was mostly in really good positions, but then a better throw and a better play by the receiver beats him, and that's something that I think that's going to stick to his game. He's going to be in good position. His ball skills aren't very good. He looks to play the catch point a little bit too much, and receivers that will hide their hands and flash them at the last second will beat him, and better throws will beat him, and that's what I think he is. And he's got decent long speed. He's a good athlete. He checks all the boxes for that, but I just think that he's a little bit too, like I said, it's a bit of a reach for him. And obviously the Falcons see him as a natural replacement for Desmond Trufant. I just think that, as I mentioned, he's going to get beat by better throws and better receivers.
Yeah, I have to say, I tend to agree with you. And Danilo, what are you showing us?
This is one of my championship rings that I won as a wide receiver in semi-pro leagues. And what Dan was talking about, we call that snake tongue in the ball. As a wide receiver, you run as fast as you can, as long as you can at the very last second. If it's an underthrow, or if it's like a nice deep throw and the guy's on you and you're like me and the best I ever ran was 4.6 and change, you show the arms early, like a little flick of the tongue to get him to turn his head around, and then you step it out and get the ball here. But if it's not that, if he's a really good cover corner, he's not going to buy the fake, and even if he does, he's going to close on you. You're just going to give him a chance to read the ball. You got to wait till the last second and just stick the hands out. For whatever I said about Terrell, it's not positive. To be fair, one thing I learned playing this game, you can't defend a perfect throw onto an excellent receiver. It's not defensible without cheating, without pulling the guy to the ground. Right. You just can't. If it goes down a chimney pipe to like DeAndre Hopkins or somebody, what was that?
So that's something else he does. He gets a little grabby at the catch point. Like this, as we're talking about AJ Terrell.
These guys aren't going to get away with that. That's the thing. It's like the next level. That lowers them a lot, because it's just like, if you can't play defense without grabbing a guy a lot, you're not as good a corner as you think you are. In the pros, it's not going to go. It's not going to play.
Folks, there's a ton of people in the chat. We're over 600 for tonight. I appreciate that. That's great. If you are a Falcons fan, pipe up and let me know what you think. How happy you with this pick? We'll get back with Matt Derrick later. Dan Harms is going to slip out here in a bit, and then maybe we'll see you again later too, Dan, right?
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But, I'm going to go see if I can save the AG chat really quick. They're drowning.
Folks, if you don't know, Dan's over at Arrowhead, guys. Make sure you check that out as well, and we'll be here the whole time either way. Right. So take care.
Thank you.
See you, Dan.
Chase on was an interesting idea, Danilo. I really like that. I'm a little – I feel pretty good about myself right now, I got to say. I was pretty adamant that I thought that this edge class was pretty lacking.
Yeah.
And the fact that Young's the only one that's gone really kind of reinforces that period for me. But I do feel if he continues to slide, Chase On's a guy that the Chiefs might actually like. If he were to get down into the late 20s, I have a feeling they have him on the board in the first, probably not near high enough to take anytime soon. But I'd be really interested to see if they have any interest afterwards. And here's your pick to the Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb does go.
What's that?
CeeDee Lamb does go to the Cowboys.
There you go. See, this is the thing, my buddy who's a Raider fan has experience with Amari Cooper. And the reason he liked CeeDee Lamb better was he said he could be another like Nuke. He could be another DeAndre Hopkins. He said, Jerry Jeudy's fine. But he goes, we had Jerry Jeudy. We had Amari Cooper. And he goes, I don't want another Amari Cooper. He goes, I want a DeAndre Hopkins. I want a guy whose yak could exceed the full yardage of other receivers in the league because he's just so shifty. And Jerry Jeudy's great. That's a nice pickup for Denver. But I'm glad this guy's not. Who did he go to?
You feel better about that too, the Cowboys.
Okay, yeah, I feel good about him being out of the AFC altogether. That's good. I'm surprised he fell so far. I'm like, my buddy turned me on to him a while back, and I mean, I'd seen him in college a bit here and there, but I when I really started watching his game, I was just like, I mean, he reminded me of Sammy Watkins, and then my buddy said, look at DeAndre's stuff in college and look at his, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, same school, Clemson, both Clemson guys.
Yep, but
he's just got a little bit of that juice that they have. That's like Jerry Jeudy's a very nice receiver. He's polished. He's good at what he does. I just feel like Ruggs and Lamb have a little more pop. They pop off the tape a little more. They have a little more where Jeudy will consistently just burn you. He'll play good football.
Yeah,
that's great. But you're going to have way better corners against you every week. So sometimes that numbs and dulls down your effectiveness. Whereas these other guys, they're not just winning because they're solid receivers, as I watch a nice one-handed grab by Lamb, but 4 feet in the air, better than my 2 pizza boxes vertical. They make things happen that most guys can't, and that's the difference. That's the
X factor. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like take what you do well and then multiply it to a factor that nobody else can contend with. That's really what the problem is. I actually debated for quite a long time, Jeudy versus Lamb, who was going to be at the top of my board. Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty happy with the decision that I made. I feel good about it, but I like you said, I'm glad that he went to an NFC team.
And his numbers are better.
Yeah,
man, his numbers are better. I put a text out to my buddy, the Raider fan,
and I was interested to hear what they say.
I said, who do you think these two receivers are? And I sent him the yards per catch and the catch and all that stuff, and the receptions and touchdowns and everything. And he goes, are you comparing Lamb and Jeudy? Because he goes, I know Lamb's numbers were a little better. I go, no, the other one's Chase Claypool. Chase Claypool's numbers were better than Jeudy.
My tight end one.
If I'm going to take a chance on a guy, I want a guy that's got, a middling floor, but the ceiling could be holy crap snacks. What is this guy doing? 6'4", and that's 40 and running past people.
And it's a philosophy based on being the 32nd pick rather than the 23rd. It sounds like it's just 10 picks, but it is such a drastic difference in, like you said, being able to have to project a bit more and a bit better to see that upside. I'd like that you bring up Claypool because I've heard people in the last 48 hours start talking first round about him, and I just don't see it.
I've heard that too, and I'm just like, if you really trust your optics as far as futuristic, like seeing the future, and you really think he's going to develop into, who would he be comparable to in the pros at tight end? That's that much of a move guy, like a faster Travis Kelce, maybe. If you think he's going to be that guy, maybe. Okay, I can see that. But I mean, right now, as far as it's going to take him a minute to come along, he's not going to be day one starter. He might be day one number 3, and then a few games into the season be the number 2 tight end, or maybe he'll be your 4th receiver in a slot that just happens to be big and can run past people. But you got to have the guys around him to do that. You got to have the Watkins and the Tyreek Hill, or it's just you're pushing him way too far up your roster.
Well, and that's why I have him as tight end 1, but I have him at 45 on my board. And that's
middle of the second round, I'd be like,
yeah, right.
I don't want to take in Ruggs. I don't want us trading up for a wide receiver. But if Claypool's there in the middle of round 2, we already got one of the top 3 or 4 linebackers or corners. Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
it's worth a chance because he can do multiple things. That versatility goes a long way. I want to address a couple of questions in the chat. Thomas, we'll get yours in a second, but this one in particular, I know you mentioned Diggs. I like Diggs, and I know Metal Rocker does. You're comfortable with him at 32, yes?
Am I?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Although, if the one thing I'll say, the caveat I have to that is, if Diggs is there, did I miss many picks?
No, I think you missed 3.
The universe wanted me to go get a coffee and a donut, I think, so I reloaded.
Oh, universe one.
Who did I missed Jerry Jeudy. I saw him
You
go
missed
on.
Kinlaw, Jeudy, Terrell, Lamb.
I saw Kinlaw.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, so I did catch up when I got back. Okay.
Yep.
If Diggs and Queen and Murray and there's 1 or 2 other guys, if they're still there at the bottom of round 1 and we got some hungry hippos coming up trying to get pellets that aren't going to drop us below 4 or 5 or 6 in the second round, I'd say trade back. You got to trade back. There's just too much value there. You can get 2 more picks in the top 100 on top of that pick. So if you trade 1 and get 3 back, a 2 and a 3 and a 4, or a 2, 4, and even a high 5, maybe. I mean, maybe not 5. I would want to get 3 picks back. I want to get 3 picks or really good 2 picks.
I was going to say, I'd go for the higher 2s. I'm interested. I like Diggs, and like you said, there might be a little group there, a little cluster.
Yeah,
I wouldn't trade back any farther than Jacksonville at 9 in the second round. That's about my edge, but I like where you're going.
I'm like 6 or 7 makes me a little nervous.
Yeah, okay, that's
6
fair.
or 7 makes me a little nervous, and especially now, it's like now that Miami and San Diego and Cincinnati all went quarterback, there's not a team there that couldn't use a corner.
Yeah.
So he could be a victim of any one of those 3 teams. So it makes me a little trepidatious. I mean, like if Fulton's gone and Gladney's gone and it's like Diggs and then there's a drop-off, little harder to –
yeah, it does.
Indianapolis wanted to trade, and we know for some reason that Cincinnati's not going to take him, then I would say, yeah, trade back a few and let Love go to the Colts.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's I don't know. I wouldn't want to lose him and drop too low in the corner field.
That's fair. Yeah, there's a group there that you don't want to drop out of.
Yeah.
But that brings us to Thomas's question. Thomas Passwater, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. And everybody that super chatted us today. I think I've gotten all of you. If I didn't hit Aaron Morrow, and he will hammer me over the face to make sure that I get that. But for everybody that contributes to the channel, you thank you very, very much, especially if you're new here. And if you are, please, I'll take this moment to say, please subscribe. We do this all the time. Every Monday night, there's a live. Danilo's on with me all the time. DeJulio. See, I did it right that time. I'm pretty happy. But, Thomas, your question. With the way that the draft has panned out, how confident is it that the Chiefs can get a top pick that is ready to make an impact? And that's really where it comes back to, for me, make an impact. I feel like Diggs helps them. I think he has takeaway power. I think his ball hawking skills are worth that. Who else do you see that might be there at the end, as we've seen this fallen, that can maybe help us out and make an impact?
What's the phrase about a certain boat raises all ships or something?
Yeah.
Like, as a corner, Diggs going there makes the second, third, and fourth spot all stronger and makes Honey Badger responsible for less of the field.
Oh, Dolphins. Sorry, I don't
do?
mean to interrupt you.
I don't know what they do.
The pick is Austin Jackson, tackle USC, a guy that I have almost 50th.
I'm not surprised. My friends on the West Coast are really high on Austin. They're really high.
Is it a coast bias? Is that?
I think so, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm going to put this back up here, folks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for the changing here, and we'll get Danilo over on the side eventually. There we go. Yeah, so
I think he's a good pick for them. They need to protect first Fitzy, and they need to have somebody there that's going to be. That's the other thing too. It's. I mean, he gets a whole year to learn before he's going to be expected to be. He's probably might start this year, but by next year he's going to have a year of experience. While he's protecting Tua for probably Tua's first year, that's really good. It's nice to have your tackle that's a year ahead of your quarterback. So he's got that experience. They're not both rookies at the same time.
Sure. Well, and the way that the offensive line in general in college is so far behind year one, maybe even year two, that I'm totally with you on that. I like Jackson. And folks, this is the board that I put out the other day, and you can find more in the Rogue Analytics draft guide. I'll put that back up here, and it should be in the notes. Jackson is one of the best athletes at the position, so I see where that comes in. And for Miami to now change completely over, they got Tua, and now they come back with the tackle that I have to say is a stand-up guy. I think his character is something you can build around. He's a great athlete. You can build around that, but his technique has some holes. I like the kid. I liked him in the second round, but this really sets them up for what they're doing in the future. I wonder if this makes them more likely to move out of 26. What do you think?
Well, my first question is, and my buddy raised this question with me and made me worried about him, he goes, he's so athletic and like you're saying and this and that. He goes, you remember Bruce Campbell? I was like, yeah, not in a good way. I'm like,
I was going to say,
I'm like, so you're telling me you don't, if the upside is Laramie Tunsil, who you got rid of, and the downside is Bruce Campbell, that's a gap. That's a void. What was the question? I'm sorry, the question you had. How did you phrase it?
How do you feel like this so much offensive firepower that they're clearly revamping over there? Does that make them feel like they're satisfied? Like because they have some weapons, they might need a back, but what does it mean for 26? Because I still feel like they're one of the prime partners for the Chiefs.
I think you just basically had a man who had crawled through the desert for 3 weeks on like drinking his own urine, have a crisp glass of water dangled in front of him with the Super Bowl being in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
You want to keep those fans happy? You get DeAndre Swift or Dobbins or some. You get an offensive backfield weapon to go with your tackle and your shiny new quarterback, and those fans are ecstatic. You trade out of the first round, it's going to be less like us having the 28th pick and trading out and then only getting Chris Jones. And I'm like, I'll take that trade every day and twice on Sunday. But right now, optics-wise, I don't think they want to trade out. I think they want to get the Raiders pick is in. I think they want to get another possibly offensive weapon, unless maybe Xavier McKinney. How are they on safety since they lost Minka?
Well, and then that's the other side of it. You would think for a defensive head coach like Flores that you want to move in that direction. And I feel like McKinney's the only first-round safety on my board, on many boards, to be honest. So I feel like 26 is a safe spot for him. That's probably how they feel as well. I think that's an outside chance as well. The running back here. Here's the Raiders pick, folks. The Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah. Perfect.
Even Goodell's making mistakes live. I love it. I don't feel so bad. Look at that stadium. It's really interesting the way that they came up with that and fed into the whole black hole. Like the whole thing's the black hole now. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think it's a cool looking stadium myself. We'll see how it is.
Summer house, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, right?
It's so cool.
I'll be interested to see how people like it when they've gotten their butts kicked there for a little bit, because I think the Raiders, as much as I like Gruden and I like some of the things that they've done, I think they're still a ways away.
Yeah.
And if you're Raiders fans in the chat, let us know what you think. Are you happy with this? And are you happy with this selection? They take Damon Arnette, Ohio State corner, who I have down the board because he's got some serious dedication issues from what I've heard from multiple people. And Danilo thinks that it's a long reach.
I think it's reach. I think he was mid-second round at the best.
I agree with you. And I know that he's got some issues with preparation. And I feel like, honestly, I think the attitude feeds into what the Raiders are. And again, Raiders fans, hit us in the chat if you agree. I'm not surprised by that, but I do feel that this is a player that doesn't belong up here with this group of athletes in the first round.
I see you. Why not in the comments? In the LMAO on the Arnett pick.
Oh, okay. You're quicker on that than I am.
Craig Atkins, Raiders do it again. Do what again? Is that a pro or a con? I'm wondering.
Yeah, right.
Let us know if that was a positive do it again or a Raiders being Raiders doing it again. Oh, look at that.
Info, you're right.
Yeah, right. Oh, my gosh.
And now Kuiper's going to spin it for you and tell you that this is a perfect fit. I think attitude, I think he does have a little bit of an edge to him, and maybe that's attractive. He's not a high character guy from everything that I've read and heard. He's not a guy that has dedication to improvement. It doesn't feel like a Mayock pick to me, and I'm a little baffled by it, to tell you the truth.
That's the end of is that an accurate point by Cole Kelleher? The Khalil Mack trade is complete. Was that the last?
I believe so.
In the tree? Yeah.
And I'm sure Cole has done his research.
Talk about ending with a whiff. Not a whiff. It's not. I'm not going to say that. I don't know what the kid's going to do, but it was like kind of going out with a lamb. Like it doesn't feel like there was so much talent on the board still.
Right.
I just think that's a bit of a reach.
I completely agree with you. And if you're serious about helping Gruden more, I mean, there's still talent there at all offensive skill positions that can help you. If you're really trying to keep up with Tyreek and Pat, I think this is a lost opportunity. Tyreek
and Watkins and Jerry Jeudy now, like you're not this. Come on, man. Like you gotta. I think it's a reach. I think he's a good kid, he's got a good athletic skills. I mean, his background's not the best, I guess, his off the field stuff, but looks like he's got decent length. I'm looking at his tape again here.
Yeah,
just not exceptional length. He's clutchy, and he's going to have to do that in the AFC West, and it's going to get called.
Yeah, it's difficult to see this being something that I'd be comfortable with. And I want to just show you guys his athletic matrix because it makes the Chiefs happy. I'm certain.
Thanks, Cole. I saw your comment there in the last name. I try to be good with names because my name is a mouthful. It's already like been a punch in the face to Ryan a few times on our talks. I've grown up with that, so I try to appreciate that. I try to get people's names right, man.
Well, Cole knows that I'm terrible. Cole's a good sport.
Growing up being Danilo DiGiulio in grade 1, and teachers are like, and he's like, call me Danny right here.
So what I'm going to show you is Arnette, and here's the thing. Decent deep speed. He does have decent change of direction up there in the teens. But when you look at his initial get-off, the explosion is what I notice is the most that he's going to be taken advantage of, and the Chiefs are going to be able to really get one up on him.
Two.
I think
Tyreek and Cole.
Fair enough. I do feel I agree with you. That's a reach, and I'm not sure why they went there, but guess I'm happy they went there. Is a good way to put it. I got to go back to Aaron Morrow because I know you had a question. What do you think of Philly trading us for Jones and a first and a second? I don't know. I don't know if Doug's going to be happy pulling that trade. I feel like Doug, here's the thing, is the coaching tree has some influence, and I feel like Andy, Doug has more influence on his front office than, say, Matt Nagy does. Right. Clearly, Harbaugh has more influence on his front office.
Doug's got
especially without
ring.
Ozzie.
Doug's got a ring, so they got to listen. I mean,
bit. There is a piece to that. So while I think Doug is probably the better option there, Aaron, I agree with you. I don't know that that's something that's really going to be able to be pulled off because of the organization in Philly. I don't think they're going to go for that.
What are we looking at? Who's the next best receiver off the board? Jefferson?
That's my pick. He's my fourth. I'm pretty comfortable with that. Again, like Judy runs a ton out of the slot, so it's a question. But usage, I think. If I'm Jacksonville right now, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going with Minshew. There's a couple of the guys here. I do like Chark. I think he's an up-and-comer, but I want to help him out. And they reap the rewards of the Chiefs training up Chris Conley because he's the anchor in their receiver room. And I think that you want to give him younger, explosive athletes to kind of train up. So I'm perfectly fine with them.
Chris can have a blocker in the run game too.
Absolutely. And I'm perfectly fine with them adding Jefferson. The only problem is I can't remember what percentage Chark ran out of the slot last year. That might be an overlap.
Jefferson more so for your reference to the Eagles. I thought maybe the Eagles to replace Jeffrey.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great pick for Doug in the offense and what they want to do. Trade.
I don't think they would trade that pick because I don't think they're going to see him again.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But Jacksonville take first again?
Jacksonville's pick at 9 was CJ Henderson.
So they got corner. I mean, they could go corner again because they lost Boye and Ramsey last year. So,
yeah.
I mean, Boye is a Bronco now. Ugh.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
I kind of like him a little bit. I mean, then again, we haven't had exactly let me correct that. We have Super Bowl champion corners. I will not besmirch the name of our corners.
And you are absolutely correct.
Right? Just think about that, man. The rest of your life, Rashad Fenton, McCole Hardman, rookies, the rest of your life, you're introduced as Super Bowl champion Rashad Fenton.
Enjoy that.
That's crazy. That's a crazy,
It's impressive. I mean, and it's got to be a great experience to be such a young guy. And, Fenton maybe not, but Hardman comes from a team that's competing for championships consistently. Yeah. So it feels like I always worried, like maybe it feels a little too easy. Hey, walk onto a Super Bowl team,
Sure.
But I really like the way that he seems to have buckled down. And despite all of this stuff with the COVID, I feel like he did the work he needed to do last season. Yes, this has been a major hiccup. I do feel for the rookies that played so well as a class last year that don't get that consistent development because of this interruption.
Right.
But I feel like he put himself in a position to be a guy that can reap the benefits of that development.
Well, and with McCole, I'm worried less about it because he would have been he would have undergone that experience of being really good but not quite good enough for years at Georgia. And then he finally got a taste of that championship. He's not going to want to let that go. So I don't think his work is going to – and plus hang on.
And there is the guy that we were talking about. K'Lavon Chaisson, LSU outside linebacker, is now off the board.
I was going to ask if you think he might be next because, they had Fowler for a minute and it didn't quite work out. He didn't stick around there. And, they needed to replace that. So maybe that'll be the –
even beyond that, that's Ngakoue out the door. I just don't know how you get any value for it, like Matt was talking earlier. And folks, I know this is a super long stream. We are pushing 700 now. I appreciate you guys spreading the word. That's great. If you missed it earlier, Derrick was on, and he'll be back on with us later, and was talking about the way that has painted the organization in Jacksonville and Ngakoue himself into a corner. I think at this point, after the Chaisson pick, if he's given himself no out and no value, I think a release could be coming at this point because no one's going to trade you for a guy that is that disruptive at this point, and they clearly are moving on.
Well, I take that you say nobody because, we're thinking like Chiefs Kingdom and then the management and the brass that we have, but there's a lot of teams in the league that be like, who's available? Call him right now. He said, what? Okay. I don't care. Call him right now. There's always somebody. I mean, like I wouldn't touch Leonard Fournette with a 10-foot pole right now. Leonard Fournette is marginally more attractive to me than Kareem Hunt. Sorry, you guys in different ways wrecked your car. And your car won't ride now for the Kansas City Chiefs. Then you can go on and be successful somewhere else. You're talented guys, but we're good. We're good. We don't need that in our house. We don't need that disruption and that little we don't need that worm in the ear of our young guys that we're trying to coach up the right way to be good, responsible people. I said to my buddy yesterday, we were just talking on the phone, and I said, this whole thing with like when we got from watching the Ravens and Niners and from my couch, and Alex Smith is pacing on the sideline and wanting to get in there when his team's struggling, and I'm like, if screaming at the TV, if we're not going to play him, give him to us because he's better than anybody we had since Trent Green. Yeah. We get him, and then we get Andy Reid, but the trauma that happened that year. That matchup was like a compassionate match made in heaven after what Andy went through with his son and after what the Chiefs went through with oh my gosh, Javon? Is it Javon? Is that – God, I had his name yesterday. Belcher, yeah. Horrible situations, both.
Yeah, way to bring the whole stream down.
Hey, man, you know what? It's part of a family. It's part of a lifelong – if you've been a Chief fan as long as I have, we've gone through all these ups and downs over the years, and that was like the biggest – whether you believe, whatever you believe. But that was a big blessing that, they could unite that man, and the only team that could really understand a smidgen of what he was going through was this team. And they got together, and they were like, let's go get this. And they just they brought us back first, relevancy, second to competitiveness, thirdly to championship aspirations, and now we're champions for the first time in my life. And I dig that a lot. So I don't think they're going to risk any of that chemistry by bringing in somebody that's – I'm sorry, man. I even like Willie Gay Jr. Like, he seems really talented, and some of the red flags aren't that big, but just why? Why even invite it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm totally with you. And I agree with you there. Willie is actually on the matrix. Willie Gay Jr. is higher than Isaiah Simmons.
Oh, yeah?
Because of the way he moves in combination. And that's significant. You're absolutely right. But why take that chance? Especially this is not a team where you can maybe forgive some attitude, some trouble off the field or whatever, in order to get a guy with edge, a guy that gets you over the hump to make sure your unit a championship one, right? She's already done that. There's no reason to disrupt any farther than you have to. Now it's about maintaining the culture that they've built by becoming a champion.
Well, and I said in my stream yesterday, people that see my stuff on Twitch and YouTube will know, this is not a team that's trying to get that one extra player that'll make them playoff contenders, actually get them from one win away from the playoffs, or that is perennial first-round losers to try to give them some more competitive edge to be competitive in the playoffs. This is a defending Super Bowl champion team that brought back 21 of 22 guys and totally reloaded, has one of the youngest, most talented quarterbacks in the history of the league. And we just want to layer in talented depth at this point. Mm-hmm. That hopefully, if we can, I would love to see Brett Veach trade around a bit and get like 8, 10, 11 picks instead of 5. Like I was higher than a kite the other day because I was like, I'm like looking at, I have 5 picks left. I went back and looked on the board. I've already picked 8 players just from trade offers that were given to me and things that I offered out because of certain players sliding. Like we've said, like if Jalen and Hurts and Love are both there at the bottom, San Fran and our phones are going to be ringing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
my only concern is I don't know that there's 8 slots for somebody to make this team. The backside of the plus of signing one-year contracts to get your players back is that you don't have any longevity and you don't have a roster spot to draft their backup. I think if they got 6 or 7 picks, I think they can afford to cut a couple of draft picks that don't make it. But again, more fuel to the fire, get more people in the door. Here's the Eagles pick, folks. Unless the commissioner is going to say something else, so I'll wait a second. But this is the beauty of live streaming. We'll give you
before
this
we announce. Okay,
see it too.
To what you just said. That's why I want to see them get 11 or 12 guys in camp because there's so much depth down to the 5th round. Get 11 or 12 guys in, and like if 7 or 8 of those guys make it, and 4 or 5 of those guys are starters and 3 end up stars, it's a great draft.
Yeah. And that's really what it comes down to. Another great draft class is what you're going to need to sustain.
Rager? This high?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I know there was a bunch of guys in the chat that were calling it out. I don't know. Yeah, why not? There's a bunch of guys calling it out. Well done. I did not see that coming. Here's the thing with Rager, and I can show you guys his matrix as well. And the problem, great in a straight line.
Yeah.
I mean, he's great. He's up there with – he's one of the top 5 athletes in this class. But as I'll show you guys here, the problem is this is Ruggs. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. This is Ruggs. This is Mims, who's got good size. And you can see that what these spider graphs tell you is it reflects the ranks that everybody's got these things about their game that they do. When you get to Rager, you see the change of direction, the short area quickness. That's what that matrix is. It is so low in comparison to what the rest of his athletic profile is that it's just a glaring need. Yeah. If you can stop him, if you can jam him from running deep, he's a one-dimensional player at this point. And hey, more power to you, Philly. I don't see it.
People that have been Madden fans for a long time will love your athletic matrix because there was one version of Madden about 3 or 4 years ago where that's what they did. They did spiderweb graphs and they showed their different abilities on the edge. And I loved it because then when you drafted in the game, I could project a guy that was going to be able to play the way I wanted him to play. And if you didn't have that area quickness, would you be able to did you do Devin Duvernay from Texas?
I want to say that he did not have data. Let me double check that.
Okay.
Because I actually on the board, though, I have him above his teammate.
I'd love to see him up next to Rieger. I'd love to see them compared next to each other.
Oh, sure. Actually, I was wrong. I do have it. Let me show you.
Okay.
And, folks, this is all in the Rogue Analytics draft guide that is available at the website that I had up there earlier. It's in the links, and you can still grab this for tomorrow and day 3 as well. But here you can see Duvernay's over here, and his graph is different. He still has some of the long speed, obviously not the same as Rieger or Ruggs, but you also see that his short area quickness is not where he's divisioned. He doesn't get off the ball that great. His initial explosion is not there. And the thing that you have to worry about is this is what Chris Conley's graph looks like, because Chris has great deep speed, but he's a get up to speed guy.
Yeah.
So what I like about Duvernay is that he can put his foot in the ground, change direction underneath where he doesn't have to have. He gets separation with change of direction, not with initial explosion. And I actually ranked him over Colin Johnson for that exact reason.
I had him over Rieger just because I thought they should be closer together. I don't think he should be as low as he is. I don't think Rieger should be as high as he is. And I only had him about 5 picks apart. And there's something on a gut instinct watching his tape, watching the way he plays. I don't know. There's something about him that there's a little more cheetah attitude in him. Mm-hmm. There's a little more. I mean, his hands are phenomenal.
And he's thick.
I mean, he's thick. He's a thick dude. I mean, he's not going to get broken on a hit, and he's going to catch pretty much everything. And I'm like, that to me, that trumps everything. Because I played, like I said, at 4.6 and change my speed. But I had teammates that would be like, why is Danilo not on the field at times? Where they would go to like 3 or 4 wide receiver splits, and they'd take me out because they're like, oh, we want to get all the speed guys in. I'm like, but my buddies are like, but that guy's like a 50% hands. That guy's a 70% hands. It's like if Danilo can reach it, it's caught. Like, get him on the field. Like, and I'm like, to me, that trumps everything. Because I mean, otherwise, you're just a DB running down the field, and you're hoping you're going to catch it.
Yeah, so I'm with you.
If you got two guys that are that close athletic, I mean, even for me, like, I don't know exactly how your matrix works, but if you're a kid playing with toys, looking at shapes, they're so similar that you can't explain to me how come they're so far apart in people's minds. It doesn't make sense to me. Because when I watch the tape, I don't see that. I don't see this guy being way down here. And my buddy forced me to go back and watch him again because I'd only seen a little bit. And I went back and watched Devin again. I was just like, I dig this guy. I'm like,
yeah, I do too.
Fourth round.
Here's the thing that I love about him. That's exactly where I have him. And I love that because he's value. And honestly, it's because of the explosive plays that aren't part of the offense he was in. So there's a limitation there. But when you look at the board, you can see I had Rieger here in the 50s is what that's the midpoint of the second round. I got a couple of guys here, which, by the way, I'm big on Pittman. He's not the most explosive guy, but I love the way that he plays. And
he's
evidently
we have.
Right. And evidently a lot of teams are pretty high on him too. So keep that as a forethought for tomorrow, folks. Not big on Shenault because of the injuries. And quite frankly, I think it's a little repetitious of what McColl does. But then you get into that fourth round and look at the way the fourth and fifth rounds are stacked for these receivers. You don't see this every year, folks. There are a lot of options on day 3 at the top of it. And Duvernay's right there where I think the Chiefs are going to be picking on day 4. He's actually the sleeper guy that I'm hoping ends up there because of everything you just said.
And just think about this. Throw this in there. They could have got Jefferson there, let's say. Or they could have got they could have got a defensive player, like revamp their defense because their defense is getting they got some old guys over there. Okay. You come back later in round 3. You think Carson Wentz wouldn't like throwing to Antonio Gibson? 6'1", 226.
Yeah.
Flying past people.
It's like
and trucking the ones that get. What's that?
It's like you've told me about him before.
I know. I just keep coming back to this kid because I'm like looking at the thing. And the fact that they got him so much lower, I'm like, I love college production. It matters. More so when you're in one of the prestigious schools where you know their schedule's pretty stacked. They're playing pretty good teams every week and great teams some weeks. But once you get lower than a certain tier, it matters. But how they're getting that production matters too. Like Duvernay being so far down the list, okay, maybe. But if you bring him into Kansas City, where he's only a wide receiver 4 or 5, and he's going against the other teams, like the guy who was the last guy to not get cut on the roster, he's going to look like a superstar. And then if they start sliding coverage over to him, they're just begging for trouble with our starters.
Yeah,
so
I agree with
where you end up makes a big difference on how productive you can be right out of the gate. And I don't know. I like Gibson and Lynn Bowden. being here in Louisville, in Kentucky, got to give him some props because that kid, they're very similar.
Yeah.
I like Gibson a little better. I think he's a little more polished, but Bowden's an athlete. Bowden can do a lot of things, and he can throw.
The Vikings pick is in. We'll get to that in a second when they announce it, folks. This is where I'm worried about Diggs going. Even though his brother has messed up his relationship with the Vikings, I think Zimmer is going to like Trayvon. But let me ask you this back on Gibson. I know how much you like him, but how do you feel about what I'm hearing that most of the league sees him as a running back, where both of us see him as a wide receiver?
I think that if he came to us, Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy would sit down with him and go, how do you see yourself? And he sees himself as a wide receiver first. He said in an interview, he specifically said the thing that differentiates him from Pollard is where Pollard was more of a running back first and played some receiver. He goes, I'm a receiver first and I play some running back. And he's an awesome kick returner. Hey, McCole, just focus on wide receiver all season long.
One guy that's going to do that in Minnesota is Justin Jefferson, who has just been selected.
That's what I was going to say. Justin Jefferson should be their next pick because they need to fill in that spot with Diggs. And just the fact that it was a Diggs and a Diggs, I thought maybe they're not going to. You think, is that why he's falling? Because his brother was a little whiny?
From what I hear, there are some similar attitudes.
Yeah.
I've heard that from multiple sources. And folks, I don't know people inside of teams. When I say sources, I mean people. I'm second or third hand when I hear these things. I don't mean to try to play it up as though I know people inside of organizations. If I did, I wouldn't be on YouTube. I'd be working in the front office. But I feel like that is going to make him slide a little bit. And I know the Chiefs are a little bit snake bit with what happened with Marcus Peters and everything. So I don't know if that fit is perfect. This is one of the things that's so stressful about this particular season in not having the interview process like you normally do. It's a little too easy for a prospect to put on, a shirt and tie or a facade of maturity over a video call rather than being in the building, walking around, being there in person. You know what I mean?
But question for you, what better team to take a guy with all the measurables and all the talent that Trevon Diggs has and correct that attitude than the first defensive meeting that he chirps up, the Honey Badger and Frank Clark look at him and go,
right,
really, rookie? We don't need you. You need us. We do not need – see this right here, rookie? We don't need you. You want to hop on for a ride? Get your stuff tight. Get in line and work.
And that's honestly why a lot of people were surprised that Bashaud Breeland came back. And I think that's why, because it's one thing to do it in a defensive meeting, but if you're talking about the cornerback room where corners spend a lot of time together, Bashaud Breeland's got to be in there because without him, they didn't have somebody to make a correction like that.
Well, and here's the thing, too. Anybody who's a good leader, I'm going to get on the little big brother, dad, whatever post, the soapbox. Anybody who's ever taken a kid that's got a lot of potential but has a lot of attitude problems, often didn't have father figure, what have you, whatever. The difference between them and a kid who flies right is they haven't had the structure, and a lot of them crave that. They want that so bad. They want that man that's going to definitively lead him on how to be a better person, how to be a good man, and still be a winner, and still keep it. Like, what does Andy preach all the time? I want you to showcase your attitude out there. I want you to be you, but not a disruptive version of you that dismantles the team, just a version of you that – look at Tyrann Mathieu. How many people thought he was going to come in here and be the same as he was with the Texans? Okay, but not as great as he was, injury prone, kind of trying to be something he's not. Spags and Andy are like, dude, let your freak flag fly. We trust you. You have carte blanche. When you feel like you need to jump on something, go get it.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to come out in your dress shoes with no socks on. You're not going to be chirping at your coach on the sideline. The only time I saw him all season go off on his teammates on the sideline, and it was in a positive way, was in the Super Bowl. Right. And he was telling everybody, let's pull our socks up. We're better than this.
I agree with you.
Do this to us. There was no, come on, man. None of that. And there was no like looking at each other with pouty looks on their face. Our guys don't do that. Our guys get vocal with each other, and they accept it from each other because they know they're only demanding the best out of each other. And I love that about this team. I think they can correct a guy like that.
I think so too. The Chargers' next pick is in. We'll have that in a second. But Craig asked an interesting question. If McKinney falls all the way to 32, how do you feel about a DB that is more in the mold of what we see from Dan Sorensen? because folks, just because he's a safety doesn't mean he can play that deep coverage. That's not McKinney's thing. He's a box guy. I like the way that he plays it, but I don't really see the fit as much as to get him on the field. How do you feel about it?
First, at 32, way too high for what our needs are, because Thornhill's coming back. Thornhill's doing great. Dan's still got another year. He's not going anywhere. And Matthew's great. Now, if you're talking to me about like I said with Terrell Burgess earlier, if you're talking to me about a safety that comes from playing corner and can slide into the nickel like that, could easily be what Kendall Fuller was, but younger and faster. I'm all on board with that. But again, second round, maybe not first round.
I'm with you.
And as far as grabbing a guy that's like could be, we've talked about this, an updated version of Dan Sorensen. Dude, round 4 or 5, Tanner Muse is going to be sitting right there.
I'm with
6'2", 230, running a 4.21. Ooh.
Sorry, folks. We're starting hour 3 now. We've been 3 hours, so this is hour 4. I'm a little punchy. I keep forgetting things we've already discussed.
Dude, I would love to have had this when I was first starting to watch football. A Chiefs dedicated channel where I instead of listening to the pundits talk about everybody else talk about Tom Brady for 2 hours. I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah,
I wonderful he is. Thanks.
And there, unfortunately, is the pick.
Trade.
Trade
it up.
Is
that Kenneth Murray going to the Chargers?
It is. And
Wow.
I'm a little sad to see that. Yeah, I'm a little sad to see that. He is the number 2 linebacker on my board, a guy that I really like. Huge leadership traits. This takes things to a new level in Los Angeles. I gotta get better at saying that. But like you said, that defense just keeps getting better.
That's awesome for them.
Man, that's tough. I don't like seeing that. I got to say, for you Charger fans that might be in the chat, congratulations. That's a heck of a player. I'm really excited about what he's going to become. I just wish it wasn't going to be. I would have rather seen this than Isaiah Simmons, because one of the things I was going to say earlier but didn't get a chance was if teams in the NFC North or NFC at all didn't understand what the importance of having a guy like, how important would he be to the Cardinals? I said, well, ask Minnesota, because in that game against Minnesota, you know who would have caught Damian Williams before Tyreek did? Isaiah Simmons probably would have caught him before he got to the end zone. Kenneth Murray, as great as he is, if Damian gets past him and he's facing the wrong way, it's over. Damian's fast enough to get away from but that said, he might not get past him because he might get slobber knocked in the backfield. So, no, Kenneth Murray, I got nothing bad to say about his game. I think this guy's going to be quarterback of their defense within the first 2 years. Yeah.
I don't care how good all those guys are in there. I think he's a guy that can pull it all together. And that's why I like him better than Patrick Queen, because I think Patrick Queen's going to be really good at what he does, but I don't know that he's going to be the team leader that I think Murray could be. I could be wrong. I don't know him that personally. So,
well, from what I've heard, he's not a vocal person. That's something, from what I understand, that the LSU coaches were trying to pull out of him to get him to be a more vocal leader. But that said, as much as I like Murray, I'll go.
No, I thought you were going to say that said he was only 1 year starter at that position. Last year he was listening to Devin, so maybe that's why he didn't feel as comfortable.
That's
but a second year in the pros, knowing nobody's coming in and taking his job, he's not behind anybody. Patrick Queen might blossom and be the next Sam Mills kind of guy inside, just running stuff.
Nah, he's not going to be that. But
I like Sam a lot.
I like Sam. He'll knock your head off. I don't think Queen's that kind of player, and that's what I was getting to. Is that said, while this board has fallen the way that I had it ranked, it's clear that Murray is a leader and Murray is an all-around linebacker. He is not the coverage linebacker that Patrick Queen is.
Right.
And I do feel, from what we heard from multiple sources, that Pat Queen is the kind of linebacker the Chiefs are looking for. A coverage-first ILB, and despite not having that much starting experience, you're coming into a room that's got Ben Neiman that's been playing the coverage and is a stand-up guy. You've got Anthony Hitchens and Damian Wilson, 2 guys that know each other well, feed off of each other, and have leadership qualities. I feel like it's a good room to come into to learn how to be a leader at the NFL level.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. One thing I will say is if we're not getting Murray, for sure, now we know that. We're going to see him twice a year. We're not getting him. If we don't get Queen, and there's another guy I like a little, I know he's ranked not as high, but just again, because different skill set. The thing is, first of all, with Murray, I think I mentioned this to you. If I didn't, my comparison to him was like people were like, "Why do you like Murray?" I said, "I think I like Murray better than Patrick Queen because Patrick Queen is better coverage, sideline to sideline, perhaps, but he's not slow. Murray's not slow by any stretch. He's running a 4.5 at 247 and 6'2", 4.5 and change. To me, watching his game tape, he looked like Reggie Ragland with the athleticism of Derek Johnson. And I really dug that. I thought that was really cool. So I did a few more mock drafts, and Queen and Murray kept going in before us. Then I started not getting a chance at either of them. And then Malik Harrison was on the board. And I'm like, I'm going to go back and watch the tape. Why was I so high on him when I first started talking to Ryan about the draft? And I watched the tape, and it's like every second or third hit, it was that plastic crack of just like just that sound of like, this guy's bringing his lunch pail and smoking people. It's not, there's no rub you to the ground and let's get up and chat. It's like, I'm trying to knock you into your end zone. But dude, we're on your 25. I know, but I got a one wood in my shoulder pads. And he runs a 4.66 and haven't been a middling 4.6s guy running against corners in semi-pros that ran 4.48, 4.52. I could always get open. I could always move on those guys. And coming downhill, 6'3", he's a little taller than Murray. He's around the same, maybe a little more sand in his pants, a half a step slower, not even a half a step, a quarter step slower. I think Malik Harrison's getting undervalued. And if I think he is too. At the Senior Bowl, they were like, this is the dude right here.
And it's about the fit. It's the coverage thing. You're right. He's not as fast as the other guys. Okay. But one guy put it to me that he heard from somebody at the Senior Bowl that one of the scouts characterized him as he's a guy who plays like you shot his dog every game. Yeah. And there's something to that, you know? Yeah.
Think about this. Frank Clark, Malik Harrison, Honey Badger. All three levels, you got somebody that wants to take your face mask off.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a good thing.
And I'm one of those people. I know we all know, folks, that I'm old school about the run game. A little bit about the defense, too. I think the linebacker level is something that gives you a place to start when you're building a defense. And the Chiefs have had to go about it because they got hitched so early, and then they added Frank, and then they added Tyron. I feel like this is a place where they can actually improve in the years to come by adding to the linebacker group, especially if they do what they say that they are planning to do in adding linebackers with range. So this may be playing right into what they want.
Well, yeah, if you can stop the run and you can get to the quarterback, your secondary automatically is better because they don't have to cover as long.
Yeah.
They don't have to cover as long. They can bump. If they bump, all of a sudden your edge rushers are there, your linebackers. And what was I going to say? Shoot, I had a good analogy for Harrison too, for Malik in the middle. I can't remember. Gosh. Coverage. One of the lost arts supposedly in football, and it drives me nuts. I'm like, then the guy's not a football player. I'm sorry. If you say something like Troy Dye, sideline to sideline, needs to put a weight on a little bit, but super fast, super athletic, catches everything he can touch as a linebacker, that's nice. Worst trait, tackling. Then you're not a linebacker, dude. Because that's like qualification number one. Malik Harrison tackles everything he hits. That's the kind of thing, and that's why I thought Murray, I'd rather have a guy that's going to be over-exuberant and maybe misses once in a while because he's so aggressive.
Yeah.
Than a guy that's like, oh, let me stutter step and just not make sure, and then the guy's by you, or he try to arm tackle him and you're pencil thin and he bounces through you like nothing. You don't want that, man. This is not Pop Warner. You gotta hit people. You gotta come downhill, and the reason we stuffed the Titans so hard, Mike Pennell, Reggie Ragland, Dan Sorensen, to a large degree. We're hitting you in the backfield. We're hitting you hard, and we're hitting you often. And we're going to hit you so hard your heart's going to be laying out on the ground next to you, not effective anymore. You're not coming at the line like a locomotive anymore because you don't want this smoke, dude. You don't want it.
No. And you got to have guys like that all over the place. Looks like somebody's happy. The Saints looks like they've made their pick. The Vikings are back on the clock. And we're going to get this announcement here in a second.
Ruiz, Michigan center.
There we go. So the one interior offensive lineman.
Did they trade up, or did the Saints take him?
The Saints took him, I believe.
Good for him, man. you want to go to a good team. You want to go to a good team.
Yeah, I mean, more power to him. That's good for him.
I kind of like that kid.
I do as well.
I like him.
the way that he plays.
Onwenu. I like Onwenu. I like him and Barrettson. All three of them on the inside for Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
I like John Simpson just because his size and he's just such a monster of a man. Shane Lemieux has got a bit of nasty in him, which is surprising coming out of Oregon. There's right. I think the Chiefs could easily get a couple of good interior offensive line to bolster. I was hoping we'd maybe get one of the tackles, but because our 2 tackles are done in 2 years.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not going to put that kind of limitation on them.
No, I just mean contract-wise. We're going to be talking about
right. Yeah,
the dollars might not make sense. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Use an old dad pun. Son, I know you want to fix that old hot rod, but the dollars don't make sense because you're really fixing it again in a month from now.
Well, and so here is the lone guy who is one of the best athletes at the position too, either center or guard. The lone guy that I had in the first round for an interior offensive lineman. This is a little earlier than I had him, so maybe there'll be a second one go.
Well, he cut his head off for some reason in the shot, but I had him on the couch on the ESPN feed, and I love about him what I loved about Chris Jones. Dude's balling. The dude's so happy to be going where he's going.
Yeah,
that's important. Sorry, but go ahead. Sorry, man.
No, you're absolutely right. I thought he might be an option for the Chiefs at 32. That's why I bring it up. He went a little bit earlier than I expected. I don't think that any of the top 3 in the next round are really worth going after and getting at 32 because I think they're going to be there. This may make the scenario of trading back a little bit more appealing. We'll have to see how that comes down. But again,
I was watching a play. He blocked his guy. He turnstiled his guy out of the way for the running back, ran in front of the running back, and blocked 2 more guys to make a lane all by himself. That was awesome. He's got some good get off, that guy.
He does, and he's nasty at times. Casey Fire, I agree with you. This is an interesting thing. 3 hours in, and it's just growing. I appreciate everything you guys are doing for us.
Ryan, if you get a chance, go back and watch. I'll send you the link for one of the feed where I did the draft trades and stuff. I did it by myself, like in a void. Not yesterday, but the day before. Dude, I had so much fun. And I was like by myself, just getting offered trades, saying no, offering a trade, getting no, then going, what if I had a 6th rounder? And then it says trade accepted. I'm like, bingo jango. I'm like, so it was like so fun to like imagine what it must be like to be Brett Veach for a day. Like, oh my gosh, man. I know how much better it's going to make the team.
And I think it does feed him quite a bit. So I just want to take a quick look here as we covered a couple of positions, but we're looking at the back end of my board here. Pat Queen's still here. I had him in the bottom. Each of these boxes basically represents 4 or 5 picks, rounded, whatever. So he's still there. Fulton and Diggs still there. McKinney's still there. So I feel like this is playing into what the Chiefs want to see. Yes, there are teams in front of them that can mess it up still. That's certainly a reality. Right.
But what are their needs?
That's the question mark,
Fulton traded the pick to the 49ers again. The 49ers traded up to Minnesota. Wow.
So they moved back out earlier, didn't they? The Niners moved out of their first pick or moved back, didn't they? Or did they pick at 14? No, they selected Kinlaw at 14. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Somebody they definitely like. And, folks, after the Super Bowl, it's worth keeping an eye on those 49ers.
Is it Kinney right here? Is it Xavier?
It could be.
McKinney?
I thought they brought Ward back, if I remember correctly. So,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, this is Ward right here. In, out. In, out. In. Maybe they want to get over that. Maybe they don't want to be worried. Maybe they want his heir apparent right behind him. You know what I mean?
John Christensen, I hope you're not right. I would be a little disappointed to see the Niners get Queen.
Right.
We're gonna find out here in a minute, you guys. But once again, Kyle Shanahan looks pretty happy.
Schefter's going on about they traded a lot of picks.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen the compensation yet. When you see it, let me know.
All I heard was the last sentence Schefter said was they trade all those picks to move up to Minnesota. So then Minnesota must have got a little haul there.
Well, good for them. If you're going to get it.
Mel Kiper's got Brandon Aiyuk rated way higher than I got him.
Yeah.
He's got him as the 4th best player on the board at this point. I'm like, dude.
I don't know about that. I have him as the 5th best wide receiver. Finn, thanks for the shout out. I got the specs on tonight too. Just want to let everybody know.
I've never seen Brian without a hat. Mind blown.
Here's the Niners pick.
Offense.
And there you go. You called it. Aiyuk to the Niners.
Yep. Wow.
Another weapon. I like the way he runs routes. He is, again, I think you do have to look at the Niners have to be somebody the Chiefs have to consider when you're looking at matchups. And this is, again, puts more stress on the cornerback position, in my opinion.
But is he not like, I don't know, I didn't watch a ton of his tape, I'll be honest. But the tape I did watch, I would never have thought of the Niners because I thought he's like a little lesser version of Deebo Samuel. They've already got Deebo. You need to differentiate what your skills guys can do.
I think they look at it as a way to get 2 of them on the field.
Sure.
I stress a defense down the seams with both of them. Aiyuk can play outside as well. I think it makes a matchup towards being a little bit of interchangeable and being able to run the same kind of stuff from both sides. As you see here on some of these replays, he's deceptively fast.
He's under 6 feet.
I'll have to check that 1 second.
Yeah, they said he's got an 80-inch wingspan. Yeah, 5'11" and 5'8", it says.
Yeah, so 3/8 under, 205. But when you look at his matrix, and I'll show you guys his matrix.
But didn't they just lose Emmanuel Sanders?
I thought he was going to re-sign. I'm not sure if he actually did.
They could have had CeeDee Lamb. You know what I mean? They could have had CeeDee Lamb and possibly got Javon Kinlaw right now.
True.
I don't understand that.
I'm a little confused.
This guy's, if you're looking at him and CeeDee Lamb side by side, Ayuk's not the guy that CeeDee Lamb is.
No,
He's a nice player, but I'm like, okay, you're making all those moves. I'm watching on ESPN, but you're playing the Beavers. You're playing Oregon State. Okay, you're not.
And level competition is a
significant
significant
those moves against Clemson and Isaiah Simmons and Tanner Muse isn't coming down to crank you with a 4.4 speed. It's, right. I don't know. That's where it starts to get a little muddy, I think, for me.
Well, and here's the thing about him is his matrix shows you what he can do and what he's got upside at. And it's not long speed. He's not a deep threat. He's a guy that has good change of direction. He's explosive in short range. And so that's why you see him win those routes early. And I think that's, again, feeds into the Garoppolo factor of trying to get those reps, get the ball out, get those passes off. I think that feeds into him. I think he's got enough play strength that it's going to be a challenge, especially I look forward to Rashad Fenton matching up on him. That's going to be a power on power.
If they start getting a situation in the playoffs where they had with the Seahawks, with the Chiefs late in the fourth quarter against us in the Super Bowl, where the pressure's getting there quick, having a guy like him and Deebo who can get off and get open fast and then do something after the catch, I get that. Makes sense. Because when they were trying to go deep, they didn't have time to set it up. Like that Emmanuel Sanders play, he needed a tenth of a second more to dial that in, and he didn't have it.
And the fans have updated us that Sanders did go to the Saints.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Wow. Drew Brees getting spoiled out there.
Caesar and now Sanders with Thomas. Hey, I like what they're doing out there. It's an all-out push for the end of the Drew Brees era, so I can't blame him for it whatsoever. Info Apocalypse has a decent question here. Do you think KC would trade up to Seattle to get Queen ahead of Baltimore? That's the interesting scenario, and I just don't feel overall that Veach is willing to give up picks to move up when they only have 5. Selecting 4 players, I don't think is in his plan. I could be wrong, but I thought Murray might go to Baltimore. So, Info, that's a great question. How do you think that Queen might fit in Baltimore instead, Danilo?
Like Ray Lewis, without not quite as much of the downhill stuff, but the sideline to sideline for sure. Yeah. They're going to love that about him. I think they've kind of converted away from a 2 thugs in the gap with Siragusa and the other guy they had. The meat hogs in front of Ray, they kind of come off the edges a little more the last 6 or 7 years, even longer. As long as Suggs has been in the league, they've been more of an edge rush team and less of a power push up the middle, like they used to be, like when they played the Giants in the Super Bowl. So I think having a guy that can hold up in the middle and slowly compress the pocket while they're blitzing off the edges, then you want to have that guy that in like 5 to 15 yards is covering everything, sideline to sideline. That's where like Malik and Murray might be more like 10 yards and in. They're covering routes. Patrick can stretch it out to 15, 17 yards and be right on people. I saw one replay. I didn't realize how jackrabbity he was. There was one play. He was running down the sideline. It might have been T. Higgins or somebody. He was like step for step, like he looked like he was jogging, just waiting for the ball. Okay, I'm just going to run here beside you like nothing. Wait for the ball. Okay, it's gone. Okay, next play. It was like effortless. So I think that range, like you said, that's a big deal for them.
Yeah, I like it. I mean,
and if you do leave a hole in the middle, that dude's going to shoot the gap and get there faster than the running back does. He's going to hit the hole before a running back.
He is quick. He's got to develop that because he doesn't have the instincts to do that.
No, he's got to have the read. The read and react is big.
Yeah, but I do feel that that's something that they can develop. I do feel that Matt House is a really good linebacker coach. I have a tendency to rely on guys that have been head coaches before because I think it widens the number of people that you know how to communicate with in an effective way and be a leader. And so I feel Matt House has that in his golf bag to bring out with a number of different guys. A lot of folks bringing up a couple of interesting ideas. I don't think Jeremy Chin is a first-round player. I don't think playing for the Salukis at that level puts you there. But he has the physical talent. It's about whether he can learn. And the only people that know that are the Chiefs, people who interviewed him. So put that on the back burner, but that's a good idea, you guys. I like Logan Wilson. He's one of my favorites in this draft. He can definitely fill the hole at linebacker, but he's not the same kind of athlete as Willie Gay or Patrick Queen. Willie Gay is actually
about a 4.63. He's like a thin hair faster than Malik Harrison. But he's really good with read and react. His read and react is nice.
Yeah, I have him in the second round as well.
Yeah.
And one thing that I'm gonna cut you all off here before anybody brings it up. And I talked about this the last couple of weeks. You're going to start to hear people ask about Zach Bond. And I like what Zach Bond does, but he's a pass rusher in a linebacker body, and I don't think that transition is going to be smooth. I don't think he's a first-round pick. We'll see if that happens here at the tail end, but the fact that he's still there when he was mocked by some of the networks to be in the upper teens, and he's still here, I think that tells you what the league thinks. And I don't think Zach Bond's an option for the Chiefs personally. How do you feel?
Corner and linebacker are the two real needs.
Yeah.
You're going to go needs.
Well, they're projecting Bond to be a linebacker now. That's why I asked.
Well, no, not that kind of linebacker. No. He's not as multiple as Malik Harrison to me. He's more of an edge. Mm-hmm. And I was talking to my buddy yesterday, and I thought about it. I'm like, our edges right now are Frank Clark, Damone Harris, Tano Pasnio, and Alex Okafor. We're good right now. We can get somebody late or undrafted. We don't need to be rushing to that.
They got Ward coming off the IR too.
Slides to like bottom of the fourth, and we got some extra picks. Maybe Anthony Jennings comes in here, but I'm not grabbing Bond, especially not early as they think he's going to go.
Yeah.
One person said stack bundles don't want him at all. Okay. Another guy, hope not. All right. The one that was killing me is I've seen a lot of people mock us even jumping to get Epinesa, and I'm like, that's not happening.
Oh, Epinesa is barely a second-round pick, in my opinion. I have him mid-second.
No, he can do one thing. You know how I feel about the running backs, too. But go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I know how you feel about the running backs.
Go ahead.
I'm trying not to point it out yet that none of them have gone, dude.
No, I know.
No, I mean, Epinesa's got great length, and he's a great bull rusher. I must have counted like 6 sacks that, on highlight reels or whatever, where he was just unblocked because he doesn't have any explosion. He's not an athlete. He can't go outside. He can't bend the edge. That's not his game. The sad part is that actually fits some of the things that fit what Spags wants to do because he's an all-power guy that can go inside. I think he can probably go down to the 3, but he can definitely play the 5, and he can line up outside in a wide 9. You're just not going to get any bend out of him. I hope the Chiefs don't go there. I honestly would take Marlon Davidson over him because I think Marlon has a little bit more spring in his step, and I think he's better inside, much like Ogba was. Oh, and here's the Packers pick. And there goes Jordan Love.
Queen? Oh, Jordan. What?
Yes.
Wow. Oh, buddy.
So
get those Mr. Fantastic arms out and reach. So they just took some value off our trade value, though. That sucks.
Yeah, that does hurt. Although I still feel like Jalen. I think that the Patriots might have moved back because they feel they can get Jalen Hurts late. I do want to say for my family,
the Chargers gave up 37 and 71. So the Patriots got 2 top 100 picks, 1 top 50 and 1 top 75.
Wow!
To get Murray. So.
I am surprised by that. I just want to give a shout out.
Belichick things.
Yeah, right. I want to give a shout out to my family down in Georgia and those of you that are Packers fans. I have an interesting extended family who are all Georgia grads, but Packer fans. It's a long, long story.
Nice.
But they're all very, very happy right now because they can see the end of the Aaron Rodgers road coming. I don't think anybody's in a hurry for it, but they see it coming. So clearly this says that they feel that there's enough upside from Jordan Love. I think it's the arm and the ability to get outside the pocket, which is something.
He's got some mobility. He's got some nice mobility too.
Yeah.
Everybody out there in the chat, take everything I say with a grain of salt, and Ryan knows this. I'm trying to be objective and look at not objective team wise. Obviously, I just decided I was going to get rid of any illusion that I wasn't all in on Chiefs. But a guy's a project. He's a project. But if the project turns out, it doesn't matter where you got him. It doesn't matter if you picked Tom Brady in the 6th round and he becomes your hero. He's your guy. That's great. It doesn't matter if people are like, well, why did the Chiefs traded up 17 spots to get Mahomes? Who's laughing now? Like, if you get your guy, it doesn't matter where you got him. You got your guy. So while I might say this looks like a reach, that's not a knock on the kid. I just think he's more of a project than some people are projecting him as. But you know what? If it works out, all power to him. If you got the next Aaron Rodgers pupil and that's going to develop into something like Aaron, then that's great. That's a great pick. I just think sometimes people outsmart themselves and they overvalue guys and they get locked in on that guy and not see that, maybe we could have gone down, and we'll never know. The thing is, maybe they couldn't get a trade. Maybe they tried to trade back and they couldn't get an offer. So,
well, I will say this. I agree with you, but according to my Packer fans and my family, they're not that happy about it. Right. Cancel the season. Is what I'm getting here.
You know who else said that last year? Half of Giants fandom. And they're singing a different tune now. You know who else booed like crazy when he was drafted? Eagles fans for Donovan McNabb. And I, having just come off of being at Syracuse, watching him play with Marvin, watching him as a walk-on down there, I'm like, you do have no idea what you just got. You got Steve Young ability, Brett Favre sense of humor. This guy's going to be the best quarterback you guys have ever had. And that's what he was for his career as an Eagle. You guys should have been thanking your lucky stars. And they just didn't know because he was a Syracuse guy. He's not one of those schools that people are dialed in on, just like Utah State. And I'll go one further with Utah State. I went back and watched young Darwin's tape, who, I think he's a nice tool in the offense. I don't think he's an RB1 for us, but I like he's got a nice skill set. And somebody was pushing me on us trading up to go get Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And it's not a knock on Edwards-Helaire, but I watched the tape. It's not a big difference between the two guys. Yeah. I saw Darwin get away more times, and I saw Darwin face way more penetration. When you have to juke a guy before you even you just got the ball and you got to make a move. And then you're going through like a mess at the line of scrimmage and you're still getting yards. Give me that guy. He had a lot less open lanes than CH had at LSU. And LSU had, he had 1 year of proven production. So
yeah, I mean, that's a lot of guys in this draft. Welcome Dan Harms back. Dan, Danilo finally got me to talk about running backs. You didn't miss anything.
No, I brought up Darwin. Hey, man, Diggs is still on the board. I'm still not thinking running back right now.
You're happy? Okay. So the Jordan Love thing, Dan Harms, that just happened to Green Bay after a trade.
Exactly.
He's like, tell me, give me your reaction.
I thought for sure they were going to trade up for Denzel Mims. I was like, it makes sense to go get a receiver for Aaron Rodgers. He's got, 4 or 5 years left at the most? And then they go ahead and they're like, we need to bring in a quarterback for the future. But Aaron Rodgers does not want to participate in molding a quarterback of the future. What are you doing?
Paging Ben Roethlisberger and Mr. Rudolph. Paging Ben Roethlisberger and Mr. Rudolph.
I
Same
don't
thing.
get it. I understand that LaFleur is going to have to establish himself as that coach and that quarterback whisperer. So he wants to get his hands on that young quarterback. But come on, this is weird.
Question, Dan. Question for you.
I'm getting so blown up by my Packer
I
fans
have a
right now.
question
I'm
for
sorry.
Dan Harms right now. Here's my question. Okay, so could you break down the tape really well? We go back, we take Jordan Love, and we go in a time machine back to the playoffs. How does Jordan Love help the Packers beat the Seahawks?
Oh, he doesn't. He's not going to do that. And, well, right now he's not going to do that. He doesn't make those accurate throws that Aaron Rodgers made to even keep him in the game. So, this
They didn't move
is.
the needle one iota. Their first round pick, and they didn't move the needle at all to make their team better next year.
I really think that this is a 3-year quarterback. This is 3 years, in my opinion. Jordan Love will be ready in 3 years if Aaron Rodgers rubs off on him in any way, shape, or form. He needs to cut back on the bad throws and interceptions and just dumb mistakes, and that's what he needs. He needs 3 years.
That's a lot. I can't say that you're wrong. I'd love to hope that maybe not, but man, by the reaction of all my Green Bay people, it's crazy. In fact,
Aaron Rodgers sat for 4 behind Brett, and he didn't have half the sloppy tendencies coming out of Cal.
No.
I couldn't understand. When I got home from playing flag football that day, I was like, please let either DJ or Aaron Rodgers be on the board still for the Chiefs. And I got home, and they were both still there. And Aaron, of course, slid as far as he did. But I couldn't believe that Aaron Rodgers slid that far. I watched him play a lot because I was in California, and I'm like, this kid can, aside from that Jeff Tedford statuesque thing he forces all of his quarterbacks to do like a robot, once he shook that off and started improvising a little bit, dude, it was like, let the pigeons loose. This guy's amazing. This is just it's a head scratcher.
This is another one. Let me ask you guys this. A lot of folks bringing up Queen again here. Is the age of the Seattle linebacker core give you pause that they might be a team that wants to look at Patrick Queen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll look at him, but I think they have much more pressing needs.
Line,
They want to run the football.
that's not injured.
Yeah.
They do want to run the football.
Yeah.
Their offensive line has never been good, but yet here we go. Let's run the football. Why?
Because Russell's short, okay? They're scared,
He's only the best deep ball thrower in the NFL.
right? It's puzzling. For as good as they are as personnel people up there, the way they go about things doesn't click to me either.
Yeah.
I would love to see them go. I still think there's I don't know if Ezra Cleveland's a reach for
It's
them.
a huge reach.
In general, it is, but I mean, from the way they want to play,
Yeah,
a guy that can get out and be a shield outside of the pocket for Russell as well as the run game. I don't know. Maybe they see that, but I'm trying to look at who fits what the Seahawks want to do in terms of running the ball and protecting Russell. I think it's a stretch for Cushenberry. I think it's a stretch for Robert Hunt.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody really that I would take along the offensive line right now for them. Do you?
That's the problem. After we get past those four, the big four, we're talking about some projects in Josh Jones, Ezra Cleveland, all these guys that don't have, the top four ready to go plug and play. But that's the problem, is they're going to get both Josh Jones and Ezra Cleveland are going to be drafted and start almost right away, I think, and that's going to really inhibit their development. So,
Who is it?
sorry,
I'm behind here.
Oh,
Here comes the Seattle Seahawks selection.
here we go.
It is Jordan Brooks, an
What?
undersized linebacker from Texas Tech. Thank you, Kansas City, because that could have and probably should have been Patrick Queen.
That should be Patrick Queen.
Wow.
He's a 3-3-5 linebacker.
Yeah,
He is a 3-3-5 linebacker.
it's difficult to see him taking on the run. It's difficult to see him bodying
Playing
tight
in
ends.
Seattle.
Yeah, I mean this is not a Bobby Wagner type linebacker.
No.
I'm really surprised, but again, the league's going to coverage linebackers. This is a shift. I thought that the positional need was there because of the age of Wagner and KJ, who I don't even know if he re-signed for another year or not. I'll have to look that. I'm shocked. Danilo, do you have any take on this? Dan and I can't speak.
This was the 27th pick. It's a stretch, but he might have been there at 72. I don't understand why you reached that high up to get this guy.
It's funny.
That's a big thing. That's a good thing. But go ahead, Dan.
So you talked about going to coverage linebackers. Point me in the direction of where he plays coverage.
I'm just saying it's the only thing he can. Because he can't take anything on.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm baffled.
This is ridiculous. He's a downhill player. He's aggressive. Yeah, I get that. But this guy almost never takes a step back. He's almost always going for the mobile quarterback. He's always blitzing. This doesn't make any sense. But I don't know. I'm blown away by this. I thought he was going to be like a third, fourth round pick.
Yeah.
Wow.
I get it. But that's good.
But
that's
now
good.
Patrick
Queen
Queen
love the draft because
Baltimore.
people reach.
Now, yeah, that could be the next thing is Patrick Queen to Baltimore. Again, making that shift to the coverage type linebacker. They get through this, then I'm starting to worry that Patrick Queen is not the prospect that I think he is, and maybe the Chiefs pass on him too.
Well, if they're talking, if the board stays the way it is, and you've got Christian Fulton on the board at 32, wow, take him. You can plug and play him, and you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I have him over Diggs. Danilo, where are you at?
You had who?
I have Fulton over Diggs. Where are you at?
I just play wise, I like them both. I just like Diggs' length a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So little background information. I came to football from being in the military, being a tank gunner, and we talked a lot about cone of fire and beaten zones and stuff like that when using a machine gun because the barrel bounces.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a straight line shot. You have a cone of fire, so your bullets all come out a little bit different, and that a little bit of difference can make a big difference in how far they're spread apart. So your cone of fire is the middle point of how far around those bullets are from each other, and the beaten zone is a big oval of where your bullets could impact on the ground in any specific arrangement, right? When you have a long corner with long limbs, the cone of fire, the space that a quarterback has, if he's beaten off the line but then stays with the receiver and is only like a step or so behind in trail technique, the gap that he has over that guy to get the ball in is very tight.
Yeah.
If that guy starts getting 6 foot or less, you start getting a bigger gap where he can fit the ball in. So when I got a guy that's 6'2" with long arms and can stay with most people, I like that. And I'm not sure how tall what's Fulton's measurements like?
5'11" and a quarter, I want to say.
Yeah, I'm like, he's a guy I can like, but I don't know if I would love him as much. If they're both on the board, I like Diggs. If they're not on the board and we got Fulton, I'd be like, okay, let's go, let's dance. The guy can definitely play. It's just like the comparable for Diggs, and I thought it was a good one, was Aqib Talib, and it's just like it's hard to get the ball around that guy. He's not running 4.41 or anything, but he's just so long and rangy and like spider monkey arms. Just it's hard to get the ball past that dude to your receiver. You know what I mean?
That's true.
My career is very small.
My concern is that Diggs, I don't have a time on him. He looks slower to me on film than I like.
That's my
but
problem
I need that confirmed. And
right.
Fulton, I was wrong. I was off by an eighth. Fulton's 5'11" and 5'8". But he does. Here's the interesting thing.
He's not under 5'10". That's the thing.
Yeah.
True.
He's
but his
5'8".
arms are under 31, and that's an issue for a lot of teams. So that may be part of what's bouncing him.
Put it this way. Playing the Patriots. Okay, let's go back in our little Wayback Machine again with Mr. Peabody. Where would you like to go? Okay, we're going to jump in there, and we're going to take Trevon Diggs, and we're going to morph him, and he takes Bashad Breeland's place, covering Edelman. Is he still able to reach over him and knock that ball away? Absolutely. Okay, let's take Bashaud Breeland out and put Fulton in there. Does he get his arm around him, or does Edelman catch that ball? And the Patriots
I think Fulton's underneath the route and instead of behind him.
Maybe he gets underneath the route and Edelman stops and just catches the ball behind him like 2 yards. The length and the size of a corner, sometimes when you play receiver, sometimes dictates how you run your route and whether you can improvise a little bit or not. Like I would run routes against guys that were smaller, and I'd be running and they're on me like stink on a skunk because, like I said, I'm running a 4.6 and change. This guy's running a 4.48 or a 4. Here's the thing: speed's a double-edged sword. It can kill both ways. You can stop and make a guy like Top Gun, make him fly right by. All of a sudden, you're open. Now
you're gonna do what?
He might tackle you, but if you're in the end zone, the play's over once you caught the ball. So with guys like that, receivers can run, and you'd see it in old like Antonio Freeman plays with Brett Favre. They'd be running, and Freeman would be running, and he'd reach back and he'd point backwards like this with his hand, and he's telling Brett, "I'm about to throw the brakes on," and Brett would just throw the ball behind the DB. He couldn't stop himself, and Freeman would just catch an easy touchdown. It's tougher to do that with long guys because long guys can reach back in and still break the play up. So I mean, their speed and everything, if they're measurables, and like you said, we don't have a time on him.
Yeah.
If those measurables aren't extremely noticeably different on film, I'm always going to lean with the longer guy. Because I mean, Marcus Cooper could run, but Marcus Cooper couldn't stay with people for some reason. That he could turn that speed into great coverage skills.
And I think that the Ravens are about to pick Patrick Queen. So
I kind of feel that way as well.
I'll say about Fulton is that he's got his transitions excellent and his hip fluidity is up there. So I think that he's got that ability to stay with guys in their hip pocket, even though he doesn't have that length. He's got good ball skills. So it's like I said, it really just depends on the situation and the player.
And if you can stay with people, like that, I mean, Darryl Green was not big. He's not a big guy, but you couldn't shake that dude for the life of you. That guy was on you like stink on a skunk. And that's an immeasurable quality. That's just, those guys are annoying. When I played against guys that were good and shifty and had quick hips, I didn't learn until.
Here we go with the Baltimore Ravens pick. It is Queen.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Here we go.
So
that's hand in glove with every mock draft I did.
Yeah.
They took whoever was on the board, Queen or Murray, they were taking him. He wasn't getting past them.
And it was kind of a tease that they both fell so far. But hey, it is going to be what it is. So we have.
What did I say to you last time we spoke? I said I think the real draft is going to take that concern away from me. My concern being I watched Diggs' tape again. I fell back in love with him. And like, what do we do if he's there and Murray's there? And I said, but in reality, I don't think I'm going to have to worry about that because I don't think Murray and Queen are both falling. I don't think either one of them is going to fall to us. Yeah. So we're still there. I mean, that said, the next two teams could take a corner.
Yeah,
they absolutely could.
Tennessee definitely could.
Well, the Chiefs are on the clock and 3 more picks. So, it's narrowing down here. So let's do a quick review. I want to get your guys' take. Let's look at the board. And as we pull that up, let me maximize that. So if we're going to look, there's probably other players that you guys probably disagree with me. Talk to me about Jalen Johnson. I feel he's in that conversation. If 2 of these next 3 picks are Fulton and Diggs, I think I'd be comfortable with that. It's a little bit of a reach for me. But how do you all feel about Jalen Johnson? Harms?
Yeah, I think that's one of those things. We're talking about length and physicality, and I think he brings that to this team. And I watched some Utah tape, and that's primarily what their defense is built on, being physical. And I was trying to find actually where Michael Pittman Jr. played against Jalen Johnson. Fun fact, he did not. I think he lined up exclusively away from him on purpose because of the physicality. And that's one of those things that Spags covets, and he's very physical through the stem and all he's got length, and that's the kind of thing that I do think that this defensive staff is looking for. Obviously with Breeland and Ward and Fenton, they just got guys with length and physicality, and that's what they want to bring in. That's definitely something that Johnson does. I'm just not sure that 32 is where I would spend that. I think you could still find some length and physicality later in the draft.
Well, and if you're
that's a good transition.
If you're giving Jalen Johnson the reins in that spot, and he was that way against. He was utilized that way to not against Michael Pittman Jr. What's going to happen when he's up against Mike Williams? What's going to happen when he's up against Cortland Sutton? You know what I mean? You're going to put him on the other side of the field and make AJ Boye. I mean, I don't know, like make a guy the size of AJ Boye play those guys. Like we need to have a guy that can do that. And Breeland, I felt like he got beat up a bit a few games last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I feel like he needs to have somebody that can spell him once in a while and not lose too much ability. You know what I mean?
No,
I think that if Fulton or Diggs are there, we take them. I think Jalen Johnson, I think we trade back if we can.
So
I think
here's
that's
where
just too
I'm
much
at.
of a reach value-wise.
With Murray and Queen gone, all my first-round linebackers are gone. The edges are gone. A couple of guys left, and it is the corners we've been talking about. Xavier McKinney, safety from Alabama. And I want to ask you guys about Marlon Davidson because I think I'm higher on him than most because I covet his versatility. Yep. I think he's an uber more aggressive AJ Epinesa. I think he fits the Spags system. Is it too expensive? Is he not a caliber player that should go at 32? Dan Harms?
Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not doing my job.
And that's the thing that we got to really figure out is if we're talking about drafting not necessarily a position of need at 32, and it is more of a best player available or a scheme fit type. Marlon Davidson does fit that mold, but I find it hard to believe that they're going to want to address an edge interior defensive guy that you can shift in there with, all of the different needs they have at linebacker and in the secondary that they're going to still going to need. And they could even go offense in the first at 32.
Oh.
I would not put it past. I'm saying I wouldn't put it past Brett B to take a wide receiver. Maybe Denzel Mims. I'm just saying.
I was waiting for it.
No, but seriously, I would prefer them to take a defensive player, but I definitely wouldn't put it past a wide receiver. We're talking about both DeMarcus Robinson and Sammy Watkins on 1-year deals, and as much as I love both Tyreek Hill and McCole Hardman, I don't think McCole Hardman can survive on the outside. They need another guy out there, and that's something that they'll definitely have to address at some point. But yeah, there's still quite a few corners here. Even if we talk about both Christian Fulton and where are the other my corners over here, and Diggs gone. I actually have Gladney rated above Diggs and Jalen Johnson. So there's some of that too, and I know that there's been a lot of talk about Gladney going, at least in this part of the draft. So there's a lot of options they have that they don't necessarily have to take a guy just because of scheme fit, I think.
Hey, folks, I want to pause and say thank you to all of you fans, all of you new fans. If you are not subscribed, jump on that. Hit the sub button, hit that bell notification so you know what's going on. This is officially our biggest stream ever, 800 and almost 850 awesome. People in here. So we appreciate it. It's great to see all of your new names. And for all of you that have been here the whole way, thank you for everything. There's a couple other guys here. A couple of people brought up Chin, Delpit, some deeper safety selections that I don't feel warrant first rounds. But this could be prime trade back territory, and this might be a situation against my wishes that Danilo actually becomes correct. There is a possibility that there's a running back on this list that the Kansas City Chiefs like more than I do.
No, I just want to say thank you to Stack Bundles. Stack Bundles, I agree with that dude just said if Johnson there, trade back. Thank you, sir. I like the fact, too, there's a lot of fans. It shows you how educated our fans are becoming. There's a lot of them that are saying they'd rather see us trade back. If certain players aren't there, just trade back. Everybody's not addicted to you got to get that first rounder anymore, and that's good. That's good growth by our fan base.
I have to say, for my family down in Georgia, congratulations. Another dog has been selected, Isaiah Wilson, 5th tackle off the board.
I like that guy. Oh, I was hoping he would still be there.
And that helps the Kansas City Chiefs in everything we've just been talking about.
This is amazing. This draft could not have worked out better for the Chiefs. You got overdraft of AJ Terrell. Oh my gosh, this is. Granted, they're all really good players. We're talking about guys that are mid second round picks. They're going a little bit high, whatever, and good for them. But this is working out better than I could have imagined for the Chiefs outside of Murray or Queen falling to 32.
I was hoping Murray, Diggs, Fulton, and Wilson here. I was hoping all these guys were going to be there at 32, and we trade back 4 picks, knowing we're going to get one of those guys. It's just, I didn't necessarily have him at a first rounder, but I was like, I wouldn't be upset if we took him in the top of the second round. He's a bit of a reacher. He doesn't seem to have as much of the I don't know. Now I'm watching some of his stuff again here. I haven't seen much tape on him, but just being down here in the South, it's like he's an effective blocker. He's got some good mobility. I don't know, man. It's like, what do you think, Dan, right now? Where are we going? If you had to pick right now, you're on the spot. Go.
Who are the Chiefs?
Yeah, right now.
They have to go corner. They got to go corner, and I think for them. It's between Gladney and Fulton.
Okay, I think it's between Fulton and Diggs.
Yeah, I just haven't seen.
Gladney could be like plug him in nickel and forget about it. It's done. You know,
I think
is that where you'd put Gladney, the nickel?
I think he can play on the outside.
You think so?
Yeah, I watched him against Denzel Mims. Man, he's got some traits he can play out there. I think.
Yeah.
I like him better inside, but you're right. He has the possibility. I don't think Mims takes full advantage of what he can with his physicality, especially against a smaller corner. But yeah, I think it could be either or, especially if you're just going to let him turn loose and run. His aggression goes a long way.
I will say that before the draft, I tweeted out Brett Veach is going to take a wide receiver in round 1, isn't he? I'm just saying.
You're killing me, Smalls.
I don't think so. So I don't know if Dan knows this, but this is Ryan gives me grief all the time about my love fest with running backs. It's not a love fest. The problem is we have 7 on the roster. This is for the fans who don't know, who don't follow my stuff yet or anything. We have 7 running backs on the roster. People are like, why would you take a running back? That's crazy. Because we have 1 that is under contract at the end of the season, and that's Darwin Thompson, and that's it. If Damien Williams has a great year, see you later. Go make all that money somewhere else, because we're not going to sign him $8 or $10 million a year. If he gets hurt and DeAndre Washington steps in and has a great year, see you later. Any way you cut it, I don't want us to be in a situation where the incumbent running back or another running back that steps up has a great year and then we don't have him under contract. I would love to bring a guy in that's going to be the guy that spells those guys and develops and knows the system. And lo and behold, at the end of the year, he's ready to take over and he's still got 4 more years under contract. And people are like, well, all the wear and tear on Taylor and Dobbins. I'm like, I don't need him for 10 years, dude. I need him to be great for
1 contract position these days.
Yeah.
And I do want to say that while you may be right and I may be wrong that somebody takes a first-round running back, I just got a little tip that it might be another Georgia dog going to somebody here pretty quick, and his name is Swift.
DeAndre Swift.
Okay.
That's what
Dan's about to lose it.
Miami takes DeAndre Swift, and they will have effectively just lost it for me. I thought they had an idea what they wanted to do, but
Oh, they got an idea, that's for sure. It just may not be the same one we had.
No, they needed a wide receiver. I love Devontae Parker, and I thought he was going to be a stud coming out, and he finally had his first good year last year. When he wasn't unhealthy, he played a full healthy season. You think he's going to do that again? I don't. Who are they going to throw the ball to? With
I know.
Tua throwing the ball?
No, they definitely need another offensive weapon for sure. They need another wide receiver. I think there's a lot of guys they could grab though later too, but I don't
think Tua's throwing the ball though. I just got to say.
No, but Fitzy's got to throw to somebody. And I'd rather him be throwing it
I think they'll put Fitz through pain before they'll.
I do too. I fully believe that. But still, after that year, you want to have guys in the system. They're not going to have anybody. Yeah. Devontae Parker is probably going to be gone or hurt. So
Parker just resigned. He just got resigned.
Oh, so he's on IR. Okay.
The thing is, if you have Devontae Parker and Denzel Mims going into next season to his first year, that's a lot prettier than developmental wide receiver X and Devontae Parker, who may or may not be healthy, may or may not have a relapse and be mediocre again.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
that's right. I think you need to get a wide out there, but
like the Miami pick is in. We'll get an announcement here shortly. Folks, y'all are doing great. Keep spreading the word. We're approaching 900 people.
This is incredible.
So thank you all very much.
It's awesome.
Keep spreading the word. You guys keep doing this. I might have to do it tomorrow too. Jeez.
Nathan, I don't know if you're correct the question team-wise, but if Xavier McKinney's the pick for the Dolphins, I'm like, that's not a bad one. But if he's the pick for us, I'm not going to be happy.
Why?
I don't want a first round safety right now. I'm good. There's too many safeties I've looked at that are there's some depth there. I don't feel like we're in that much of a need for a safety like that. And like Brian said, he's more of a box guy. And if we're going to go with a guy that can take over for Sorensen, let's get Muse in round 5. Let's get 6'2", running a 4.2 instead of I don't know.
He provides more than just a box safety, though.
Yeah,
and I will say,
I think it's a strength.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, and BJ Kissel did pick him in the TDN mock draft. So I'm just saying.
Oh, did he? Okay, I didn't realize that.
He did pick him.
Hey, BJ, if you're watching, we love you.
PJ's doing his job. I missed him earlier. Let me ask you guys real quick, just speaking of deeper safeties while we're waiting here for the Dolphins. Kyle Duggar, however you pronounce his name, I couldn't find hardly any film on him. So next to nothing.
Yeah, it's because he's from like some school I've never heard of.
Yeah, Lenore Ryan in Carolina.
He was playing me last week. That's why it was so great in coverage.
Hey,
he's got traits. I mean,
sure.
At Jeremy Chinn's got traits. He's athletic. I mean, we're talking about guys that are D2 prospects, and they don't play against the top, and that's just unfortunate for them. But they got traits, and so I think that's why we're seeing a lot of slide on safety. This class is good, I think, at safety, but the value for safeties is kind of taking a running back turn, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And honestly, I think the bulk of them, I want to say, I have like 5 safeties in the 4th round.
Yeah.
And I only have 6 on the first 100.
Yeah.
So let me ask you that, guys. No, we'll do that tomorrow.
James in this draft.
So, folks, I'll tell you this right now. Call your friends. You guys get us to 1,000 people tonight before the Chiefs pick. I'll do another live stream tomorrow. Woo. I wasn't going to because I'm going to be wore out, but hey, it is what it is.
I'll visit yours if you visit mine tomorrow, Ryan.
Okay, rock on. And, folks, you got to get Dan's work over at Arrowhead, guys. You got to get Danilo's work everywhere. He has his own channel on here. You got to check that out.
On YouTube and Twitch.
And Twitch. I always forget Twitch. I don't Twitch. So, hey, it is what it is. Oh, don't start.
Twitch isn't for everybody.
You calling me old? Just say it. I'm old.
I'm not because I don't stream on Twitch. I play Animal Crossing right now. That's my thing. I'm just on it.
It's like you're a new dad.
It's almost like I'm a new dad.
I wanted to get Twitch. I wanted to get my Twitch stream going for a long time because I was people won't recognize me because I don't have a cheesy mustache and curly locks because I trim my hair right down for this disease fest we're going through right now, this virus fest. And I took my beard off that I normally have, but a number of years ago, three and a half years ago, I played a character named Russell, who was next door neighbors with Team Solomid in Santa Monica. He's like this weird neighbor that lived in his sister's basement that wanted to like just be around them because they were so cool and did like this whole campaign with them. So I've known about Twitch and stuff like that for a few years now. And it's something I wanted to get my channel going on. And of course, there's nothing but time right now. So I started getting that going, and it's a fun place to be. And as far as the business validity, I'm like, I'm doing this and I do that because I love football and I love the Chiefs. And it's easy for me to get in a void by myself as an actor and just talk football and go into characters and do voice and just be my goofy self because I love it. It's fun for me. If it ever makes any money, that's fine. But if it doesn't, I don't care. That's not what it's about. That said, Ninja, who's like the biggest name on Twitch, makes about $18 million a year. So it is a viable business opportunity.
Here we are with the Dolphins pick. The commissioner is up.
Who's it going to be?
Don't do it, Dolphins. Don't do it.
Igbinoghene. Cornerback Noah Igbinoghene.
Wow, Noah jumping into the first round.
Speed.
I like that.
I liked him too. He is my, I want to say 6th. I lied.
I was super high on him.
Were you?
I was. I know that he's raw, but I think he's got CJ Henderson's ceiling just because of his physicality and ball skills. He flashes so much. He runs with receivers so well. He almost runs their routes for them at times. He's an ex-receiver, came to Auburn as a receiver, and then transferred into play corner. So he's got such raw ability, and you can figure that out and harness it. And I think Brian Flores is the guy to do that. So that's a great pick for him.
He's a McCourty brother with a lot better speed.
I was going to say, is this like a Patriots projection pick that comes out of left field, and you're like, no, but that makes sense. I could see that guy really excelling in that defense under that tutelage.
But they're paying 2 corners a lot of money.
Yes.
A lot of money.
I'll just say thank you. I thought Noah was a mid-second round pick. So, gracias. I'm not sure what this means for the Chiefs, but I know if they feel the way we feel about Fulton and Diggs, they will be able to get one of them.
I'm just saying. Minnesota's not taking a receiver.
Minnesota went quick.
2 teams can't trade in front of us, so we know one of them is going to be on the board.
This is going to be interesting. I'm very excited about this.
Which, the Vikings pick here?
No, just the fact that we're at 32, and really quite a few guys that would have liked to see the Chiefs pick at 32 are going to be on the board. So this is interesting.
Let's throw a little poll out there to the chat room.
Yeah,
fans, how many of you think just say trade do Y for yes or no for no? Will the Chiefs announcement come up? There's been a trade. Do the Chiefs trade out of the 32nd spot? Regardless of who's picked by Minnesota right now, will the Chiefs pick in this round or not? Yes or no? I'm just curious what the fans out there think. What do you think,
hard
Dan?
to believe.
The Vikings pick is in already, so they had something in mind, which means the Chiefs will be on the clock very shortly now.
Yeah, we're looking at the value for the trade backs have not been very good.
Yeah.
So I find it hard to believe that they're going to be able to pick up, like the 35th and then a 4th and a 5th. I just don't see that being something that's going to happen. But you never know. Maybe someone comes up and gets your boy, Ryan.
You never know. I won't put it past the Kansas City Chiefs to do anything right now.
Right now, yeah.
A lot of yeses.
Wow.
Nobody thinks it until it's funny, but GMs, for being the forward-thinking creatures that they have to be, it seems every year they get to that 32nd pick and everybody remembers, 5th-year option, last chance.
Right.
Last chance. Is there anybody on the board we want for 5 years?
That's a very good point.
Option. And that's somewhere I'm hoping that we can benefit from, because there's at least 3-4 guys that if we take them, I wouldn't be losing any sleep over. And if it gets us an extra top 100 pick, then let's do it.
Oh, it's coming close. I kind of feel like right now that the Chiefs are going to pick somebody. I'm not sure who it's going to be. Keep pushing, folks. Tell your pals. We're at 9-10. Let's get that 1K level.
I'm just letting you know, if they pick a running back, my screen might go black.
Hey, mine too. And folks, before that happens and we blow up, here's the Vikings selection.
Oh, there's
Jeff
Gladney. Wow.
They liked him too.
I like Jeff
So
Gladney.
Fulton and Diggs are both on the board.
So as predicted, the corner rush is here at the end of the first round. The Chiefs have a couple of options in the guys that I have third and fourth in Fulton and Diggs. Gladney is Dan's guy and just went. Jalen Johnson is the other. Everyone else has pretty much fallen off. Xavier McKinney is still on the board. Marlon Davidson I still have on the board.
It's my guy.
Diggs is there. And I'm with you. I've been on him for quite a while. Here's the thing. I only had 24 first rounders this year. Folks, I'll show you this snapshot again. Only 24. So there's obviously going to be players that the Chiefs might have over what we have or what we feel. So nothing is going to surprise me. Could it be a defensive tackle? Could it be something that isn't a need, but they feel like could be a future need? I hope it's not a running back myself, but
no.
Danilo might be right. You never know.
Given the 2 corners that are on the board right now, my dream scenario right now, the Bengals decide we need a number 1 corner. They trade us their top of the 2nd round, top of the 4th round pick. They come up, take 1 corner, leave the other one for us, and I don't even care which is which. If we get either Fulton and or Diggs, either one of those guys, and an extra top 100 pick, I'm all in on that.
Yeah, it's the trade back partner that top 10 in the next round is so narrow.
Yeah.
I do want to let everybody know that we will all have content for you at our respective places tomorrow. I will be, when we're done, we'll shut down the stream. I'm going to record the podcast with Chris Clark. You guys will have all that up here before midnight, my time anyway. Dan Danilo will hook up tomorrow, streams and whatnot, because once this happens, folks, we're going to be quick. There's Andy Reid on the screen. I'm not sure what he's doing, but I want to know.
Whoever knows what he's doing. He's trying to find another burger, probably.
Yeah, right. I'll trade you a hamburger. For the 38th.
Can we talk about the Jordan Brooks?
You do that. I'm gonna go grab a beer from the fridge and get ready to open it to pop the cork on the
I'm not doing it again.
Harms is trying to kill me.
No, I can't do that to myself either, man.
It's
makes me
tough.
icky.
Yeah, I gotta. I'm pretty surprised by that. That might be the one that surprised me the most, to tell you the truth.
That and the Jordan Love back-to-back. Those were the two most surprising picks of the draft.
Oh, Red Royce, thanks for pointing that out. 9:52, folks. We're getting close. I'm going to give you guys something tomorrow. Probably at least I'll jump on live while the Chiefs select. I don't know that I can give you a whole day.
Yeah.
You will get very sick of me, and I'll be begging Dan and Danilo to come back. Andy looks pretty comfortable right now.
He should.
If this is a live shot, looks like he's in pretty good communication with Brett Veach. I love that he's in his basement. I love the timbers in his basement, by the way. That's a style house that I'm looking to build. Andy showed you a picture of his little film station a couple weeks ago. I thought that was great. And it's good to know now that they've got their choice of players. I don't know. I'm just hoping it's something that we expect, and it's not something out of Lex. I'm looking to avoid the Breland Speaks. That's what it is for me.
Yeah, I get that. See, I know I may be naive. I'm on the Breland Speaks can make an impact train this season. I think it's an ideal system for him. When he played his rookie season, he was definitely best out of a 3-point stance. He had much better burst. He was stronger. He was more impactful. He used the long arm well. I really think that if he comes in properly, adequately, with his weight and everything under wraps, I think he can be an effective rotational edge. I really do.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I agree with you. I thought he was best at 3-tech coming out too. My only question is, with the injury and rehabbing away from the facility and now an offseason where he doesn't get to train, I just question whether he's dedicated and he comes back in shape. I thought he showed up really overweight in a bad way. Like, you can gain too much weight and slow yourself down by putting on muscle. And that's what Laviska Shenault did at the Combine this year. I didn't feel like Breland Speaks did anything good to help himself. So,
yeah, well, if we ever get any kind of insight into what he looks like before the season, then that'll tell us a lot. But like I said, if he takes it seriously, I think he can actually be an impact rotational player.
He might be. Hey, thank you guys. I mean, you guys rock. I see all the messages in here. We appreciate you. If we're just talking to ourselves, we wouldn't even put it on YouTube. So thanks, you guys. 960. That's our high so far. We're getting close. And I'm really excited about this pick. It has been turned in. Brett Veach, we've seen his view. He looks like he's looking for the coverage just like we are.
Oh, there it is. The pick is in.
Okay. This is going to be interesting. And we've hit our peak right now as the Chiefs are about to pick. Gut feeling?
I don't know. Like, my gut is that they're going to pick a corner like Diggs. That's what they want. I feel like that fits their style. I would love to see, Fulton. I think that'd be a great pick, but I think corner is where they're going.
That's what Lou Riddick is saying, that they need speed in a couple of different places, and I agree. I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait it out.
I'm telling you right now, if DeAndre Swift's name comes up on the screen, my laptop will be thrown.
I get it. Just don't throw it at your television.
Yeah, I don't want to do double damage.
No, yeah. Just break one thing at a time, pal. Oh, good Lord.
What about you? What do you feel?
I'm feeling like they're going to shock me and do something I don't agree with. That's what I'm worried about. But if they evaluated the way I think that they should evaluate, my guess is that they have Fulton as probably their highest ranked guy right now.
I don't think so.
I think they would put Swift as a first round pick. It's whether they would actually select him. I'm just not sure. Come on, Kamish.
I just don't think it moves the needle that much.
I'm with you. Here it is. Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs select.
Oh my
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
You have to be kidding me.
Not even the best running back available.
Yes, he is. He is RB1.
Oh, stop.
He is RB1, but no. Oh.
No, I am baffled.
That's not.
Here's the thing. Diggs, Fulton clearly have slid all this way. They have to think that there's going to be corners available tomorrow. And that's what we're going to have to go by. I am a bit surprised.
There's going to be a lot tomorrow. You know, they got Bryce Hall still that's falling in, Fulton now, and Diggs and Johnson.
Yep.
There's corners in day two. And
that actually may have affected this decision by the bulk, like 4 guys you just named.
Yeah, exactly.
And Troy Pride's going to be in there.
Yep.
I'm not huge on Cam Dantzler, but it is what it is.
I think he's got first round tape, just not combine for it. I think Cam Dantzler's tape is phenomenal, but combine didn't show that. I think he plays faster than 4.64.
I do too.
We'll see.
I just don't think he's 4.4. You know what I mean? And that that hodgepodge of a video they put out calling him 4.38
something
ridiculous. Yeah,
but we're talking about RB1 right now.
There's Danilo's back. You must have dropped out. Sorry, buddy. Hey, I want you to cry out loud. Tell us why this is so.
I'm not opening this.
If it was any
running back,
it's RB1.
I don't think he's better than Darwin Thompson. I'm not opening that beer. He had lane. Watch his tape right here. He had lane after lane to run through. If you gave Darwin Thompson that, he would have had 500 more yards on the season.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire's vision is elite.
And
his second level manipulation
in front of you to look through.
It doesn't.
Oh my gosh!
He makes guys miss in the backfield on a regular basis.
He gets tackled from behind on a regular basis.
It doesn't matter. So what Darwin Thompson.
I'll tell you this.
I'm not promoting Thompson as an RB1 though. That's what I'm saying. If we didn't have Thompson and it was the bottom of the second round,
Kareem Hunt's not an RB1 because he didn't have a great speed. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is as fast as Kareem Hunt is.
That's what they're showing. I think that's the key. Is what they see in him
His tape's not Kareem Hunt's tape.
A pass catching
it's better.
Running back.
No, it's not.
Because he can get down the
I'm talking about pro tape compared to that college tape right there.
I'm trying to point out why they probably went this direction. I think it's because of the passing game.
Yeah.
And because that's what he's shown to be very adept at. And honestly, even with that speed, like Kareem, once he gets ahead of steam, he's very good in the pass game. I mean, those long passes, I wonder if they don't see a shade of him in terms of being able to catch it over his shoulder.
Yeah, I think he's for a running back, he's really got good ball tracking skills, which is something you don't find very often. And I think they're definitely looking at those wheel routes, going up the seam that Kareem did against the New England Patriots years ago. So I don't like the first round running back, but if we're talking about a guy that can manipulate second level defenders, break tackles in the backfield, great burst. I mean,
I'm with Egg Shizzle on this one. No.
He was my RB1.
But like what? And like this person said, like Aaron Morrow said, Hunt was a 3rd round pick.
No, I agree.
If you pick CH in the 3rd round, he turned into Kareem Hunt. Great.
I mean, he wasn't going to be in the 3rd round.
First round, and Fulton and Diggs are sitting there, and we need corners.
Picking a running back in the first round, I hate it.
I don't. Like I said, if those guys were there, if they said to me right now, we're going to do it over again, Danilo, we're going to take CEH out of it. You can have your pick between Jonathan Taylor, J.K. Dobbins, or one of the two corners. The running backs are off the table.
Yep.
We need corner more than we need a running back right now because we have 7 running backs. That said, I don't want to get stuck with no rookie running backs because I don't want to have everybody on a 1-year contract. But taking
All
this,
right, we're going to switch over.
A reach.
We got
For me,
Matt
that's a big
Derrick.
reach.
Yeah, I agree with you. We're gonna get Matt here in the fold though because he was available. So,
Hey,
Matt, how much surprise do you have going right now?
A little bit, but I'm not completely stunned. Yeah, I mean, I think that maybe if there was a cornerback there that they really liked, that would be the direction that they went. But I think all the ones that they would have taken in the first round were probably gone at this point. Edwards-Helaire. The only thing that really stands out to me is just, being a bit of a surprise is just that he's not the prototypical running back that this team likes size-wise. But everything else about him, LSU, runs an offense that's going to translate very, very well. And you look at the stats, and the one that's the reason why he's coming to Kansas City is 55 catches, 453 yards last year. He can be a part of the passing game. And we saw that when this team has a running back that is and I don't even think it has to be an elite running back, but you have someone like Kareem Hunt who can do so many different things. It takes this offense to a completely different level. As good as this offense is, with a full 3-down running back who can do a little bit of everything, who can make guys miss, who has some great contact balance, who can run out of the backfield and catch passes, and is reliable. You can't stop this offense. And I think that's what Brett Veach is thinking is that, hey, you know what? Let's double down on our strength. Yeah, we need some help defensively, but right now this team's going to boat race people. I don't know how you stop this offense next year.
Yeah.
Especially after they take Denzel Mims in the second.
I think it tells me a couple of different things. One, that the fact that I'm getting blown up from a lot of teams, a lot of people who either cover a team or are just Uber fans, the fact that they feel that this was a mistake, that they got to catch up a little bit. A Patriots blogger that I'm well aware
They got to be
of,
laughing at us right now.
They're a little perturbed, but that tells me that the Chiefs are out there doing what they do on their own. They have a unique style, and I agree with Matt that they clearly valued this player and the position more so than what they have at the cornerback position. That tells me that I'm a lot higher on the corners than this team is because they feel that they can get by with Ward as a starter, brilliant for a year, and I expect them to go heavy on it as the draft goes on. But my bigger question, Matt, this seals the deal, right? Chris Jones is in Kansas City for the foreseeable future, right?
I mean, I think so. I can't rule out that if they're going to make a deal that it couldn't happen between now and tomorrow because, I return-wise, if somebody were to make him a contract offer and you got those terms agreed to and you had compensation, a second-round pick and even maybe a second-round pick next year would certainly be in line. I mean, it's not ideal, but I think you could still get the compensation that you were expecting to a degree. I don't know that you could actually guarantee yourself you're going to get a first-round pick for Chris Jones right now. I mean, I think that's what you'd want, but a second and another really good pick would probably be fair. So I can't rule it out. I mean, by tomorrow night, if he's still a Kansas City Chief, I would rule that, yeah, he's going to stay here. And I'm still convinced he's going to stay here because I think that the Chiefs have him in their plans for 2020.
I think it clearly goes a long way towards staying with their mindset of keeping the gang together. And hey, it is what it is. Whatever frustration you might feel about a running back in the first round, folks, I know Danilo's super pumped, but
No, I'm not.
I know. That was sarcasm.
I would agree with Matt about the boat racing thing if we took Taylor or Dobbins. And also, as far as catching passes, they both had 23, 24, 25 catches and averaged over 10 yards a catch. The difference being they get in space, they're beyond or next to a linebacker. With Taylor, it's 4.39 speed. With Dobbins, it's probably mid 4.4s. They're getting away. They're not necessarily getting caught from behind. They're bigger guys. They're 2,000-yard running backs. And they have more years of proven ability. With all three of them on the board and in the first round, I don't love it at all. I don't like it. I dislike it. Can I just say that? I dislike it. I don't dislike the person. He seems like a great kid, and he's just too close to what Darwin Thompson is. And we didn't need another guy like that. We don't need to get too small in our running back group now. Let's not get crazy because you're not going to be bowling anybody over with those guys down near the goal line.
No, but you're going to strike them. You're going to use them to your offense. I'm sure Andy Reid is very happy about his availability. And we're just going to have to roll with it. I'm very interested to see how they back this up. Tomorrow's picks are going to be more crucial, in my opinion, for the defensive side of the ball. My big question, the last one for Matt Derrick before he has to go, was there – we heard about them making contact. Was it come down to there probably wasn't a trade out there either for picks and obviously for Jones that felt you were getting value, and that it just so happened that this happened to be truly the best player on their board given the way that it fell?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what we'll hear in a little bit from Brett Veach, is that he'll say that, yeah, this was a player that they really liked, had high on their board, was somebody that they viewed as being better than the number 32 pick in the draft. If that's how highly they liked this guy. I think we're also going to hear a little bit about the fact that, he does feel that cornerback, offensive line, some other position groups are really deep, and they can still find some value in the second and third round. I think it also speaks to the fact of just, how this draft unfolded, that it was not perfect for the Chiefs if they want to try and move 32, because I don't see the player who was out there that a team would just be beating down the door saying, we've got to move up to get this guy in the first round. We need to get him before anybody else does the top of the second, so we can get that fifth-year option too, all those things. I guess, I always thought Jordan Love was the perfect candidate, that if he was available at 32, the Chiefs could move down. I just didn't see the player who was there that anybody was clamoring to move up to. So I think that's going to tell you that there wasn't a lot of interest in anybody moving up to get that pick either.
Yeah, I think that's the way it's going to come down. Now, folks, we will be back tomorrow, or at least I will. We'll see you about a stream. Closing thoughts from Dan Harms?
Yeah, obviously it's not ideal. Running back in the first round is an interesting way to go. But for my own personal evaluation, Clyde Edwards-Helaire was my RB1. You're really splitting hairs with the top four guys at running back, in my opinion. So I like what he's going to be able to provide in the pass game. And I know that wasn't a great number of reps with him at pass protection, but I think he's got all the tools to be successful there. And like we all mentioned, the point of this is because he's going to provide versatility in the pass game. He's going to catch a lot of passes and make guys miss in the second level. And he may get caught from behind, but the point is that they want to get the ball out quick and make plays fast. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to be able to do that and make guys miss, which is what they really, really want to be able to do.
Danilo?
I don't feel I'm not thrilled at all about this pick. Very disappointed. I hope the kid plays great and proves me wrong. The problem I have is the risk-reward area. And the risk-reward for me, if you're going to take a risk-reward, take a back who's 5'10", 5'11", 215, Dobbins, 225, Taylor, can hit some people, can run some people over, is fast, really fast, and fits with our offensive flow versus a smaller guy. Like Dan, he could be the next Kareem Hunt, and that would be great. The difference being, when I watched Kareem Hunt's tape, I was very excited when we drafted him because I could see that on tape. He popped. I could see that whatever the speed was at the line of scrimmage, by the time he got past, he had game speed. He had that Jerry Rice running a 4.65, but in a game, on the field, down the field, you're not catching him from behind. He's gone, like Hunt did so many times against the Patriots. So the risk reward to me is like, is he going to be Kareem Hunt, or is he going to be where Breeland Speaks? I hope Dan's right. I hope he pans out. But Juju Smith-Schuster was on the board, and we took Breeland Speaks. I don't like reaches like this because they make me nervous because I just don't see you're on a stacked team, dude. You're on one of the best teams in college football. Your line is stellar across the board. You got holes the size of a truck to run through. I mean, it's not as hard to play running back at that position in that situation. And I just feel like the guys that did more with what they had, I don't know. I'm disappointed.
I'm looking forward to seeing him do some of the Kareem Hunt things. I want to close with this. Matt Derrick, give us a reason for optimism, because I think a lot of fans feel like Danilo does. What can they look for tomorrow, and what's your focus for what we're thinking?
Well, there's a reason why you have seen a parade of former LSU running backs running through Kansas City. It's because they like them. They feel like LSU running backs are well coached, that they come into the league with a lot of preparation. They have faced tough competition in the SEC. For all those reasons, I mean, they feel like that the guys that come from LSU are well prepared to come into the league. And with Edwards-Helaire specifically, yes, he's undersized. I think that's a concern. Got to have to worry about a guy that size. A little bit of the durability questions are going to be there. And the speed is not blazing. It doesn't stand out, but it's productive. What he did at LSU was productive, especially in the time that he played. His involvement in passing game, I think he's the best pass catcher out of the backfield of any of these top guys that were in the running back field. And that's what the Chiefs expect their running backs to do. And they expect them to be able to do it on day one if they're going to play. Mm-hmm. The other, when it comes to, and this probably plays a little bit to me in the risk reward, you look at it that way, he has 370 college carries on his sheet. Jonathan Taylor had 926, DeAndre Swift 440. Dobbins was, 725. That's a lot of tread in those tires. And that also goes back to a little bit of what they do at LSU, which is they always got 3 or 4 guys in the backfield that can run the football, and they don't run those guys into the ground. So when they come to the NFL, they're fresh. And I think that's what they'll be banking on a little bit with Helaire.
Well, I'm going to give you guys some upside. I will give you the matrix on the Twitter account, folks. I'll show it to you tomorrow. There are a couple of things, little nuggets about him and his game that I think you'll dig. And I just want to say thank you to you three for being here. Danilo, you've been here every second of the night, just about. Dan Harms, thanks for jumping in. Matt Derrick, as always, thank you for sharing your knowledge with us of both the team and the league. Thank you all very much. Thank you all for being here. Guys, I'll ping you tomorrow.
Thanks, man.
Sounds good, Ryan. Take care.
All right. Good night, everybody.